All right, 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 guys. Yeah, let's start the stream, okay? Hunter, you better be done pissing yourself. I want you standing at attention, not like that. How you guys doing? It is, yeah, how we all doing here today? I don't know. Pro tip: use your Prime to watch ad free. Yo, Atwell, Christopher. 80 streak, Archon rebuilt it. Sick, dude. Yo, thanks, guys. Yeah, we're all gonna be gooing all over this stream. Man, people. Did I get the Valdos open? Yes, I did, and I got. I tried to put it back together again last night, and it was not easy. Yeah, this is what I got. Not gonna show you guys the other side. I already redeemed the code. Here, I'll even. You guys can see half of it. Check this out. Little bit of a spoiler. Look at that. Half the code. There we go. If you guys can guess the other half of the code, then you can get the div card. I already redeemed it though, so it doesn't matter. I know. Apparently what I heard is that the company that makes the puzzle boxes was just given a bunch of codes by GGG that were either div card or unique, and then they randomly assigned them. Hey, Darth. 18, man. Hell yeah, dude. They randomly assigned them. The problem is, it is what it is, but the difference between, at least to me, designing a unique and designing a div card is so huge. It's like, do you want a Lamborghini or do you want a go-kart? It's like, to me, it's that much of a difference. But yeah, classic PoE, right? Classic PoE. That's just how GGG does things. But yeah, we got it done. Someone actually used a hammer. Holy, yeah. Like, I was joking about using a hammer yesterday, but I really liked it. I genuinely really, really liked it. Yeah, we got it done in 2:45, 2 hours 45 minutes. So, yeah. I mean, we had some we definitely had some hints, but I don't think any hint that saved us more than 10-15 minutes total, really. Like, we brute forced a couple of things by just kind of sussing it out. There was a little luck in a couple places, but yeah, 2 hours 45 minutes. We could say without hints, maybe 3 hours 3:30 worst case. It was pretty close. But yeah, I actually really liked it. I've never done a puzzle box before, and I really liked it. He had the same issue with the lock resetting. Yeah, so luckily I figured that out. That was like really concerning, is like when I felt the lock like kind of gets like, one of them was stuck down and then the other two would still go up, and like figuring that out was definitely a little off. I can subtract them, but I can't add them. I mean, we could figure out something like that. Yeah, I like it. That's our tagline. Q-Dog's not live right now, huh? That dude he's sleeping. He was probably up way too late gooning to some anime feed or something. Yeah, 2 + 1 = 4. Something about not doing like only through the the flavor text could be something through like the divination of this card can only be done by the unique arithmetic or something like that. Like finding a clever way to say that. There may be many pitfalls of unique arithmetic to get across it. Yeah, I would say the biggest hints were you guys telling me when I was doing my math wrong. 2 + 1 = 4. I was genuinely so hungry. Do the drops have to be in the PoE category? Their mainstream is in the PoE category. Is it? I mean, almost everyone's in the PoE 2 category, right? So, yeah, really, someone should tell GGG that, actually, if they don't know. Hopefully they have it set up so PoE 2 category works as well, because like everyone's in the PoE 2 category right now. The announcement says use PoE 2 for the drops. Okay, cool. What is this? This is the clip. Oh, did I do it wrong? This would be... Oh, no, I did do it wrong. 2 + 1 = 4. I didn't. I was so fucking hungry. 2 + 1 = 4. Did I do... I told you guys! Yeah, that's the way she goes. That's the way she goes. Yes, there are drops. There are drops. It's crazy. Man, people have so much endurance. So much endurance for streaming for like... People have been streaming for like 3-4 hours already. Will I do an ad break before 3? Yeah, sure. I'm like, I have the ads on Twitch turned down as much as possible. Like they could not be lower. And yeah, it's so yeah, that's a good reminder. I'll try to run ads when there's nothing to get in the way. Let me open the stream. Let me open the stream here, the GGG stream, just so we're ready to go. What guitar is behind the LP? It is a what's it called again? It's a Chapman Guitars ML1. It's the first guitar they ever made. The problem is it needs a lot of love. Avro! Thanks to the Prime, man. Man, Twitch is struggling to load right now. Holy shit. Holy. Let's see, where is it? Path of Exile 2. GGG. Did it. Ooh, intended for only mature audiences, huh? Ooh, Aragon! Thanks to the Prime, dude. Yeah, no maturity in this chat. Age does not equal maturity. Not at all. 86 Tokai Strat, the Japanese. Oh, yeah. I know about those. Yeah. Oh, that'd be a shame to have to sell it, but I get you. Downloading the patch for 20 minutes and you got 10%. Yeah, I mean, I'm not in a hurry to download any PoE patch right now. Yo, Joshua, how's it been, man? This is your breakfast? I mean, I wake up late too. I slept until 11:30 this morning, which sucks. Like I was in an extreme rush to get ready. It took you weeks to get a 200, Viper? Yeah, those string. I can't imagine those string pins. Can't believe Sir Gog didn't get a Valdo's. It feels kind of random. I don't know. So they clearly were giving puzzle. I think the first criteria is they were only giving puzzle boxes to people that have been to the PoE2 events. Now how they chose those people, you know, but I don't think anyone that hasn't been to a PoE2 event has gotten one that I know of. Oh, Shroud, I guess. Will it be playable on Linux? I don't know. PoE 1 is, right? The real subtraction here is age minus maturity. Yeah, I mean, that's your sum total of maturity there, yeah. Path of Exile.2 website. Yeah, we got 20 minutes. 12K. It's not loading everything. Yeah, it's only showing. Yeah, actually, what does it show here? Warrior, Ranger, Huntress. I'm wearing my Huntress shirt, right? Oh, that's new art for the Huntress. Oh, So in the most recent playtest that you guys know about, let me just turn off this music. In the most recent, so this is not embargo because it was the most recent playtest that you guys know about. They did not have the Huntress, and we'll see. I mean, if they release with all these classes, Huntress is my favorite class by far. Druid is sick too. I haven't played the Druid yet. I don't know when. Because they had Druid at the Gamescom? Yeah, their website's not loading all the assets. Shit's fucked up. They had it at Gamescom. I don't know what they're going to release with, but yeah, Druid looks really sick, and Huntress. I got my Huntress t-shirt on. She's my favorite. Oh, is this Ranger? Son of a bitch. I think this is Ranger. No, this is Huntress. Oh, this is the old Huntress art. This is one of a kind. Yeah, no, this is the Huntress when they didn't have the Ranger yet. Yeah, this is the ExileCon shirt. I think Huntress was originally going to supplant Ranger, and then they changed their mind, and they added Ranger to PoE 2, and then Huntress disappeared. But Huntress is still here on the website, so hopefully, all of the moves and everything with the spear are awesome. You can jump across the screen and stab into a monster with the spear, and then use it to make a tornado, and then fly out of the tornado across the screen. There's really cool high mobility stuff, summoning thousands of spears from the sky, basically a physical, an attack based blade fall. Really, really cool stuff. At least that was ExileCon. That was a long time ago. I love whenever they add Huntress. I don't know if they're gonna release with Huntress, but I feel like they're not going to. But I really, Huntress is so sick. Okay, so you can actually the assets are just not loading. The website's getting hammered. Warrior, Ranger. So this is the exact same of what I got here. So they changed this to be Ranger. All right, that's fine. Ranger is good. Ranger is really good. Huntress is my favorite though. Sork, as they've been balancing the game more, Sork now feels pretty good. As of the most recent playtest that you guys know about. I'm trying to use my knowledge from the unembargoed stuff, and they clearly are working on Sork, and Sork, they're figuring it out. The balance at ExileCon specifically was awful, unplayably weak, but I think they're working on that. My concern, as always, is the mobility. Merc, can't comment on that. Monk is cool. They gave him that bell that you can put elemental ailments on or whatever, and it's kind of like a hydrosphere. It's like a physical hydrosphere. As you summon a bell, and then you can hit the bell. And the thing is, it works also, I believe, with your allies. So you can do some really cool stuff with spreading freeze or whatever across the screen, but just hitting the bell really quickly. Druid, I haven't played the Druid. I actually haven't played the Witch yet. Because the Witch is all, I mean, she does have chaos dot skill. Yeah, she has chaos dot skills, but she's also, feels way more summon based. So she's like a hybrid occultist necromancer. And I don't know what her ascendancy, she'll have ascendancy classes, right? But Witch looks, I could maybe see myself starting Witch. Oh, I can't even click on these ones. We don't even know what the other ones are. Yeah. Cloak of Flame, what's it do? Verd! Hey, how's it going, man? Hell yeah, dude. Merc gameplay gonna feel like Nuclear Throne? It might. I think it might. Yeah, the drop hands are ridiculous. Yeah, I think Merc might be cool. These things are so ridiculous. Jesus! Oh, they're so disgusting. They are so absolutely disgusting. Ugh. They're so gross. I mean, that's the style, right? It's a PoE style. Cloak of Flame looks so nice now, the new art. Oh, the new art that they have looks so good. Is there anything different about Cloak of Flame? No, this one so far looks identical. No changes, no notes. I feel like this is old data actually, because the uniques that I've seen as of the most recent embargo, pre-embargo, yeah, because I don't think they have these flasks anymore. Yeah, this is old data, and you don't equip multiple life and mana flasks anymore. This is old. Yeah, so this website's actually out of date. Yeah, you can't do that anymore. Yeah, website's old. And I'm pretty sure Cloak of Flame, that when they've shown it publicly most recently, was different. They're changing all the uniques and how they work. Wear those in town with pride. Ba ba da ba da ba da, joopa doop boop ba. The Happy Path of Exile 2 Information Day. Does he Massel? I saw his tweet where he shaved his head, yeah. He will go to some extremes for his cosplay, I guess. Pause and read enemy mods. I don't know how much you can do when the game is paused. I don't remember pausing the game that much. I know if you open, you hit escape and that menu opens up. I don't know if you can pause the game without opening a menu that would get in the way of mousing over a monster. Are the Twitch streamers just playing reruns, or is there some kind of beta going on? Are the Twitch streamers playing reruns? Oh, well, I read your chat message out loud. Does that answer your question? Hey, Seffi. Not a rerun. Hey, I'm right here. Hello. We're live. The ones playing the game on stream. Oh, if they're showing PoE 2 gameplay? Oh yeah, that's like old PoE 2 gameplay then. Yeah, you can't play PoE 2 until December 6th. Oh, Mathel just has a ball cap on? I did that years ago. For Twitch Rivals, I did a Chris Wilson cosplay. Yeah, so no, not even just a lot of the footage on YouTube. All of the footage on YouTube is from the Path of Exile 2 event. And I can even, I can play mine. We got 11 minutes here. I'll play mine. I'll just get it on YouTube. Sifrak, yeah, thanks for the prime, dude. It is here. We did it. There you go. There you go. 1440p, 60 FPS co-op gameplay. This is from July. What am I most excited about PoE 2? Just a totally different feeling game. I love PoE 1, but particularly in the past year, there's only so much that you can do the exact same thing over and over again with a little bit of flavor on top of it. And there's only so much that they could, like, they're impressive. Like, they do so many cool things with PoE 1. But, I'm definitely ready for more modern, future-facing game, like something that's very different and like a new approach on the ARPG genre. You know, and this is very much like the sequel to PoE. So there's so much of it that is, you know, recognizable, the same, similar, whatever. You know, it's clearly the next step in the same game. And it will 100% be controversial for people that love just the PoE 1 gameplay. But I'm ready for something that is just different. Very different. Yo, Kvodan, how's it going, dude? Time for a bladder check? Yeah, we got 9 minutes, guys. I might actually make a quick cup of coffee. That worst guide's like 30 minutes, Viper, right? How does playing on a controller feel? It actually feels really good. The problem... this is... I can't comment on it. The controller, they did a really, really good job of making the controller feel good. The problem is they still, at least in this playtest, I guess I was on console, but I believe they still do not support doing hybrid with keyboard and mouse. And that, for me, the problem is inventory management is still not that good. It's still kind of annoying. And when mouse and keyboard just feels so much, as soon as you open the inventory, right, controller just feels worse. And that's my problem. Yeah, the effects in this game are just, like, it's hard to tell looking, like, you guys are watching a stream that is compressed through a YouTube video that's compressed, that was recorded on a PlayStation that was also compressed and not raw. So you're looking through triple compression right now. In person, like fully, you know, in full fidelity, this game is gorgeous. There's no excuse. There's no excuse, a good excuse for them to not have hybrid mouse keyboard. For sure. You're most excited about tricking your friends into playing PoE? I know, that's the most annoying thing. Is put myself in the middle right now. Penny! How's it going, dude? It's been 33, man. Hell yeah. Yeah, I have a lot of friends that for at least the past 2 years have been saying, like, oh, I'll play PoE 2 when it comes out. At least 2 years. Like, you know, friends that maybe tried PoE 1, or they're like, it doesn't look that good to me. But now that PoE 2 looks good, right? It is at least as good, if not better. I would say it looks even better than Diablo 4. It looks like a modern game, right? And it's a new game. I think it will be easier to approach for newer players. And yeah. With that said, it's not that easy. It's still Path of Exile. It's still Path of Exile. It's not that easy. Will it kill your PC? At least in my experience so far. This is on a PS4. Or PS5. It's probably PS5. It has to be PS5. And it performs great. Yeah, in this co-op gameplay, we had a rule. We can't kill the boss unless we're both alive. So... Actually, I think at some point I was like, I'll just finish it. But yeah, that was our rule. So I kind of like int a lot of times. Did I try any crafting in PoE 2? Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to craft. Yeah, I go for the res no matter what, even though it's dumb. You have to craft. Yo, Dr. C. Hell yeah, dude. How's it going, man? You have to craft in PoE 1, at least in the early campaign. That's my only experience. You actually will get pretty stalled on gear if you don't use your currency at all. Do we know if early access will be optimized for the Steam Deck? Joe, yo, you're liking Last Rate? Nice, man. I don't know. They haven't mentioned the Steam Deck. But I would say that the engine in general runs better than PoE 1. All right, we got 5 minutes, everyone. 5 minutes. Do your bladder check and everything. I will run the commercials on Twitch right before it starts, so you guys don't have to worry about ads during the announcement. I'm gonna maybe make a cup of tea really quick. So give me a sec. I'll BRB. And then we got 5 minutes. Everyone, go to the bathroom.
you. 1,000 praises, my friend. I thought I would die here. Please take me back to your caravan.
At least there's one survivor of this madness.
Greetings.
I know what my king intends. Atop the burials, he intends to feed their bodies to the horrific creature he keeps in a cage. The Halani gates are closed? Then my king must have succeeded in but there is another way. An ancient passage lost to time. It was used by the trade.
Yo, Suddy, thanks to the Prime Man. There's 90. I'm going to run the ads right now. Because the water's still boiling. But I'm going to run the ads right now so you guys don't get ads when it starts, okay?
We shall wait here, Jingak. Deadly harvest!
To seek the light, I must ascend into darkness.
All right. All right. All right, all right, all right. 15 seconds. Oh, shit. I might have cut it close on the ads. I might have cut it really close on the ads. Okay. Ad breaks ends in 7 seconds. Actually, it's perfect. I'm off by 2 seconds. All right, here we go.
Sir, just what are we facing here?
A relic
Elena.
of the old world.
I'll deal it. Thanks, Elena.
Ready your men, Captain. We will only get one chance.
Let me know if the volume's okay.
And remember, when you hear the whispers, call for help. Do not attack.
When you hear the whispers, what do you think he was on about?
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah?
Then Dorman. Shut your damn mouth. Ugh, why do I always get stuck with these rookies?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet!
Sullen!
Yo, that flame blast is pretty sick.
A mean cleave, eh, Captain? Rookie can't even lift his own sword. Captain Oren? Captain? It's here. Rain! Send the signal!
What the fuck?
Rain! On my back will be blade up!
Come on! I'm ready! I'm ready! It's a man!
No, it's not. Run.
Absolutely baited.
Captain! Captain!
Stop! Humanity isn't ready. On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
What is it?
Get the body.
Stop. Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what you have unleashed.
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built. Bind him! Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
It's so good. I'm very curious who the hooded one actually is. No, I saw they played this in the video. I saw this 2 weeks ago. It's really good. It's really, really good.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, game director on Path of Exile 2. Now, Path of Exile 2 is going into early access in around 2 weeks on December the 6th. But even though it's early access, this isn't just some small taste. The game is huge. In this livestream, we're going to be introducing everything you can expect. So without further ado, let's roll the gameplay trailer.
Existence is a thing of beauty, precious, but impermanent.
I'm muted?
Life and death are mortal enemies,
Incorrect.
and yet bound to one another.
What is that?
The continuation of life must be protected at all costs. Some have said my methods are brutal. To this, I say, there can be no salvation without sacrifice.
I know who that guy is. I get to turn it down a little bit. I know who he is! Can't tell you.
We are faced with the end, and I will do what I must.
Bet you didn't know about that, Viper or Spider. This is what I haven't been able to tell you. I haven't been able to tell you guys. I haven't been able to tell you guys. This is what I saw 2 weeks ago.
Those who obsess with death, let them soon be acquainted with it.
Now, as you just saw, even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game. It's actually been 5 years since we announced PoE 2, and over that time we've revealed a lot, but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access. Classes, character progression systems, and for the first time, a full overview of the end game. This is going to be a big one, so get comfortable. For 20 years, Rayclast has been free from any sources of corruption, but the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more. The dead are rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading.
You should be
Under
able to
the
get
dark
drops.
influence of
Just in case
corruption,
you could open
the
up
Count
PoE in the
doles out
background, too.
sentences of death to any who would question him.
The drop is those hand wings. Yeah.
And this is where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham. Traverse the barren plains
No! Holy shit. Twitch?
of the Vasteri Desert.
Holy shit.
And
Twitch!
delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Val city. There are challenges
Twitch.
monsters,
Man.
hidden runes, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption,
I can try
the source
refreshing.
of all this devastation.
I don't think it's gonna help.
On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters,
Try 720p.
but first you'll need to pick a class.
Everyone's
Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. A variety of skills to mix
yeah,
to match different
165K
combos.
viewers. Everyone's going over to this one.
To-
No, thanks, Dr. C. Yeah, this is just Twitch. Twitch needs the money. Yeah, come on, fun. If
Get new
everyone gives
skills,
us
you'll
up right
first
now,
need to find skill gems.
Twitch will work.
Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE 2.
Gifted a sub to this.
You can choose an existing.
Rufus, technical difficulties. Guys, it's working. They're figuring it out. That's really funny. Yeah, everyone went over to the mainstream. They jumped 50K viewers on the mainstream in like a minute. So everyone went over to PoE to the mainstream, and then it killed it. They're getting sub spammed. Holy shit. Yeah, they are. How much money are they making off this stream? That's wild. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh man, I could literally buy a house if I was getting this. Holy shit. Look at that. Well, this'll fund the game. $400K viewers in the PoE 2 category. Wow. Yeah, they can come over here. They can come over here and prime to me. GGG doesn't need the money. How do you get the Twitch drop? You can watch on my stream on Twitch. Thanks, Pancracks. Play zoomed in, Spider. Well, I could put my face closer to the monitor. Hey, Ray, how's it going, man? We're going all right. We're doing all right. Game Mudgeon, Sav, cold like hell. Thanks for the primes, dude. Oh my God, it's working. Thanks, Vespo. Oh, all right, all right. We're back. We're back. We're back.
Power
Maybe
tends to harness.
Maybe.
There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves,
Okay.
so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham, traverse the barren plains of the Vasteri Desert, and delve into the jungle ruins of Exile, an ancient Vaal city. There are challenging monsters, hidden runes, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations.
Oh, Booba, hide.
But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, Early Access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat, and his mechanics involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE 2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos. To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE 2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new. The Monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 schools of martial arts: lightning, ice, and wind. But don't think you have to stick to just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try Killing Palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use Killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The Monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell, which will add elemental damage to the strikes. The Monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff. If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo attacks. Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the Warrior is for you. He pounds the ground with big, chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time. Among the skill option for maces, you will find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and shield skills. Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage. The Warrior can also use war cries, which can empower your next skill. Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness. If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield. In PoE 2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front, even spells. While holding up your shield, your stun meter will build as you take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable. Some enemies also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash. If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way. Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills like Shield Charge, which allows you to charge towards enemies and stun them. While charging, you're also blocking the whole time, so you have full damage immunity from the front. The warrior also has access to totems. Some totems have built-in abilities, like Shockwave Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies and trigger aftershocks like those from the Earthquake. But you can also get Ancestral Warrior Totems, which allow you to use any slam skill in your repertoire. This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into. I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my Ancestral Warrior Totem. Now when I summon him, he'll sit there and slam the monsters from a distance. There are 20 active skills for maces, so there's a lot more to try out, but by endgame you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and separating the very earth you stand on.
Yeah, this was like before
Time
they
for some
removed
ranged
totems in
attacks.
PoE
The
1.
ranger is primarily about the bow, but we wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In PoE 2 you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the ranger has that allow you to jump around, you'll have a lot of mobility in combat. Bow skills have a variety of lightning, poison, ice, and physical attacks. Lightning attacks bounce around between targets. You can also stick lightning arrows in the ground which explode when hit by the bouncers, or electrocute enemies to take them out of combat. Ice attacks allow you to slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants. With 21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation. By endgame, you'll be creating hundreds of arrows, be they falling from the sky, bouncing around between enemies, or spraying out of tornadoes. You might have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different. In PoE 2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot. Flasks gain charges as you kill enemies, and typically allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full. But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types. Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a Thawing Charm. When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen. To recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can gain more slots for charms by upgrading your belt. The Mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility. All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter. For the crossbow, you will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade launchers. But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to switch between ammo types, so long as you already have them loaded, which makes the Mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect. Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to Fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive AoE damage. If I come across an armored enemy, I could use Armor Piercing rounds to break their armor, and then High Velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating the cloud with an explosive shot for massive damage. If you want to call in some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery ballistas. These have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your position carefully before moving in. There are 22 active skills for crossbows. By endgame, you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic shotgun. If you're looking to take a back seat and let your minions do the work, then the Witch should be your choice. She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her while casting powerful chaos spells that debilitate her enemies. Occult skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a Spirit Gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell. For the Witch, though, we'll want to be using our Spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time. Here, I'm using the skill screen to allocate which minions I would like in my horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap but weak, useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal arsonists. Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills.
I think
You
minions
can order
be
these
real
guys to
comfortable
detonate
play.
your own minions for even more damage and area of effect.
The auto summons.
If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. But what can a witch do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you know, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you will be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path. The sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her foes. This classic spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar. The elemental skills have everything you might expect and more. Fireballs, icy explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways to build and combo with others, even between different elements. For example, Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles that pass through it. If you place a wall and fire lightning sparks through it, they'll gain extra fire damage. It's a good idea to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this. The sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm. As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a Firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited. There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes. Now, those are the characters that will be available at the start of Early Access, but we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options as these. There's a lot more to come. There's one more important thing to mention about skills. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes. For example, a Poison Ranger might want to try out using occult curses to increase her poison damage, or a monk might want to trigger elemental ice walls to use with his Glacial Cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited. We're looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what is possible yet. So let's talk about support gems. Path of Exile 2 has a system of support gems that can be combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally when you fire a grenade, it'll look like this. But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them.
This is new news to
Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills on your character.
What? No
if you want to have a
way!
multi-shot sniper
Support
rifle
gems,
instead,
multiple
then simply
projectiles?
move the gem over to your
What?
high-velocity round skill. Generally speaking, if
For
it
sound
sounds like a
volume?
support
I'd
gem
have to
should work
lower
with a
the-
skill, then it will work.
the
So it's a
stream
good
volume. I'm
idea
at
to
max.
experiment. Note that you can only have one
You
of
can
each
do that
support gem on your character,
if you want to up
so
your
you'll want to
volume.
think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage. Now, if you want to stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill.
One of each support gem.
There are
Yeah,
hundreds of support gems to choose from.
That's
and
an
even
interest-
we don't know the results of all the
it's going to be
possible ways
interesting
these can
that
interact.
that choice.
Each skill can have up to 5
I found it kind
supports
of annoying.
socketed into it. And if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas. Now all of this is just scratching the surface. You can make frost vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies, or pin them to the ground. Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build guide. So,
Yeah, you only
speaking
get,
of
like, one
builds,
life
let's
tap.
talk about one of the most
Yeah.
iconic Path of Exile systems, the passive skill tree. Yes, it's huge. There are over 1,500 nodes on there. Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first, but try not to be scared. There are lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple. Each level you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way. But if you do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold. Now, the tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes. In each cluster you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables. Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt. And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time. This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely. Note that even though this is in the mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes, so there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree. In order to get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need. You can change which attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor. In addition to notables, you will also find even larger passives called keystones. Keystones have both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire build to design around them. A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single hand, but doubles the attribute requirements of them. You can use a two-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them.
One-handed, two hands, pretty sick. Dual wielding two-handers?
Or how about Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana regen.
No, I saw this 2 weeks ago.
Skills like these can be tough to build around, but
and I'm
if
not
you're
gonna
up for the
fake.
challenge, they can be very rewarding.
There's a passive tree? There's keystones?
As we showed you earlier on
in
the
Path of
Sorceress,
Exile 2?
you can swap between weapon sets
It's
on the
coming
fly
back.
as you use certain skills. One of the new features in Path
Yeah,
of
Mind
Exile
Over Matter is
2's
100%
passive tree
now.
is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization. Or you could switch between one hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace. Or perhaps you could have a full curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build for maximum damage. If you want to stick with just one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like, but creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system. You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests.
Thanks, first.
For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too. On the map you can see icons that indicate the many optional encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character boosts, and others have powerful items. If you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find. For example, if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the first one here in the canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from spirit are very powerful, and every class will find a use for them, so make sure you hunt down these upgrades. There's one in each act. Now we haven't even talked about the most important element of character progression, items. That's why we're all here, right? Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with 1 mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a second mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a third mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods.
Okay.
One of the things we think is really important is to make these options available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs. Another important area of crafting items in PoE 2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an artificer's orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items. Body armors and two-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and one-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones.
Yeah, runes are like
These will allow you to increase the
enchants.
quality of your items for an up to 20% boost.
So it's different. PoE 2 is different, man.
If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often. Other vendors offer a gamble. Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type. This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also used to respec your passive skills. Take advantage of this system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required.
What's that town? That's the Act 2 town. It's a
The
caravan.
other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an
What?
open
Elva?
market
Wait,
in
hold
exchange
on.
for a small gold fee. Now, all items in Path of
Elva is
Exile
the
are
currency
freely
exchange?
tradable. We never bind anything to
Wait
your
a
character
second.
except gold. Now, most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't. Uniques. They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set
That
of
crossbow shot
unusual
looks
mods which can
insane.
dramatically
Gamble
change a
strength.
character's build. They're not just better
Gain
rare
up to
items,
40%
they can do
movement
much
speed
stranger
at
things
random
that can
when
fundamentally
hit.
change your character. Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison.
Corpse walkers. But
The
it
Sands of
explodes them,
Silk is a
kinda.
body armor
Opposite
that
of
changes
corpse
your
walkers.
dodge roll into a blink, morphing you into sand as you teleport past your foes. And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine, like Quill Rain, which just turns your bow attacks into full auto by doubling your attack speed. Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at endgame, even if you find them early on. And as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match. The last character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension. Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class. We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character. Each class has access to 3 Ascendancy classes, but at the start of Early Access, only 2 per class will be available. Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character. As a sorceress, you could become a Storm Weaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell. With Strike twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage, and going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock. Make a Shock build from any skill. Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself.
This sounds like
She
it was made
literally
for
has
me.
the ability to stop time with Time Freeze.
This is what I want.
Not only that, but she
Oh,
has
no.
many other time manipulation abilities.
Oh no, this is what I
Using
want.
Temporal Rift,
More than
she
anything.
can teleport back to a previous location.
Wait, hold on.
Resetting her life and mana back to what it was.
This is the
Or with
best thing I've
Time
ever seen in my
Snap, she
life.
can reset
Wait,
all her
what?
cooldowns and cast all her spells again. On the Warrior, you can choose between the Warbringer or the Titan. The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power.
time-based
Using
thing. Time-based like
Answered Call, you
spellcaster
can
is like my
summon
favorite thing in
ancestral
any
spirits
game.
linked to each of your totems.
Well,
With Jade Heritage, you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks. Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries. Let all that anger out. The Titan class is all about hitting big.
ignore cooldowns. is
Earthbreaker,
interesting.
every slam is a chance to create an
Wording.
aftershock. With Crushing Impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease. With Surprising Strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage. As a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With Endless Munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile. With Gathering Winds, she gains a small
Isn't it
increase in
exactly the
movement
same
speed
as
with every
PoE 1?
attack. But be careful, she loses them when getting
Lose
hit.
tailwind when hit.
With eagle eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy.
Accuracy at distance?
Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison.
Pathfinder looks
She
sick.
can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to throw explosive bottles that deal various types of damage. A bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage. Contagious contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes, while overwhelming toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by.
Poison has a cap of stacks.
Running assault allows her to move much more quickly while firing, while relentless pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies.
Running assault looks really
The witch
nice.
can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion. The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon. While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery. She can also become a Blood Mage, a master of life and energy. All Blood Mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana, but in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well. Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an Invoker. With Elemental Expression, the Invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With Faith as a choice, you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield. Choose between I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder to specialize in cold or lightning. And I Shall Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar. Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury.
And PoE 1.
When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments. Some monks choose to reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly,
Max
but apply
chaos
to their
is
energy shield
doubled?
as well. Another node you
does
can
that
take is
mean?
Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage. The Mercenary has a job to do, but which job suits you? You might choose to become a Witch Hunter. Obsessive
Helsing
Rituals
cosplay?
will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death. The chance is doubled against demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner,
10%
your initial
damage
hit against
explosion?
enemies can deal up to
100%
30%
chance?
of
That's
their
insane.
life and damage, if you're lucky. This is great for hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you sock up more and more support gems.
What?
Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character. So those are the Ascendancy classes for the start of early
That's
access.
wild.
The one thing we haven't talked about yet is how you ascend in the first
That's
place.
wild.
Ascension
That's wild.
and Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the Great Trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign. Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast.
That's insane.
Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Secumers, a
Oh man, I'm
grueling
really excited
gauntlet that
about
will
this.
test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Marraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different. Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed in the relic altar to begin the trial.
This looks a little familiar, huh?
In the Trial of the Secumers, each room has its own challenges to overcome. In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the
Same from
chalice in the
2.0,
center of
yeah.
the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed. While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful. Each hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The monsters are well telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks, but if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial and need to find another coin in order to try again. It is a good idea to make sure that you are well prepared before challenging the Trial of the Secumers. After each room, you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor
It's
and may
literally
choose
simple.
how you wish to proceed. Which challenges would you like to face, and which rewards do you want to claim? Some rooms are more dangerous, afflicting you with debuffs that will persist for the entire trial. For example, entering this room will afflict you with Spiked Shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50% increased life. You will want to take care if you choose such a path. There are many different challenges and rewards as you journey through the trial. Deadly traps, waves of monsters,
I mean, even if you don't like Sanctum, you gotta
strange
like it more than
artifacts will
Lab,
test your
right?
honor.
You gotta like Sanctum more
As
than
you
Lab.
progress, you'll be able to gain boons from the djinn, which will help you on your journey. For example, the Sekimer's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run. One of the rewards you may
You'd
find
rather
is
do
Sacred
Lab?
Water, an extremely valuable
can't
and
lose
treasured
Lab? Yes, you
resource to
can.
the djinn and the Marraketh.
Easily.
Trading it with the djinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions. At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him. Having defeated the boss, you've earned the right to ascend. But first, the loot. The keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor. We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. If you want to open the better ones, you'll need silver or gold keys. Let's use the Altar of Ascendancy. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree. Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Secumers, but we'll save that for the section on the endgame. For now, let's talk about the second Ascendancy trial, the Trial of Chaos. In Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend. If the Trial of the Secumers is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you.
I didn't
For
want to
early
spoil
access,
it.
we will have 2
I didn't want to
trials as
spoil it.
options, with
Oh,
a
you
third
people
trial
whining
coming
about
later for
Sanctum.
the full release.
I wasn't gonna spoil it.
While
Look at that.
exploring
I
the
hold my
Vaal
mouth.
jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Chaos.
I didn't spoil it.
Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests. A high priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power. Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange
Ultimatum
entity known
Ascendancy!
only as the Trial Master. For those in which he sees potential, he shall
You don't have to
inscribe
do
an
Sanctum.
ultimatum.
You don't have to do
Many
it. You
have
can do
attempted
ultimatum.
these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the odds? Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player, or add environmental hazards like turrets or trap
You don't like
rooms.
ultimatum either? Do you like Path
In
of
this
Exile?
case, we'll be picking shocking turrets.
You got to do
As you
something.
enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets.
Heist Ascendancy? That would be the most. That would be the most controversial.
After each room, you will need to make a choice. Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more risk. Each tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming. There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways. This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time. Another requires you to escort the stone idol through the level as elevators full of monsters descend to attack you. Should you be able to get through the first 3 chambers, you will face your first boss. The order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never feel the same.
Insane looking.
After defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course there are the items, but you also gain the right to ascend. If you already did the Trial of the Sekhmers, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your Ascendancy class. Now it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take, but we'll talk more about that when we get to endgame. So how about we talk about that now? So far we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the endgame is where the game truly begins. Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough endgame content. Well, we want to make sure that in PoE 2 people don't feel that way, and we actually only changed our development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of PoE 2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player. This is already a pretty significant campaign. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in endgame each league. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on endgame and make that great.
It doesn't take 25 hours.
For
it's
new
just
players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content.
It's just
but
for
for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the endgame challenges to overcome. So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making endgame content. At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types. But the great thing is that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release. Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Cruel.
Cruel is back,
repeat the
baby!
campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up. And of course, new rewards. You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases. That will take you to around level 65, where the endgame begins. Once we add the remaining 3 acts,
time to
we'll
farm
be
Dried
removing
Lake.
Cruel difficulty, so you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame. But what is the endgame? To explain that, I'll hand over to Mark.
That's
He
a
can
shit
tell you all
solution.
about
I mean,
it.
there's literally nothing else they could do except make it
Hi.
slower, right?
I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct endgame content to choose between. Each endgame mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas,
Oh, hi, Mark.
bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2 we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through.
This is the Atlas, and it serves as the core of the endgame for Path of Exile 2. It's infinite and expands in all directions. Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight
Louder?
it. In the center of the Atlas, you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Val research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the randomization up to 11.
A little bit
The
of
monster
speed there,
packs
huh?
you will face in each map
Little
are
bit of flicker
totally
striking
random,
around.
and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it. There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items.
Yeah, Shrine 2.0.
You can also find strong boxes. These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes often have mechanisms to unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs. There are different types of strong boxes containing different items, and you can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can optimize the content. But be careful of opening one you can't handle.
Corpse explode.
Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption.
Oh wow, essences
These dangerous
are
monsters
crazy.
can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category.
Always magic items, huh?
For example,
Interesting.
we could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod.
With a speed modifier. What? Really?
Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod.
Oh, it's just a tier. It's just a tier. Okay. So low tier essences work differently. What is that Ice Nova? That looks sick.
This is incredibly powerful, since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects.
So you can
combining
essence
these
and
with the
then essence
currencies that are
again.
commonly found at Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed.
Okay. Okay.
Waystones, like all items,
Okay.
can also be crafted using
That's
your
pretty fucking
currency
strong.
items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger.
20%
The more
XP
dangerous a
gain.
map is, the more waystones will drop.
Wow.
Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges. There are a variety of factors you'll have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear,
regular
and
chests
others
have
more
rarity
open.
now, too.
Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame. You could increase the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the endgame world map, you'll notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast, and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free. In addition, you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp. Clear these areas of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit and invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations. A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking. Some sections of your Atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here,
Ubisoft.
slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations. You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding. These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them.
If you fail too many maps, what happens? That's a good question.
For each different type of content in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content. We will be showing you 7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come.
Jesus.
Bosses are not the only icon you will see on the
7?
Atlas. Let's take a look at one of the endgame systems, Breach. If you played PoE 1, you might be familiar with Breach. For PoE 2, we have created sequels to several PoE 1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth.
True.
The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them.
PoE is so
These
much.
can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the
It's
Atlas
basically
self-sustaining.
sextants.
Want to
Right.
do more
Old
breaches?
sextants.
Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains. In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often, you will find multiple towers near to each other with overlapping areas of effect. This can allow you to rarely juice the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple tablets. In your fight to hold the breach demons at bay, you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each endgame mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach, you will find catalysts, items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mobs. You can also find Breach Rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this case, you could create a ring with around 170 life. Breach Rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving you some good motivation to face the demon hordes. In addition, each endgame mechanic needs to have a pinnacle endgame encounter. While killing Breach monsters, you may find Breach Splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a Breach Stone. Using a Vaal technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your Breach Stone to access their domain and bring the fight to them. In this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes
You
of
said
breach
earlier
inhabitants.
we're not going to show you how realm gates work. I guess they changed their mind. Someone did do the script review.
And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht. We that are one.
That dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one. Fate relies
Yo, this guy's throwing hands.
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE 2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself. But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the Breach section of the Atlas tree. Allocating these points will make breaches and the Breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the Twisted Domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands, and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Zesht
like a
at difficulty
tree
4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Raid class.
Like mythic, like World of Warcraft
Ritual
mythic key
altars are
difficulty
sacrificial
they have to
sites
level up.
built by the mysterious King in the Mists. If you encounter this symbol on the Atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars. Ritual altars demand tribute. Every monster you slaughter in the circle will feed the altar. After the sacrifice,
Monocorruption's
touch
probably
it to
better.
begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the
Analogy.
King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive. The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of an area, you will be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for metacrafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mod you don't want while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch
metacrafting
more
is
of
in
these with
specific
different
currency
effects, but we will leave them for you to discover.
Pretty sick.
Now don't forget that Ritual will also drop tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals. If you want to get to the pinnacle boss of Ritual, then you will probably want
many
to use
systems
them.
are they stacked on
can
top of
also
each
be
other?
crafted to grant
Yes.
mods, making your rituals more rewarding.
Yes, they did.
The pinnacle encounter of Ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Asmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the Ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by insanity. A mysterious entity has taken a special interest in you. Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life. When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which is as profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome. Rare and unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons, who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive skill tree.
Thanks, Cole.
This is like gaining an extra passive point for free, attached to your gear. They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the. If
Distilled
anyone's subscribing,
emotions
I'm
can
not seeing
also
the
be
alerts,
used
but
to
yeah,
instill
thanks,
your
guys.
in-game maps, applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards, allowing you to further juice your in-game maps.
I think Twitch
the
is
tablets
broken.
you can find from Deliria can be used to further improve it, increase pack size, make the fog dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards the pinnacle encounter of Delirium.
Pinnacle encounter
Speaking
of
which,
Delirium?
every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters.
Maybe we actually fight
The
Tame Mizzou.
mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums
what?
come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive loot at the end of each wave, and you will have to
Simulacrum
make the
looks
decision to
sick.
leave now or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the mist.
It's gorgeous.
The bosses you will face as you get deeper into a simulacrum are truly terrifying. If you can complete a simulacrum, you will gain points for the Delirium section of the Atlas skill tree. Next up, we have Expedition. Occasionally, while clearing corruption, you will encounter these Kalguran settlers. The Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial sites with lost Verisium artifacts, and they want you to help dig them up with explosives. The Kalgurans have marked the locations where the relics can be found. Place explosives as best you can to dig up as many as possible. There is just one problem. Corruption has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts. You can also find remnants,
Tujin's
the
son,
destruction
Tujin.
of which will further anger the restless dead. Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful, but also more rewarding.
I think it's supposed to be 20 years
Danig,
later.
Brog, Tujin, and Gwenin will exchange the
Interesting they
artifacts
didn't
for
age them
useful
up at all.
items and runic magic. You can
it's supposed to
also
be 20
find
years.
tablets to increase the number of expeditions and the rewards. This one increases the radius of explosives, while this one increases the number of remnants you will find. Eventually, you might discover a logbook. These are special maps full of buried treasure and relics, essentially one giant dig site. Here, you can create an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of remnants. But be careful, many remnants have mods that can really brick your build, so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter harder than you can handle. There are all sorts of interesting things buried under the ground in logbooks. You might find dripping caves and hidden pirate caches. But the most powerful encounter is Olroth, the ancient undead commander of the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique rewards, as well as points to spend in the expedition section of the Atlas tree. So those are the in-game systems on the
Yeah, they're
Atlas,
100%
but we are
ripping
not
off Path
done
of
yet.
Exile.
The
It's kinda-
trials we talked about
Come on,
earlier
man.
have
Really?
much more content when you
original.
get to in-game too. Just like the other in-game systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from them. As you get higher level coins for the Trial of the Sycamores, you will unlock more floors to explore. Each floor has its own challenging rooms
Hope you're good at
and a
Sanctum.
floor boss that you will need to kill.
Hope you're good at Sanctum. Shit's about to ramp up.
There are 4 floors in total, leading to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sycamores is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items.
So
they can be
jewels are
really
only from
powerful
Sanctum,
as they allow
huh?
you to stack modifiers that may
Sorry,
not be
Trial of
easily
Sycamore.
accessible on the tree normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree, so it's possible to gain a lot of power here.
But jewel
There are
sockets
also other types
on
of
the
jewels
main
that don't
path
provide
now.
any bonuses themselves, but affect other passives surrounding them. This jewel increases the effect of small nodes and radius by 25%. With careful placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it. There are also unique jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself. In order to push further into the trial and uncover the secrets of the Maraketh, you will want to take advantage of its progression system, relics. Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency items, making them even stronger.
You can craft
If you can
relics.
complete the entire trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used on your next run, but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame. If you use it, you will have only 1 honor for the entire trial.
No hit
so you
run.
will need to do a completely hitless run. The Trial of Chaos also extends into the endgame. As you gain inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels, the number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Val style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards. At endgame, you can progress through up to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge, but it's worth it. The Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Val Empire, such as Val Orbs. Val Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your gear with random, mysterious outcomes. Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft. But it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment, or it might re-roll up to half of its modifiers. Val Orbs also have the ability to
Re-roll
add
up
a
to
socket,
half its
allowing you to
modifiers.
bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item can have.
3
A
rune
body
word
armor could get up to
sockets?
3 sockets this way,
Holy.
allowing for a significant number of mods.
Holy.
Val Orbs can even modify uniques. Adding enchantments or sockets to uniques can make them incredibly powerful, but there is a good chance that you will break them as well.
It has a
The
leak
Trial
specific
Master
health,
will also
It's
occasionally
just like
offer
Sanctum.
you soul cores. Originally formed by Chaos, the Vaal sought to replicate soul cores through human sacrifice rituals and blood magic to power their civilization. Soul cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes. Like all in-game content, there is of course a pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door. Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides. Perhaps you are willing to take the risk to find out. Had enough yet? Because there is still just one more thing. The most difficult content in Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged from underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame. It is clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat them. Each faction is led by an Uber-Act boss. You can see one of them inhabiting the city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time. But is there a tree you get points in after killing it? Of course there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
So these are your challenges for PoE 2. As you can see, this project is crazy huge, way bigger than even we expected when we started out. But how do you gain access? Well, during early access you'll need a key to get in. To thank our existing PoE supporters who have spent more than $480, we'll be giving you guys a key for the PC version for free. Anyone else who wants one can get one by purchasing one of the new early access supporter packs that have just been released to the store.
That pack in the
If
middle
you
looks
just want early
insane.
access to PoE 2, then you can get a key in the $30 early access pack. The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store. But we also have a variety of other supporter packs filled with exclusive microtransactions, points to spend in the store, and even physical items. The cosmetics can be used right now in PoE 1 and in Path of
so
Exile 2 when early
expensive.
access starts.
It's so
Most of this footage
expensive.
has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where you can use them immediately. The Lord of Ogham supporter pack contains a cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Ogham himself. There is also a matching back attachment which has an alternate variant depicting the influence of corruption. Also in this pack you can find a portal formed of the rusted armor of the fallen soldiers in the Red Vale of Ogham, and the offspring of a vicious crowbell boss found in the hunting grounds.
That's so cute.
This one doesn't look so vicious though.
Oh, so cute.
On top of that, you'll receive the Iron Count's Zweihander to apply to your one-handed or two-handed swords. For those who are wanting to decorate your hideouts with fond memories and tales of Path of Exile's history, you will also get a series of hideout statues. This pack contains the statue of Hillock. For Path of Exile 1's closed beta, each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi. Following this tradition, all packs in this series will also contain a new themed Kiwi pet. The pet will loyally follow you into battle, but run away at the first sign of trouble. Become the ruler of the desert with the King of the Faradin supporter pack. Show your mastery of traversing the sands of the Vasteri Plains. The body armor will allow you to glide along the ground with ancient sand magic. Now each armor set comes with body
Legs are
armor,
replaced with
boots,
arms?
gloves, and helmet, but the boots are covered in sand. If you'd prefer to show them off, you can turn the gliding off if you want. The accompanying back attachment equips you with two powerful pillars that can control and manipulate lightning. They will periodically release their energy in a powerful blast while in town, and hover in a circle around you, arcing lightning between them, forming a barrier of energy. Replace the appearance of any bow with the Faradin's Glory skin, or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End spear skin. This spear skin can be applied to staves and war staves in Path of Exile 1. If you want to truly show your worth as a King of the Faradin, then you definitely need your trusty, moving, entire city fortress known as the Dreadnought to travel across the Vasteri Plains. In Path of Exile, you can decorate your hideout however
That's
you
an
like,
insane
and it's no
hideout.
exception here. It comes with a variety of thematic elements to use, or use decorations from elsewhere in the game. Additionally, you will get the Deshret's Blessing level up effect. the king of the Faradin Kiwi pet, and last but not least, a statue depicting the Vaal Oversoul from Path of Exile 1.
Oh, that's an insane Oversoul.
For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from the previous tier, so you'll get all the items from the Lord of Ogham supporter pack as well.
Oh my god.
The Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporter pack features an armor set and back attachment themed around the Vaal and their pursuit of science and progress. You can find the Soul Core weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic energy harnessed from sacrifice to spill from your weapon. This pack also contains Doryani's Idol. It replaces the default appearance of any foci to an ancient relic once used by Doryani, and this can be applied to shields in Path of Exile 1. That's not the only Vaal weapon you'll find. It also contains the Wand of the Thaumaturge skin, and the Royal Sacrifice Dagger skin. You wouldn't think to put sacrificial gems on a Kiwi, but the Vaal did. Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporters will receive the Thaumaturge of the Vaal Kiwi pet, and the Statue of Dominus. This is also the first pack in the series with a physical item. When purchasing this pack, you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt, but if you don't want one, you can opt out in return for additional points to spend in the store. Becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter will grant you an armor set and back attachment adorned in jade carvings and iridescent feathers resembling Pawa, enough to even impress the ancestral gods, specifically Tukohama, the Karui god of war. Overkill, you say? I think the Karui people would disagree. Why not drop a gigantic totem on rare enemies you slay to crush them to a pulp? Replace your crafting bench in your hideout with the Ancestral Canoe crafting bench, where Ancestral Chief Mata will summon a giant canoe manned by Karui warriors to aid in your crafting desires.
That's a crafting bench?
You'll also get a pair of weapon skins. Equip Akoya's Felling Axe skin to your one-hand or two-handed axes, or Tukohama's Crusher to your one-handed or two-handed maces.
Yeah, that jade is sick looking.
A true Karui warlord is always accompanied by their trusty Kiwi. Equipped with armor and harnessing ancestral magic, they make the perfect sidekick. Once one of the most feared beings in Rayclast, Malachi was slain by a powerful exile. May the statue commemorate the virtue of exiles past, present, and of the future.
No, Kiwi's the Kiwi.
Of course, it's not all about dressing up in game. You'll want to look good in real life too. By becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter, you'll also get a Path of Exile 2 hoodie.
Kiwi.
Our final tier of supporter pack in this series is the Liberator of Rayclast supporter pack. The Liberator of Rayclast armor set and back attachment come made with the finest materials in Rayclast, and shattered glass mosaics suspended in divine power. Set up your base of operations in the Beacon of Salvation hideout. Why restrict yourself to just one island when you can liberate more? The Beacon of Salvation hideout comes equipped with your own collection of small islands and personal operators of boats that you can use to row between them.
You can row on a boat in your hideout.
Click a boat to enter and navigate as you choose. Decorate each island as you see fit to best represent your well-earned hideout. Everyone in your hideout can use their own boat. Why not have some races? You can also get the Window to Twilight portal effect. A beautiful mosaic piece of art that shatters and reveals a gateway to your desired destination as you approach it. As you walk away, the glass magically reforms back to its original form. Rule in style with the Throne of the Ruler map device. Sure, this map device can create portals to in-game maps, but it also comes with a throne you can sit on to oversee your growing kingdom. Look down on the plebeians running your maps. Being the Liberator, though, is not just about sitting on your throne all day. If you do decide to join the fight yourself, you can leave a High Priest in charge as your second in command. Liberator of Rayclast supporters will also get a set of varied weapon skins. The Light of Divinity Scepter skin, the Deliverance Crossbow skin, the Justice Flail skin, and the Redemption Shield skin. Once again, you'll have an accompanying Kiwi, and of course a statue depicting one of the most iconic events in Rayclast's history.
You get
the
Kitava.
Battle between a powerful exile and Kitava, the Insatiable.
With Sin and Innocence.
With the help of two deities, Sin and Innocence, the exile was able to defeat him once and for all.
The gold accents.
This supporter pack also contains the Path of Exile 2 art book. This 215-page full-color art book includes a huge amount of amazing concept art and lore produced during the long and exciting journey of Path of Exile 2's development. And finally, Path of Exile has a tradition of letting the community participate in designing game features. For Path of Exile 2, we'll be adding the Twilight Order Foil Reliquary. By becoming a Liberator of Ray class supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you will be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the reliquary will start dropping, and other players will be able to find foil versions of uniques that you have submitted, along with a message for the lucky player.
I wonder how that works.
The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the reliquary to drop them, so choose wisely. Now, almost all of these items are available to use in PoE 1 right now. There are a few exceptions where the item class clearly doesn't exist, such as crossbows or flails. And there are also a few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in PoE 2 at the start of early access. Once classes that use those weapon types are added, those microtransactions will be available to use. If you can't decide which supporter pack to choose yet, you can always start with the early access supporter pack that just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date. These supporter packs will be available for purchase throughout early access. We'd really like to thank you for your ongoing support. Without you guys, Path of Exile 2 could not have happened. Now, I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. Stick around, because coming up next, we have a live
bathroom
Q&A
break, guys.
with
Bathroom
Ziggy
break. Bathroom break. I gotta go to the bathroom. It might take a couple more minutes. Wink, wink. All right, BRB.
To the post-show discussion and Q&A. I hope you all enjoyed what you've seen so far. It's been pretty exciting for us here as well, as you guys have been inspired already just watching things. And you're already cooking a new ascendancy class.
Yeah, for sure.
Got to do design whenever you can.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's been a few fun moments here already. But I'm your host, Ziggy D, and I'm joined by Jonathan and Mark to talk about everything you've seen. Honestly, it's so much.
I mean, we were really keen to make sure that when we went into early access that people didn't feel like it was just, limping along and kind of, just like a minimum amount of content. We really wanted to kind of blow people away. So hopefully people feel like, there is enough content. Because, it was certainly a mission to get all that stuff in.
Yeah, I did come here expecting that there would be, maybe a basic mapping placeholder end game and your 3 acts and, the half the classes. But you've made a decision here, clearly, that's got the core PoE player community in mind.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we have to make sure, look, Path of Exile's endgame is kind of known for the fact that you get to choose between different types of content and that, some people enjoy one thing, some people enjoy another. And I feel like that choice is, a huge part of what makes it good. So if we didn't have that when we entered endgame, then I don't think that would be, that wouldn't be a Path of Exile endgame. So that's kind of what we have to make sure of. So we kind of said, okay, well, what is the minimum number of different in-game things you need to be able to have in order to be able to actually have a viable in-game that we feel like you get different choices, and that's how we ended up with what we have here.
I definitely feel like a lot of games nowadays release, and their campaign's intact and real good. You get to the end game and it just falls real flat.
Yeah.
And it was certainly a very important moment for us when we were like, hold on, that's the wrong thing to do. Let's not make the same mistake as everyone else. Let's pivot. And we actually did that, and it made a world of difference and made the game all of a sudden, 100 times bigger with an infinite amount more content, right?
It was definitely hard though, because it's we're progressing. It's we would have made it. We would have gotten all these acts in if we hadn't have changed direction. It's to actually say, we're going to specifically not finish this content that we'll be working on, it's pins down everyone. We're stopping work on this. We're going to move over to endgame because it's actually more important. That was certainly a hard one.
That would have been some whiplash there, I imagine.
For sure. Well, I mean, it's suddenly the whole, environment art team, it's they're all just whatever you're working on, just scrap. You don't want to scrap, but, just stop it. we're doing something else now. So
saving clothes, yeah.
Especially for a lot of the developers, because you got to also think, a lot of our developers have just been working on this campaign for, what is it now, 6 years?
I think it's even longer, actually.
Yeah, it's just this epic journey, whereas none of them, a lot of these people haven't been working on Path of Exile 1 this whole time, so some of us are we're just churning out endgame with every league and doing all of that, but for a lot of these people, a lot of these developers, it was quite jarring to swap over, but everyone embraced it, You know, we talked about it. Everyone was happy about it and stoked about it, and it just ended up coming out real awesome. So
I think it's landed well, and it definitely kind of blew me away when you. So even before I saw anything, we were in the car on the drive here, and you were just info dumping all of the end game. You're like, oh, we got this feature, we got this feature. I'm getting dopamine just from hearing about it. I haven't even seen anything yet. But do you guys feel like you're competing against yourselves a little bit here? Because Path of Exile's kind of set the bar. The original game has set the bar for what is available to endgame in a game like this, and it makes it's not acceptable really to launch with just nothing in terms of endgame now.
Absolutely. I mean, I mean, like if you're not competing with yourself, then I don't think you're going to make good progress, right? So that's what you really have to do.
Yeah, but cracking that out for beta even.
Yep, absolutely.
Pretty
Well, as I
exciting.
said, I just think it would not have landed nearly as well without that. And I think it's important that our existing Path of Exile 1 community feels like they're also served. Like, yeah, sure, we're doing all this stuff for new players, and that's really important, and that'll expand the audience. But, you know, if we launched and all the PoE 1 players are unhappy, that wouldn't be good. So, you know, we have to make sure that they also feel like, you know, they've got a game for both them and for all the new players we hope to bring to the genre.
And you definitely want all those different axes as well. Like just having two, right? You'll get a lot of content can be immediately divisive, right? Obviously, that's the nature of it. That's how it goes, right? And so you have all of these different avenues because there are different players who like different types of content.
Yeah.
So if you're just like, here's your one end game system, well,
like that
immediately
one.
then there is a portion of players who are just like, I don't want this, right? And so having all of these options is like ultra key, and that is what Path of Exile 1 has taught us. And again, it's like, I'd say lessons learned, you know, for the genre, and it is expanding in other games and stuff, but yeah, certainly, as you said, competing with ourselves. Yes, PoE 1 has like,
Damn, did I miss anything?
you know, 40 axes, you know, and we've got 7 really good ones here, and obviously more to come. But 7 is a lot, mind you.
Especially when it's all like, you know, like people have to learn a lot of things again. It's going to be very interesting to see how long it takes people to do the kind of difficulty 4 pinnacle content. It's like we have a, you know, we have to. It's honestly like we actually don't even really know because like you never know what people are going to find in terms of builds and so on. Like I'm hoping that it will take people a while to be able to work it out, but you know, you never know. Maybe end of day 1, people just be like, oh yeah, easy, no problem, mate. You know, could be what it's like.
We have a few people that are doing that sort of thing. I saw like a solo self found level 100 in 24 hours or something.
Jeez. Okay, we got this is where we've got it now, is it?
So but I imagine there'll be a little bit of a soft reset there for people.
For sure.
A relearning period.
There's stuff to learn.
And I mean, PoE 2 has changed a lot over the years, so more than 5 years of development now. And what was that initial pitch when PoE 2 was first put forwards, like as to what it's going to be? Because it was much smaller in scope originally.
Yeah, so when we started, it wasn't even a sequel. It was just we're just updating the character rigs, and over time, it kind of feature creeped into a proper sequel. But the thing that we were saying is, whenever we were talking about it, and I guess this is the main thing, is that we're like, okay, when we make an area here, it needs to be that there's like a theme for it. It feels unique from everything else. We're not going to just like have recycled stuff like within the campaign that just feels like, oh, you know, we just took this area and modified it slightly. You know, each one's got to have its own stuff. It's got to have monsters that were like carefully thought about that like, you know, fit in with the world. And it's got to have bosses that are actually like good tier quality. You know, and every area is going to have one. So those decisions have kind of been things that have meant that they really raised the quality bar to a level that took us way longer than we even really expected. Like those things there, just like it's huge, right? Like honestly, I feel like we underestimated significantly what it would take to deliver that level of quality.
I remember really early on, a battle I fought for, and I mean like way back, was like, if you think back to, say, Diablo 2, which obviously still holds a lot of, you know, power in terms of design motivations and philosophy and stuff within the company, you get things like the super uniques, and PoE 1 did them, and it's just like, here's a boss with 1 or 2 skills. And I remember very, very, very early on in PoE 2, I'm like, I want every single boss to be memorable and a thing. I don't want a unique monster that's just like dies in 2 seconds and uses heavy strike and has a fancy name. And I remember, I even got some push.
Poor Caliph.
I remember getting some pushback at the time and thinking like, you know, I love the bosses, my favorite part of everything, and so I was just like, man, I don't want this. This is just terrible. But of course, that decision, me pushing for that, me wanting that, turned into this megalithic.
What have you done?
Now we have 50, aiming to be 100. Honestly, probably later, several more 100 once all the end games, everything start to evolve and
Mark's
more
got the
expansions
celestial
comes
cat
out.
socks on.
And I'm like, yep, we maybe just made 100 times more work for ourselves, but 100% bloody worthwhile, because I'd say those bosses are one of the main attraction pieces of the game, and anyone who plays it is just like, holy crap, those boss fights are amazing. So like, obviously some are bad and some are good to different people and all that. That's how it all goes. That's part of all the fun. But it is true that me pushing for that thing literally created thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of work. Now, worthwhile work, but it is again that exact thing of like, the scope was kind of small on numerous axes, and as we just raised the quality bar to what we thought was good, it certainly went from, what was it initially? Just reskinning some character classes and new rigs or whatever, into this like mega scale entire campaign. Yeah, everything. But
full standalone separate game. Yeah.
Fun other anecdote since we went out of that territory. It was originally codenamed Project Chimera.
What? I don't.
It was this pipe dream.
I've never been a fan of these codename things
it
like
was
that.
It was this like there were times way back in the original Office. There was all this like. Sometimes there'll be a feature you can't really do in PoE 1, and it was always like, we'll do it in Project Chimera. That was like amongst the developers, and people were like, what the heck is that? Now, ironically, there is a boss in Act 3 called, well, it's got a different name, but it's called the Chimera internally. It is a chimera. It's a multi-headed beast, and you've seen it in a few of the marketing, things here and here, different trailers, little snippets of it. And I think it's just ironic that was actually the first boss asset made before everything, the first monster, because back in when we used to just make random monsters and we'll find out how to use them. And that was made for that game. It was used in the original PoE 2 trailer, right? It is the only incomplete, technically, but only from a balance standpoint, or it was the last boss to finish in the entire Path of Exile 2 campaign right now.
It sounds like there was like some sort of emotional demon that you had to battle there, of like the legacy of the original idea, and you had to finish it.
We had a moment with the monster game designers where we're like, oh my god, it's happening, the Chimera is finally being finished. Holy, this is like, we were effectively like, we need to celebrate this boss finally being done. It was like at the origin, and now it's at this, point where we're about to deploy early access. Not to say the end, because the end is forever away.
Yeah. It's still the beginning of a journey in many ways. Huh?
Yep.
But on that note of celebrating, like, how do you guys feel having now kind of, for the first time, I feel really like laid bare kind of everything you have. You're putting it out there, and only being 2 weeks away from everyone playing it.
Well, it's always scary, coming into a release, and I think especially for, there's like
how many days we got?
A bunch of people on the PoE 2 team who have
15 days.
Like they have, this is their first game that they're going to be releasing, and that experience is something that it's tough. And honestly, I think that even we were feeling a little bit cocky actually about the fact, because we release content for PoE 1 all the time, and I feel like we kind of felt like we knew what it took to get a game released, but honestly, like PoE 2 was just a whole entirely different demon as far as getting things out, right? Like, it's just way more difficult. Like, when you actually have to make everything, like the whole frickin' thing right from the ground up again, it's like, wow, there's way more stuff there. And like, there's even things like the passive tree, where it's like, I feel like we underestimated what it would take to get something like that to an actual releasable state. Like that was a huge amount of work, just like absolutely colossal to get it to get that kind of stuff in shape. Like it's just been crazy. Obviously it's nerve-wracking, coming up to a release day. But I think we do have something that players are going to really enjoy, and it's always comforting when we had a live event in LA recently. People, we got to the time limit and everyone's like, oh man, we don't want to stop. So I think people are going to really enjoy it.
That was me.
It's been a whole different experience for me here playing this time around as well, whereas before I was playing a very buggy kind of internal version of the game that was very experimental. Now playing a, almost what I'm going to be playing. In
Well, I
2
heard you
weeks, so.
still managed to blow the count up the elevator with some kind of knockback bug.
I wasn't going to mention that.
Yeah, we have to get that one.
I did send the Act 1 boss up an elevator with knockback. It was good.
Intended mechanic.
I thought it was pretty funny. He was in his like big wolf form and kind of trapped in there, so just barking at me.
I think once early access starts, it's just going. My assumption is there's no end.
I'm sure there's a few things to work out.
I think this is like a soft release of the game.
Can have a little bit of a rest
it's just
for a
like
day
kind of
before we
limited
get
who
back
can
into
play
it.
right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's been.
They're just going to keep adding.
Been a lot.
Yeah, it's just EA
they've
until
done that
release.
pivot
Like
to
there's
the
no
end-game focus and got
there's no end.
so much for us now to play
Huey
around
2 is
with
just coming
in the
out.
beta, and it
It's just
seems
coming
like
out.
originally I was thinking, we might be playing for a few weeks here, and then maybe going back over to some Path of
The real
Exile
question
stuff. It
is-
seems like you guys want us playing through Christmas.
Leagues and wipes, standard
That would
league, all
certainly
that.
be good. I mean, look,
Yeah.
there's enough stuff there. I think it will take people a long time to get through.
Yep.
And I mean, obviously, it's also going to be the first time people are playing through a completely fresh campaign as well. I think that will take people a fair amount of time. So yeah, there's
The
and then,
campaign?
of course, the end game as well to explore. I mean, yeah, it should be pretty
At the
significant.
playtest? Oh my god.
I mean, we've always wanted it to be that
Tell you guys
Path of
later.
Exile 2 leagues, are going to be, like how PoE1 leagues are, where you play them and you play them for a reasonable amount of time, and then sure you get done with them eventually, and then you've got the next content that comes out. So in order to be able to realize that,
Yeah,
you have to have
game
enough of a
ain't
base
easy, I'll just say that.
to make that happen.
Yeah, people are definitely wondering how invested they can get in the beta. So I definitely want to ask a few questions kind of
Sure.
around that idea. So firstly, is there going to be wipes and resets, and will there be something before launch as well?
So we are going to be having new leagues effectively throughout the beta whenever we launch something significant, because we want to make sure that all of the effectively that people are able to play through. But that stuff will be merged into an early access league, and effectively after we go into full release, that league will stick around. Now I can't promise that everything about your character will function exactly like
Surely
how
not.
it did in that thing.
I imagine it would be a glorious kind of snapshot of all of the here's all the broken
here's all
stuff
the broken
I have.
stuff.
Yeah.
But effectively, we can contain all that stuff in the sort of early access league, and then if you still want to play those characters, then you can go right ahead and do that. But the action is always going to be in whatever the most recent league is, and then of course after that point, there'll be a standard that everything goes into, which all our
Early
economic
access league
sins
is not standard
will
league.
forevermore be archived in the in standard.
Oh, it's like voided.
So yeah, that's
Pseudo
no doubt
voided
will-
league.
Well, it's nice that it's not going to be affecting what will be.
Oh,
in the standard league.
interesting.
Yeah.
Also,
That's the
that
idea.
people will be able to kind of get invested in their characters.
Yeah,
Because,
absolutely.
I mean, there's
Interesting.
even something kind of cool about the idea of making something that will be like that little historical
Yeah,
piece.
absolutely.
A little collectible.
Yeah,
Absolutely,
drop
and
some
I'm
word
sure there'll
here.
be some handful of legacy things.
I've
that
played
only
on mouse
exist
and
in
keyboard
early
and
access
controller.
leagues, so I guess we'll have to see how comes the unique balance.
You talked about the playing for a week or how long are we expecting?
Yeah.
Well, we also got to remember, and a lot of the PoE1 players will be thinking very differently to people who are obviously going to experience this as a new game, but it is a new game, right? You don't have all these predefined, hyper-refined builds to play to immediately, go through things. You don't have people coming in with fully detailed 7 million line build guides of exactly what to do with what items. The discovery is going to be there. The discovery takes time, and the discovery is honestly ultra fun for me. I love it.
Yeah.
Now, those things will emerge after time. Of course they do. Completely fine. But you should remember, there's a lot of game to play here to discover, to learn about the world, the new narratives, the new world building, the new unique items, the ascendancy classes, the massive passive tree, which is bigger than PoE1's, the end game systems, the bosses. It's not going to be this I personally, when a PoE1 league comes out, for example, I play for a month. Sometimes a bit longer, sometimes a bit less. It ultimately also depends largely what's going on here and how much I need to invest here. So, and there are other people who play for more 3 and whatnot, but there's certainly going to be a much longer time period you can play this for while still discovering new stuff and not feel like you're finished, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, of course, you see that's subjective. Everyone can pick their own point when they finish, but if you want to see everything and do everything, you're going to be investing a lot more time, especially these first-time rounds, and then obviously with every league, there's more to discover, but you get faster at doing all these parts over and over and over again. You'll get more efficient over time. That's how the game works. So, yeah, I'd expect a lot of time to be sunk into this to fully explore it to start with, a lot, not a week, not 2 weeks. You're going to be going far, far longer than that if you want to see everything. But, it's up to you. Play at your own pace. See how you want to go. Learn at your own pace. That's the beauty of a new game as well, which we haven't been able to experience with Path of Exile 1, or other games and for so long, is actually discovering the entire world, and yeah, there's some familiar mechanics at the end game and stuff like that, which is awesome for people. But yeah, I certainly want to really. I'm very excited to see people discovering the new things and getting so excited about it.
I can tell you're amped for watching people go through that discovery process. I'm maybe even
like
diving in yourself
100%.
I mean, I love sitting there in Path of Building, as many of us do, but I am very excited for that.
Well, yeah, as we were
new
saying,
discovery process for a while.
I think you were saying how
Unmapped.
much you were part spreadsheet. I think I'm like I think I was saying I'm like maybe 60% spreadsheet, 40% discovery, and that's my play archetype. You know, so
coming up with our player profiles, and Timmy spikes and things like that for both of Exile characters. Yeah.
The discovery part of me is ultra excited, and I'll mind you, that's coming from someone who kind of knows all the content. I'm still, because there's something different about making it versus actually playing it live with the players.
Curious where
seeing them discover it,
studio
uniques
is.
being linked in
They
chat.
did not have room
and
for that in
Reddit
the
and
office
all
when I
that
was
is
there.
just so cool. So we're gonna get a massive dose of that, and it is like genuinely exciting to just see how people are gonna think. You know, what's worth 1 chaos or what's worth 10 chaos, what's worth if chaos is
chaos
even the metric.
is chaos even the currency that people settle on?
We were arguing about this earlier.
I'm pretty sure that 1 C spam in chat might turn into 1 E, because like, you know, 1 exalt. Given that exalt is now,
I think it'll be chaos.
People probably
ad remove will still be.
People don't appreciate, by the way. Like, so when we say we've increased, you're going to be getting multiple exalts in Act 1 in PoE 2. Like, we actually have increed that a lot. It isn't just like an idle, you know, like.
I can
thing.
see exalts becoming the new kind of like chaos.
I actually think
chaos
it will
being
be.
the new
Yeah.
divines.
I actually agree. But we'll see.
But, like, that's my point.
But it's a new economy, right? Like, who even knows?
Yeah.
The market will have to.
But I like that we're already arguing about this. It's good fun. So, do you have some kind of like beta release roadmap for updates and things like that for people to look forward to?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
we certainly did have
I'm
one
excited
6
for
months
PvT.
ago. Which
It looks-
but now that we're,
feature creep,
you know, now
I
that
want
we're
a
sort
new
of getting
game.
to release
I really
it's like,
want
oh
a
my
new
god,
game.
like, you know, we have to look at it.
That's
So
different.
I mean, look, I don't think it'll be any less than 6 months, and I think it could easily end up being more. I certainly don't want to. I mean, look, 2025. I think really want to be, you know, full release in 2025. I don't really want to be spending more than a year. That would be pretty crazy. But I mean, honestly, like, we have to get all the content finished and all that sort of stuff. You know, we always feel like we underestimate these things, and of course, we have to learn what we need to learn. We have to get the game to the point when it is really fun. You know, we have to make sure that, like, all of the things, like, you know, we've got the difficulty right for all the players, we've got the economy right, like all the stuff. I mean, there's a lot of things that we have to sort out. And so I kind of have a feeling that the first few weeks at least are going to just be scramble of, like, you know, oh crap, someone like worked this crazy thing out and we found this thing, and, like, you know, that's always scary, you know, because it's just when we add content to PoE 1, it's like at least the kind of base of stuff that we have is kind of, you know, well tested and people know kind of what's going on with it.
No EA
but
for
here
console?
it's like just complete new world, and we're the
I'm
kind of
actually not
game
sure.
that has a lot of ability for players to do stuff that we wouldn't anticipate.
I would assume they would.
You know,
be
we
on console.
have
They want full console
just
parity.
the way support gyms work and everything like that. So there's certainly a lot of worry that, like, there's just going to be builds that are, like, completely ridiculous that we just never anticipated, combining certain things in different ways we don't expect. You know, with hundreds of support gems, it can be like that. So you know, that's going to be an interesting one.
It will happen.
Yeah, for sure.
It is
will.
inevitable, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, there's nothing we can even do about it, because you need hundreds and thousands of hours of testing to be able to do that with what can only be done with hundreds of thousands of players. But that's also the magic of it all, which is awesome.
That's why I was asking you, like, are you literally really doing 12 classes and 36 ascendancies, like, actually?
Yeah,
'Cause
that's absolutely. We have
a lot.
we know what we want to do with
It's a
all
bit
that stuff.
unhinged.
It is a bit, but you know, we like a challenge. I mean, you know, a studio that produces a passive skill tree like we do clearly has a bit of a glutton for punishment with regard to just, like, mixing.
You totally could have done 6 and then, like, I don't know, added
Trevor,
more
buddy, I can
later
give you
in
the
an
link.
expansion or something.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we could have. I mean, look, this is the plan. This is the plan. You know, I mean, like, as people go through early access, it's going to feel like there's just expansion content coming up pretty frequently. Just because, you know, we have all the stuff that we kind of, you know, got a lot of the way through. So yeah, there's stuff to come. I mean, look, I'm pretty sure, like, I really want to get the Druid out. Like, we announced it, we've talked about it. It's a lot of fun. You know, I'm keen to get that out there as soon as we can. You know, the Huntress we've talked a bunch about as well. There's, like, those kinds of things I think we'll be able to move towards those pretty quick. But you know,
Epic client, huh?
The other thing you mentioned,
Really?
talking roadmap like things, is we've always been
you know, it's hard to predict because a lot of what will happen is, and what we leave space for is reacting to what the players want. And so if you plan everything for so long, you're going to have very, very, very slow
there's a
reaction
lot of
times to
Fortnite
fixing,
kids that only have
you know,
Epic.
or
They don't
adding
even have
certain
Steam.
content where they
No kidding.
you know, maybe the issue is like, the campaign needs more of this, or this class needs more of this, or something. So if you're planning, then you're going to be delivering on what they want solved like a year down the line or even longer.
Right,
and
Yeah,
where
is
we
there no
like to
standalone?
remain very, very dynamic and like, you know,
That would be
you want to be able to fix that stuff like,
crazy.
oh, well,
Yo,
this is the
G-Thunder,
main
thanks,
problem.
man.
Like, sure, obviously you need more than a week sometimes,
Thanks for the
most of the
prime.
time. But we want it generally to be that the next releases, expansions, updates, whatever, can alleviate as many of those problems as possible. So, yeah, you try not to get too strict with the planning has generally been our philosophy, because especially when it comes to actually having the live service product out, because that is very, very important. Otherwise, you're never going to seem like you're doing what people want, and what are you doing if not that?
So that actually is a good point. Like, I was going to ask, what do the team want out of the beta? Because obviously it's like a good way to market the game, but it's also, key to shaping the game in the future. Like,
So-
an actual beta. It's not just early access.
I think one of the most important things, I think it's going to be really good for the development team to get back into a live mindset and like get it back into the idea of like, okay, everything we make is shipping.
People are
soon,
seeing
you know,
this.
Like get back into this, people are seeing, like actually getting back into that, and like being able to sort of see directly, like, okay, we make something, it goes in the game, people like it, don't like it, like that kind of stuff. Like, and that really, like, that has been our studio for like most of its lifetime. Obviously, before we released PoE1, it wasn't, but after that point, I mean, we are a company, like, we are a company that likes to think that we can do live service better than anyone else. Like, that is our goal. And so, like, getting back into that again, for everyone in the studio, so that everyone's working on things that are going to be releasing within, certainly in less time than 3 months away. Is going to think be really, really good for us again. I look forward to just being able to do that, because these long term, like really long term things, like that span over years. It's like you go so long without proper feedback, like stuff kind of gets made, and then like it's not really in a real game, and so it doesn't get
probably
tested
lose
properly.
perspective
And you absolutely lose perspective on this stuff. So I think that that's just going to be a really great to get back to that again.
Yeah. I honestly, as you said, it is early access. It is a beta period, and I'd say, personally speaking, the thing that, and we mentioned it briefly about the character balance and the builds that are broken and all that, that's obviously pretty useful to me, right?
Yeah.
Plus, we have other systems in there, like, the checkpointing system, right? You have to kill the boss in one life. These are things we haven't mass tested, and obviously other games have, and they work, and that's awesome. There are other things like, the end game system is a little bit less forgiving in that if you die, you fail the map, right? These things are things that we obviously need to test and iterate on in the future by adjusting the difficulty and stuff like that. And especially as you get towards this point of, the end game, like, okay, Act 1 has been tested like crazy.
Yep.
Right? And you get less and less testing as it goes on, because you get less people, they've just been around for less time. And so, yeah, it's going to be a huge amount of iteration and feedback, and from the players and us just, reevaluating all the stuff. And the thing is, we're always dynamic about that stuff. Like, we'll just change things if it's wrong. We'll redesign it. We'll come up with a new
Just
way.
looking at the Path of Exile Reddit.
Jonathan's a firm believer of if A doesn't work and B doesn't work, then we'll find C, we'll find option C, we'll find option D, and we'll keep changing things, and we'll make it work. So, yeah, it's going to be a lot of that iteration on our design decisions, how forgiving, because, like, the game is pretty hard. It can be pretty hard. And so when you're on that fine line of, like, if things are difficult, it's not too easy to know if you've tilted one way or the other. So, finding what everyone agrees should be the common corrected difficulty is something that I will obviously be paying very, very, very close attention to.
It's a pretty hard thing to nail down when you are making the game. And so we've seen that a lot, where you folks have been pretty willing to change and then rechange and rechange again. Some of the core features like flasks and the waypointing
Let's turn the
system
notifications
and
back on.
And you're keeping that kind of mindset going into the beta then.
Of course. I mean, look, we're always willing to change stuff. Like that flask thing, like the most recent change to that was like ultra recent.
Thanks for all the follows, guys. Thanks for you guys
we haven't
being
had
here.
like a closed beta of that yet. Was it? No,
No.
I think we haven't. Yeah,
think
but I mean, I think it's way better than it was. Like it's things have improved a lot, and honestly, like that's one of those things I've been wanting to do something to sort out flasks for ages.
You feel
And it really
shame?
came
I think
about
I spent like
because,
$4,000 or something.
When actually looking at what new players were having trouble with,
I'm easily in there.
Flask piano was actually like even from the very beginning of the game, actually ended up being one of those things that like people just had trouble just like just the manual dexterity required to like hit all your different flask keys, and then like know like you have to know
Flask
when one of your
piano
flasks
sucks,
run out, so you
man.
move to the next one, and like
I'm
various
glad
things
that-
like
I'm so
that. Like, all
happy
that
it's
stuff
gone.
actually was like just a weirdly large amount of mechanical complexity right from the very beginning. And then even at in-game, I don't think it was really that satisfying either, because you ended up with like just like having to press all these buttons all the time, and obviously it's all utility flasks that people are using at in-game. And then we kind of tried to band-aid this in PoE 1 with the some of the flask automation stuff that was added there, but there was still this idea that that you're still more powerful if you don't automate. So therefore, it's like there's that trade-off there. So
you're just more powerful if you get mage blood. Really,
sure, I guess, sure.
And then it's all automated, and you're very powerful.
Yeah, sure, all right. But so the point is effectively that the charm stuff that we're doing effectively means that you no longer the game is making that decision of like that stuff will be automated. You no longer have to do that like crazy flask piano to get the best the best out of your character. And I think that is definitely a step in the right direction. And the other thing as well is it actually makes the crafting more meaningful, I think, on the flasks, because when you've got like 5 slots, then like the individual mods and the individual stuff like seems to tend to not matter as much. I mean, obviously, people want instant recovery and things like that, but like but like now it's like it's much more meaningful. Like on your life flask, the choice between do I want instant or do I want way more?
Gaz, the pin comment. Look at the pin comment. You can do that. I'll tell you
you've only got one.
If you have enough.
So yeah, I think it is a lot better personally.
You have we'll jump ahead to floss since we're on the topic. You have locked in effectively the fact that there's a mana flask there now, so that there's always going to be a mana flask slot. And how does that tie into your design for mana? And are we always going to be using a mana flask slot, or if we solve another way, what does it do?
You can absolutely solve another way, and then you'll just have a flask slot that isn't doing anything for sure. But I think it kind of has to work that way, because we really don't want. Because like once you sort of start to get into changing that around, I feel like the system sort of starts to break with regard to like the feeling of like I know where mana is, I know where my health is, like that kind of stuff. That being said, we've always got uniques and stuff like that. I believe there's already
there is a unique that allows you to equip 2 life flasks.
But the thing is, then that's a build choice that you're making, so it's a little bit different, and that's fine.
A unique for 2 life flasks.
I think the system as it works now just
baby.
So it does sound like on the mana side of things, then, that there are going to be multiple angles of solving mana,
Of
not
course.
necessarily.
So we've got Leech edition number 475 is how it works, and we've finally got it right this time. I think it works. So I think it's good. So I think that Leech will be more common.
I'm not going to have to like crack out the Leech diagram showing the different buckets and things like that.
I was saying, I think that Leech might be. No, I think I was going to say Leech is one of the topics in the studio that has wasted the most designer time of anything in the industry. But I actually don't think it's that. I think the actual worst offender is what stats should Dex give you. I think that is like that one has wasted so. There's so many arguments about that.
I feel like that one's never come to the fore. Like we know about the Leech one.
I bet they'll be like saying, "Oh, it can give this or this, whatever." But there's like, seriously, there's been endless arguments about that topic. It's outrageous.
Dex giving accuracy is contentious, huh?
Yeah, you've got me thinking about it now.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, speed would be good, but then that's probably too much.
No, something like Dex, you just can't.
Dex.
We can get all the designers down here right now.
Yeah, I know. We'll just have it out again. We'll just have it out again.
The longest Q&A of all time.
Yeah.
It's already going to be that.
Sometimes you're just like, you start the day, and you're like, all right, here are the problems we need to solve, and then you're like,
what about?
But then accuracy on Dex comes up again.
No, it's 3 p.m. and we're still discussing dexterity.
Yeah.
So I go home, just make it accuracy again.
Yeah, exactly. That is literally how it comes back to accuracy every time.
This is okay.
Yeah.
Rewinding a little bit, we can't forget our roots with Path of Exile 1, of course. So for the PoE 1 enjoyers, what is the plan for PoE 1 during the course of this beta? Is there going to be leagues launching? Is it on the back burner?
Yeah, there absolutely will be leagues launching. Now I don't know the exact date, but the plan is kind of late February.
Yep.
But I mean, look, we'll see what happens. I will admit, Unfortunately, we did have to steal a few PoE1 resources just towards the end here, which is kind of been a bit unfortunate. I really wish we didn't have to. But yeah, as I said, we kind of underestimated some of the stuff. But everyone is going to be going back to PoE1 again for the February League, and you know, we're going to make sure that we can do that. Like one of the things that was a big problem for our studio when we had a long-term project and a short-term project, is that you know, you've always had that thing of like, you always want to work on the short-term thing.
Yeah.
So now that we've got 2 short-term things coming up, I actually think it's going to be a bit easier to prioritize in some respects because,
Funnily enough,
you know, it's like it's just like all that stuff is then, you know, is like coming up soon. So, but we'll see how it goes. But yeah, we need to get that PoE1 expansion out next.
Yeah, obviously, you know, I just want to always make it clear that, you know, the reason why things can't be so planned out is, again, we're just releasing this game.
Yep.
Obviously, we pivoted to endgame, and then that needed more resources. And then, of course, combined with the fact that, you know, things obviously change. There are unpredictable things in the environment we can't necessarily guarantee. And then, of course, you have, you know, Christmas coming up and all of that, right? There's so many variables to consider, but we also don't know how much time is going to be invested necessarily or need to be invested into live operations for post-release. How many problems are going to go wrong? How many builds are there? How many of the uniques are broken? How many, you know, and where do all these resources go? There are like just millions of variables here to consider, and so like it can get very, very difficult, especially at this time. But once you release, you have a bit of a grace period, so to speak, where well, more like a period of extreme amounts of fire, where we're putting out fires everywhere. But we have a period where we're fixing everything. You get everything stable, and then we're going to be like, all right, let's recalibrate, figure everything out, and what is our plans, and then establish all of that, based also on the feedback we get from that, you know, period where everything's on fire. Not to make it sound like it's going to be bad, but that is the inevitability, is that there's always problems.
Well, hopefully it appears good from a player perspective, but there's always going to be like, oh my god, people found this, and you know, like, we
don't have to see all the fires.
Like ideally, the best thing is when we're able to fix some kind of exploit before people even hear about it. And when I say exploit, I'm just talking about some broken thing. Like if we we obviously normally have to worry about like the whole mid-league nerf concept, but it's like if you can deal with something within like an hour or two of it happening, then it's like you're kind of okay because you know, no one had a chance to kind of like everyone didn't swap their build over to it or whatever. But yeah, we're gonna have to be really on the ball for PoE2 just because there's so many things that are new.
Well, I mean, look, we have several bosses with several elevators. How many of them can be pushed up the elevator? You know what I mean? Well, that's what I mean. When I say a fire, I'm talking about bosses getting pushed up elevators. Like, that's not okay.
I am liking my mercenary flashbang knockback is very fun.
Right. Yeah, you need to look into that, by the way. The whole flashbang.
I feel like you're going to nerf my build.
Is this when he's just finding fires already?
Yeah.
No, these are the fun things. Discovering that stuff can be very fun for the players. It's just internally, it's like, oh no, what are we doing? It can get a little bit panicky after release, you know, and it you know, there's lots of things going on. You're like, oh geez, what do I solve first? But obviously, you know, it's the same as PoE1. We're good at it at this point.
Got some experience. Under belts. You aren't going to be torturing us with like releasing beta stuff at the same time as PoE1 league launches.
Yeah, the plan is to keep them separated a bit from each other so that you know, you get a chance to play.
Don't
with
make me
both
choose.
Yeah.
So we saw a cinematic, to put it lightly. It was that was quite epic, and I know has been cooking for quite some time, and that was pretty exciting. But we've also seen just a lot of story stuff happening on a much higher level than previously now. So stepping up your storytelling game here a bit.
Yeah, so we're really wanting to make sure that the storytelling in PoE2 is much better than what it was in PoE1. Like, you know, there's a lot more kind of, I guess, like that kind of like stuff with the introductions to boss fights and the outros and things like that, like all that stuff. We've just got a lot more storytelling going in. All of those things. We do have the intro cutscene. There's also kind of like light, like between the acts. There's these kind of like more kind of motion graphic type cutscenes, just kind of establish things. And there might be some more surprises later on in the game as well. Not in early access, unfortunately. Later on that we can that you can see as well. But ultimately, we just want to make sure that like I think a lot of people who got through the PoE1 story had no idea what was happening by the end. And so effectively we want to make sure that is not the case this time around, that people really are able to absorb things. But
guilty.
One thing I will say though is that it's ultra important to us that we don't break the feeling that like when you're playing a second time that it feels like we don't want it to feel
Maps
annoying the
explanation?
second
Yeah,
time.
let me
We were
open
talking
up
about
a
this this
notepad.
morning. About
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
You don't take the control out of the player's
Exactly.
hands.
So yeah, I'm a personally a believer of the fact that if you just change, when you change the camera position for a cutscene, immediately it feels way more annoying. Like, because there's this whole thing of like if you click on an NPC and like the camera changes position, like sure, when you're playing through the campaign the first time, that kind of thing is like like that can be cool. But then if you're
Things I want to talk about
like
after.
you're playing through the second, third, fourth, fifth time,
What
you want to be able to
else?
go to
What
the
else do I
NPC and
wanna
go click,
talk
click, click,
about?
click, click, and just get past, and without it feeling like you've had to sort of worry about anything. So yeah, like effectively, we want to make sure that it's still that we still have that, because ultimately, we're a game you expect people to play through many times. So ideally, we can kind of deliver
Lack of
both
delve, I
the
mean,
situation where the first time you play
haven't
through
seen
it
it.
feels like an amazing story that you're getting, that you're taking seriously, that you're understanding, that there's like all those sort of touch points and little things just all through, while also maintaining the fact that if you know what you're doing, it's like you don't have to go talk to some quest giver just to get a quest. Like you can just go do the thing, without having to talk to someone about it first. So that kind of stuff is really important, just to make that stuff work well when you know what you're doing.
Yeah, you said something this morning that stuck with me, where you said like Path of Exile is a game where the player's meta knowledge is allowed and
Yes,
encouraged.
absolutely. So
You're
yeah,
allowed to cheat the quests
Effectively,
because
yeah. So
you know
effectively,
about
there's
I have
what
no
the
idea what
character
you mean.
knows, and there's what the player knows. And in our game, what the player knows is needs to be sufficient as far as like being able to progress the storyline. If you don't want to have it so you just talk to an NPC just to find out something you already knew as a player.
Yeah, like if you kill
you
this
mean
boss, you
soft
get the
block,
next
like
area's
soft block the
waypoint, so you
Atlas.
just like kill it,
I
log
see-
in,
I
log
know
in,
what you mean.
waypoint.
I see what you mean.
I love doing that.
Meta knowledge.
Yeah.
So you explained to me the other day
Good que-
the
yes. I don't know
kind
the
of
answer to that
the
one.
context for the beast and
Yeah,
how
I
that
have
leads
no
into
idea.
the cutscene in the beginning of PoE 2 from PoE 1,
I have
and
not
that I
played
think
the
helped
game.
put it in a lot more perspective for me and made me appreciate and understand what's going on
Yeah,
with the
yeah.
story
So
here more.
effectively, what you're seeing in the opening cutscene is effectively the a new seed of a beast that is going to be is growing. Now, in PoE 1, the beast was killed. And then what happened in response to that is a bunch of all the gods in the world were able to, were able to effectively rise again. And you killed a bunch of them, but there are more.
Roll
in the world.
a whole new
And
character.
effectively, we don't want to spoil too much about the storyline
Yeah, of
overall,
course.
but effectively, obviously, someone here, the Count is wanting to harness the power of the beast once again, and then we have the mysterious figure there who is saying, no, don't do this. This always
Infinite,
turns out
find another
badly.
node? I mean, that's not how it
There was
usually
a
works,
comment in
right?
chat that I loved that was like, "Stop opening Eldritch boxes."
Yeah, exactly.
The
Why do
idea
people
would
keep
be
doing this?
Yeah.
But I would.
your initial node.
Yeah, if someone handed you a
Unlimited
mysterious orb,
curiosity.
Like, if
wouldn't
you
press
really
the
suck at
button?
the
I
game,
mean,
There's a puzzle box.
Yeah, exactly.
what if you fail this, fail this, fail this, fail this?
Yeah.
That's the idea. You're fucked.
I mean, I'm gonna try.
Like,
but
what do you do?
Who knows
Right,
how
if
many
you- if
hours
it's all
it's gonna
fucked.
take me?
Indeed.
So we had a fun moment earlier where you were watching it and you were like, "Oh, we really need to rename that passive because he's a Karui and
Yeah,
it's
was
a wolf.
it,
It's called
Great,
a wolf.
Great Wolf's Howl.
spider?
Great
Wolf's
Wolf
Howl.
obviously being an
So you went out there and
Islamite
you-
history.
You started
Yep.
telling him.
I stomped out of the room.
There's probably a
we need
reset
to
button or
rename that
something.
notable. He's Karui. And then I was kindly reminded that actually he was
An orphan who...
an
yeah.
orphan and was adopted
monster.
by a Islamite and raised. And so,
D4
yes,
dead?
there
I
is
don't know
a
about that,
mixture of
actually.
Karui and Islamite background. And I was
So
like,
it works. You
"Oh,
were wrong.
fair enough. I walked back
Yeah.
in here all sad and yeah,
This is
whatever.
actually a thing that we saw people in chat
It's fine.
say.
The name
he
is
looked
good.
so chastised when he came back in. But that just like points to the fact that I feel like you're doing a lot more with the characters here.
For
You
sure.
even mentioned that ascendancy stuff is going to have an
Yeah,
impact
yeah.
story-wise.
So, like with
That's wild.
We just think a lot about this kind of stuff.
36.
So the acolyte of, I always get this name wrong. The acolyte of is it Chalula?
Chayula.
Chayula. I always say this wrong.
He doesn't even know how to say
the acolyte of
Chayula.
Chayula, for example. So that we have this sort of storyline with the origins of the monks, where there's like an order of monks who worship a thing they call the Dreamer, and the Dreamer is actually Chayula. So and they don't know this. So they're effectively worshipping a breach demon. So the acolyte of Triula is effectively you embracing the fact that I'm worshipping a breach demon. I'm just going to go all the way. And you know,
I'm in too deep now.
Yeah, exactly. we're just gonna do it. So yeah, there's a lot of thinking like that goes into these things. Like, you know, what is the history of these people? Like, you know, because I think a lot of that stuff inspires interesting mechanics as well. So for example, on that one, you've got that into the breach skill, which kind of means you're always in a breach all the time. You can see the things going on like that stuff is. I think that just there's a lot of cool inspiration there. So coming up with that storyline stuff for that stuff,
there's a couple other little things that I think is cool as well, and hopefully people will notice and pay attention to. So there's one of the bosses that was shown as uses a lot of time or chronomancy, and interestingly, if you are a sorceress and you ascend to chronomancer and you then go to fight that boss, if you, for example, try to use time freeze, the boss is like, that doesn't work on me, and has a dialogue line. And if you cast temporal chains on them, he's like, just puts it back on you, and it's like, and
it's just like Chronos and
things
Hades
like that,
too.
and it doesn't like change things on a grand scale.
I wonder who did
right?
it first.
It doesn't make a certain class not viable or anything like that. But there's just interesting little quirks and quips everywhere. Different bosses have different intro lines depending on what class you're playing. They have different skill lines sometimes depending on what class you're playing.
Yeah, I mean, we've got different dialogue all through the campaign for different classes. Like the sorceress is obviously from the Marraketh. When she goes back to the Marraketh, there's kind of a little backstory there about how she was banished originally. So she needs to find a way to she needs to be accepted back into their culture again.
Oxen, let me see if I still have
the
that.
character we talked about earlier. So the warrior, was an orphan. He was brought up by actually one of the NPCs in Act 1 town. So obviously there's a whole different dialogue there because he's effectively his adopted son. We've got things like that. There's a lot of thought that's gone into, just trying to make it feel like all these character classes have some level of involvement with the world, that didn't just come into existence the moment that you...
There's other little things. So like more on the narrative side, obviously we saw the world map. You have the icons that show different things that are in each act, like all the things you want to explore,
Such a good idea.
and awesome. But each of them also has a little bit of a little bit of text on them as well. And like, for example, there's one in one of the first areas in the game that's just like a camp of Iron Count guards. And, we showed it in a trailer when the Ranger class trailer we did, whenever it was, you saw the Ranger kill some of them because they were trying to like hurt a child, and the child was just trying to get some food. And the Ranger just like snipes them with arrows and kills them ruthlessly. And so you read this thing and you're like, you hear whispers of an Iron Count, scouting party that was slain by a rogue archer or something like that. So you get these little things where we're like connecting a lot of little dots, and even that you absorb a little bit of interesting little information. You've got other things, for example, when you enter an area, it not only says the name at the top now, it has almost a subtitle text that's giving you a little bit
of history.
And these little things like somehow make the world building feels so much better. And when you approach certain landmark rooms and you walk into them, you'll get a banner at the top as well, which says what it is and gives again a little bit of a thing. And all these little micro narrative delivery mechanisms like make you feel way more immersed in the world and way more aware of what's going on and way more connected to your character, way more connected to the bosses, to the NPCs. There's a lot we're doing now that we certainly never did before. We didn't even think of before. But yeah, it's
I like
it's
that
awesome.
a lot because like as an action RPG gamer, I don't really care too much about plot, but I do want a really cool world to be blowing monsters up in. Basically, that's all I care. I want the characters to be cool, I want the baddies to be cool, and I want like the things happening around me that like build out a bit of that story without me having to stop killing stuff.
Yeah.
And it sounds like there's more of that going on as well, which is great.
There's
Well,
tons. There's...
the baddies being cool. I mean, that's that's
I'm
how we
watching you
almost
guys.
Marks
designed
down
an
for the
ascendancy class in here just
baddies.
before when we were watching the trailer earlier.
Yes. So what, you were saying a shadow. You came up with a shadow ascendancy.
Yeah. Internally we had some developers watching the trailer yesterday, getting excited about it, and then I was like, I want to play that. I want to play that character. I want to be that character.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That like kind of Val Thaumaturge type character, and so like
cool.
All of a sudden it's like, we should make that a class. And then we had another guy like suggest it should be a shadow, and so now I'm like, oh yeah, we're definitely, come on, we have to do a Val Thaumaturge like shadow ascendancy. Like that's gonna be cool. And you can do awesome things
Val
now. Even
Thaumaturge,
when I know it's hard to see because you hide it under all the armor, but you can do things like with our character classes, just due to the upgrades and models, where all of a sudden now the character can have tattoos added to them and stuff like that is completely feasible in the future. And like, I want to do a lot more of that stuff. Like for the there's little things like for the Warbringer, I think was the class name, on the Warrior. When you take that ancestral totem node, all your totems now have like an extra blue glow to them, kind of like they're enhanced by this ancestral magic. And what we also want to do is add tattoos as well that like glow blue when you're using certain skills and all that. So heaps of little things that again connect all the culture and all that stuff together and make you feel like it's believable, as opposed, and this is a character as opposed to this is just a mechanic. And
makes picking an ascendancy more epic. I know that there was a part in the trailer that was like not fully finished where you ascend and it doesn't really do anything, but I know you want it to be like a cool moment where some power goes into
absolutely.
you.
We just hadn't finished the VFX yet.
Even the another one, the Blood Mage, when you play the Blood Mage, now you get an additive surge on your character whenever you cast spells. You're getting like almost bloodbending kind of vibe going on, and like
drawing it from their veins and sending out a fireball.
It's cool.
Yeah.
It's real cool.
Yeah, you can have like the tattoos get tattooed on them as they ascend and things like that. I mean, that just makes taking Ascendancy way more cool, which is it's already, I think, I almost feel like Ascendancy is more important than the classes for players kind of like feeling the vibe of what they want to do with their character.
Like. For sure, because the classes are pretty open. You can play whatever skills, whatever weapon. Sure, you're on a passive tree at a start point, but by high level, you kind of go wherever you want to go. Using jewels, especially getting off-class stuff, you can kind of be whatever you want with the base class.
Yeah.
So eventually, the Ascendancy is what becomes more of that important identifying feature, because that's what you have actually chosen that makes you distinct, that another different class wouldn't be able to actually have. So, yeah.
So you want to make that super, super cool. And on that note, I know I was definitely confused. I know people are definitely confused and a little worried about Ascendancy and what's happening with that. And people were like watching the Sekima trial and being like, oh, what if I don't like this? Oh, is this another lab again? But I want you to like lay it out as like simply as possible. Like how do you ascend?
Yeah, so effectively in the full game there's going to be 3 Ascendancy trials. For early access there's 2. And effectively, you can use any of those Ascendancy trials to be able to do your ascension.
You choose.
You choose which one.
Don't read your posts.
And effectively, if you as you get to higher level keys for those trials, that will unlock more points. Like if you do it at certain level breakpoints, that will allow you to get more points for those classes. So if you want to just play the entire, just only the Trial of the Chaos God, with to get all your points.
A lot of people in both YouTube and Twitch right now are asking about their early access stuff. I would not worry about it right now.
Personally, I think people will want to try out all the different content. I mean, you might
just
think that you
wait
even within the
couple
trials,
days.
there's choices,
we got 2 weeks. I would wait a couple days.
There's always contention around traps.
You're going to see if you get the key already or not.
Because in the
let that kind of sort out.
You can choose which rooms you
let
want
that
to
sort
go
out. Worst case, you can buy the $30 if you really want it. $30 pack later, and you get
don't go to the gauntlet rooms. You can just
points.
go other things.
Do the combat ones.
Do the combat ones, and that's fine too. So
you'll get it.
Effectively, it's like you always get to choose like what you're doing there.
GGG support is always
it's funny because like I know traps
really
are so
good. Don't stress about it.
Also, there are other people who just enjoy that stuff. So we want to have something for all those people too.
There's these like
Path of Exile, divisive content, but lots of choice, and you can choose what to do and what not to do, and then we're embracing that here now, and that is.
I mean, you're clearly leaning into that now. You have, well, I mean, such a competitive advantage in that you have so much content, and even with PoE 2, that's still going to be the case. So you can lean into that, like making content that is spicier but divisive.
For sure.
And now you're like separating trees and having these things be a little able to be focused on a lot more. And you're doing that with the trial, with the ascendancies. So and you can kind of do all of them and drip feed yourself smaller progression if you want.
And there's also stuff that you're going to be getting from those, like specific rewards and everything that might incentivize you to do that. But of course, on the other hand, if you don't want to do that content, we have full open trade, right? You can just trade for the rewards, and that's fine too. So like that's always part of the.
Yes, like the rewards there. For example, like jewels drop throughout the world. But if you want to get more jewels, you go and run Sanctum.
Oh, they are not
now, if you
actually
want to get the radius jewels,
content locked.
Well, it's Sanctum. I can't. It's Trial of the Sekima.
So just for anyone who isn't a Path of Exile 1 player, this is effectively a sequel to Sanctum League that we did in Path of Exile 1. So it's mechanically very similar, but it's obviously a Mariketh, like a Mariketh trial now, and we've changed a lot of things about it have changed, like the content is new, but it is effectively the same overall mechanic, in terms of that sort of roguelike mechanic that we have.
And it's the same with the other one. You have Ultimatum and PoE 1 being the theme, and of course now it's redesigned and it's evolved into
into Trial of Chaos. So
What class am I starting
a
with?
lot of people in chat would have been spamming
I'm
Ultimatum, and for
Chronomancer.
those who haven't played would probably be like,
Chronomancer, no matter what.
I don't understand.
Yeah, effectively, effectively the
Chronomancer.
Trial of the Chaos.
Nothing's close.
Of Chaos is a sequel to Ultimatum. Which is
and we just have to get used to the new names, which is very hard. But yeah, anyway, the point being, like, of course, and Val Orbs drop in the world as well, and if you want a larger dose of Val Orbs, and you don't want to trade, go feel free to run some ultimatums. Thing is, because they're all item generated keys as well, it's not like you have to do it right then and there. You can trade the keys away.
Do I think speed
at any
nappers are going to be
point,
less
you
prominent?
can also buy more keys if you
I
want
think it would be
farm
foolish
more
to
of
even
that
make a
thing.
guess.
And if you just want to do it later, just stockpile a bunch of them, run them all at your leisure. You know what I mean? It's like you have the freedom.
Am I gonna
they're
start solo duo group?
Itemized, tradable, as a lot in Path of Exile tradition, but
as is everything, right? We do the only
Twitch
thing you
viewers
can't
fucking
trade is
hate
gold.
group play.
So we're
Hate
like
it.
the exact opposite of most games, where it's like the gold is freely tradable and the items get locked. We're like the gold is the only thing you can't trade, and every other item is free and open.
Yeah, and that's because you've made gold be this like way to be like you're playing the game, so you have access to
Under
this,
$480
and
will not get a key.
Yeah,
No, you
don't
can buy
wanna trade
$30
gold.
key.
Yeah. So how on the ascendancies and the trials, how hard do you foresee getting your ascendancy to be while
Group
leveling?
players also
Do you
hate
expect
group
people to
play?
fail out and attempt these things multiple
These
times,
days.
and what does that look like if you do?
Well, I failed the first time I did this.
Yeah,
did the trial.
it is important to know that first itemized key is a quest key, and we have special rules around it that if you do fail, you can just repeat it, right?
Yeah, you changed that recently because
Yes, I did.
that was something that I didn't actually realize you'd changed. I guess it was a little bit too harsh.
You'll
to
get
apply
the
in
access
middle of-
eventually.
Yeah, you
Don't
weren't
worry
the
about
only
it.
one failing it.
Yeah.
The access will show up eventually.
But yeah, so pretty much you get to reattempt it, and for something like Ultimatum, just to immediately start thinking of exploits, it's like, I can just do 3 of the waves, then intentionally fail, and then repeat them. Well, we've thought of that. Don't worry, you can't. But yeah, the first ones are repeatable. You're not going to be like, oh, what the heck? Now I have to just play to the whims of random generation to ascend like that.
Right.
Yeah, so
it is pretty hard though. Like it'll take. I definitely don't think you'll do it on your first attempt. But
I did. Not
you
to
did.
bra-
You did.
Not to
Well,
I did.
well,
I
it's
did
just-
pass on. I was clenched though.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, especially in that boss fight.
I was
yeah.
watching him do
You,
the boss
you
fight
came
from
by
afar.
right as I was doing the boss fight.
But you had some kind of powerful boons there, to be perfectly honest. So.
I got 60% move speed. But
Yeah,
that
you
was
were
part
like-
of my strategic choice.
I was watching you from. I'm like, how is he so fast?
This isn't the PoE2 slide.
I was like, what was dodge rolls going across half the arena?
This game's supposed to be slow.
No.
Yeah, it was good. It was good fun. I quite liked it. I like mostly like Sanctum. I don't want to do it all the time, but I did quite like the Trial of Sycamore. But knowing that there's other choices, so I can do Ultimatum instead or something like that, is fun.
100%.
So you've got these like 2 roguelike dungeons that are going into the beta that launch, but they're done very differently. One's got the honest. And your
fully
defenses.
mitigated and
Yeah,
everything.
so
Yeah.
fully scaled by your character. You go in a tanky character, you'll be tanky in the dungeon, which is really cool. So
And then with
you've solved
Ultimatum,
that.
and just because people will ask, in Ultimatum there aren't any traps.
Yes.
So that's the
no
thing
traps
that
in Ultimatum
yeah.
and no honor system in Ultimatum. If
Correct.
you just want more of a pure
Yeah,
combat
correct. You can do
experience,
Ultimatum,
then that's your
Oh,
choice.
muting
And
the
then there's
mic
gonna be a
mutes the
third
stream?
one as well.
Really?
They will eventually.
It's a secret for now.
So
but-
once Act 4 goes in, then we'll have
It does.
a third trial. So people sort of broadly know that the crew.
I gotta fix that.
Act 4, so especially
I
how
gotta
the
fix
crew
that.
is,
I
yeah.
messed with my soundtracks a while ago.
Yes, and if there's any other things that have been called trials associated with
fix
the
that.
crew at some point in the past, and how likely that is to be related.
I'm just thinking now, we're just thinking of that Val Thaumaturge class before, and I'm already thinking like, oh, it'd be so cool if you ascend and Ultimatum, we want the Trial Master to say different lines to you because you're like choosing the way of the Val. I can't stop thinking about all this stuff.
I did hear a few of his lines in some of the gameplay Jonathan was showing me. It was quite good. I love that he's back, the Trial Master.
Yeah, he's cool.
Good. A little salty sometimes that you're taking this power, it seems. So we have the unique rewards from each of them. We got like like you said, the jewels are global, but there are unique jewels, and then there are unique socketables from the other one.
Yep.
And there's something planned?
How
to
far
be
in?
unique
How much did you
from
miss?
The final
All of it.
third trial that will be added later.
Of course.
Yes, there is already.
Secret.
I know what I'm not going to say. Don't worry.
Okay, keep some secrets. Fine then.
Yeah. Again, I value the discovery, right? I'm certainly if I accidentally say it, it is certainly by mistake. But yes, don't.
And that Val Orbs from the Ultimatum in particular they seem like they're a lot more important, a lot more powerful.
I mean, I certainly think that like some of the stuff is a lot better with how they work. So yeah. So one of the things that we wanted to change was that implicits on items are truly implicit. Like you can't get rid of them; they stay there. And so that means that when you do a Val orb, the mod that you get there now is an addition to whatever implicit already had, which is obviously good. And then the next one being that you can get plus one socket above the normal limit, which is also kind of powerful. So especially with the soul cores, so that in the Trial of Chaos, you get soul cores that you can't get from anywhere else, and those effectively are mods that are typically a bit beyond what you would normally get like on regular items, whereas runes, which kind of drop everywhere, those ones are just kind of normal everyday mods that you would expect to find on any
Resists
kind of item.
and things like
just
that.
resists and damage and that kind of stuff. So effectively the soul cores is is kind of the more end gamey socketables that you might want to be using. And obviously being able to get plus one socket, I mean, it's something that everyone will want, but on the other hand there is that risk of just bricking your item. So that's the deadly gamble you have as your final crafting step there.
It's Val orbs are more forgiving though.
They are,
Like if you think about we talked about enchantment. So some slots you might value the enchantment over a rune or a socket slot, right? That probably, especially towards end game, I'd say that's probably going to tilt that way because maybe a soul core contests with it, but the whole point is that there's choice there involved. And then there's enchantment. We just talked about the socket. There's obviously always the case of doing nothing, which happens. But for just say regular rare items, it will re-roll like 1 to 3 modifiers at random. Effectively, do a chaos orb on 1 to 3 modifiers, not all 6. And as much as that can often be a downside, because if you're using it on a very good item, obviously it's going to take away the good ones.
Interesting.
But if you're using it on a mid item, you can actually turn it very good. Now, I've had this happen. Like when I've been playing, I've got this is life, defense, double res, and something else that I don't want. And I'm like, I'll just start valing everything because why not? I've got my Val orbs and I Val it and it re-rolls that bottom mod into a tri-res, and now I got a tri-res double defense life helmet, and I was like, yo, awesome. So even that, which can often be perceived as a bad outcome, now isn't going to completely brick your item. And so, for example, if you have a weapon, you've got your 3 damage mods, and you've got some bad suffixes, it could even be an option, or hopefully it doesn't just remove all 3 damage mods, whereas before it's like if it bricked it, it often was almost always a brick, right? Like that item is now dead. So.
And then you told me about a new unique result, which I don't know if you want to spoil or not.
100%.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's so cool.
I'm surprised you even got that one past Rishi, honestly.
I mean, he got it made.
Okay, great.
We discussed it. I agree. I agree. I messaged it to him thinking he'll be like, no way, this is unacceptable. But
he was all for it.
It didn't turn into a dexterity chat.
Yeah.
And so, what it effectively does is it just takes the mod values and it goes up to, I can't remember exactly the values, but let's just say it changes all the values to between 0.8 and 1.2 of what they were multiplied. But it doesn't care about the minimum and maximums. So, for example, if you had 1,000 Life Calm's Heart, you can use this to get, again, this is me assuming it's 20% variance, but because I can't remember what we balanced it to, but you'll be able to get a 1,200 Life Calm's Heart, for example. Now that's obviously giving up the enchantment and a socket. Just thinking about sockets on Calm's Heart. I can't remember what we did, but whatever. I think you can actually do that, which is interesting. But ultimately, it's like, now I'm choosing, do I want the enchantment? Do I want an extra, 100 something, 200 life, whatever that ends up being? Or do I want the socket? So it's quite an interesting choice and adds an extra axis of corruption to unique items that is, I think...
Corrupted divining of uniques. Interesting.
Yeah, effectively, it's divining them, but with higher maximums and lower minimums.
Surely there's going to be some broken things like max res or something like that.
We'll find out.
Cross that bridge when it comes to it. Yeah.
It's fine.
So that was all just talking about the trials, how you actually get your ascendancies. But what about the actual ascendancies themselves? How are they cooking?
Well, they're fun. They're cool.
Yeah.
We've certainly tried to get what we've tried to do is for the classes we've tried to have one that's a bit more out there.
Yeah.
Something that isn't just like if you think even about in PoE1, you've got the duelist. You can go like champion or slayer or holy words I don't remember, but you know the drill. And the Gladiator. And the problem is, like, okay, they're all just about, like, hitting stuff with weapons, and they haven't... there's nothing really out there. Sure, they all sound cool. Like, don't get me wrong, and they can be cool. And they do have differences, but there's nothing that's, like, kind of crazy. So all of a sudden now when you're, like, you know, sorceress, you're using all your elemental skills, and now you can just, like, go into this thing that can stop time. You know, it's a little bit more crazy. And you got the mercenary, and you can turn into a gemling legionnaire and effectively fuse gems into your flesh to, like, you know, mutate yourself, you know? It's like not just talking about crossbows and projectiles over and over and over and over again. It's like doing kind of whack stuff. So I really like that. That's awesome. And we're going to make sure every single class has one thing that is, like, definitely out there. And then one thing that's, you know, more predictable, more to the expectation of the trope, you know, for example, the Deadeye to the Ranger. And, but yeah, lots and lots of cool interactions, just cool playing with different mechanics. And we've tried to make them, like, for example, none of them call out a weapon, right? None of them. So we're trying to make sure that they're broad enough to be that you might be a ranger going a Deadeye, but playing a caster, right? Yeah. Playing spells, like keeping all of that open, that flexibility, that kind of crazy, you know, for the Johnny players, as we call it out there, who want to just completely experiment and figure out, you know, the most broken, weird stuff, you know, and you get things with that when you're still like, okay, I'm a ranger, and I'm using a Quill Rain in one weapon set, spec'd into a bunch of prod speed, attack speed, and in my second weapon set I'm using a Spellcaster Staff with a bunch of projectile stuff, and I'm invested into more spell damage side, and you've got a whack tree, and all of a sudden now you're this, like, Deadeye, Archer, Spellcaster, Mage hybrid doing all kinds of wacky stuff, or like even, or let's say the same build and experimenting with a bunch of triggers. And so you're using your bow as a Quill Rain as a high attack speed delivery mechanism for, you know, laying down a bunch of either CCs or slows or building up crowd controls, and then you're using the caster stuff, and like you get some pretty out there things going on. And the important thing is it's not like just like benefiting only arrows or only bow attacks or anything like that. It's broad and now, you know, opens up the world to what you can do. And same like the Gemling Legionnaire on the Mercenary is entirely just about gem slots, skills, support, etc. There's no, you don't have to be anything. You can be literally whatever build you want. And yeah, so that's embracing that and making sure that people still, even though we have all these classes, we're embracing that Path of Exile, you can do anything fantasy that we want people to be able to do. And
yeah,
if you don't want to, go with the trope, perfectly fine. Yeah, and
so
you'll still be powerful.
It sounds like you're really trying to avoid that thing that we've had a couple times in PoE 1 where like a certain niche is relegated to one ascendancy. Like that's the only way to go for it.
Sure.
But it sounds like that's not going to be the case here.
Well, at least if we're doing our job right, that should be the case. Yeah.
And with so many of the ascendancies as well. Got a lot of choices. Originally, the plan was to like have all of the PoE 1 ascendancies available, and it was some sort of weird split campaign stuff and all that.
Stream goes long, got to brush your teeth and everything, got to refresh.
So it sounds like some of them are coming forwards, but is it all just being
I think it's more
redone at this point?
At this point, they'll just be different, right?
Vortex, welcome.
Originally, way back when, we were
Prime,
planning on just keeping the ascendancies as they were and putting them over. But at this point, that wouldn't even be good enough because like it doesn't fit the kind of like Path of Exile 2 way of designing this thing. So yeah, I mean, look, we might have a class called the Deadeye, and it might have the same themes, but it'll be like different actual mechanics and different things.
Enva!
I mean,
have you been here the whole time?
Yeah, even the Deadeye, you got Tailwind.
You just got here?
Works differently. You've still got an additional projectile. You know,
hope you're excited.
There are things that certainly carry over.
Gross. You didn't take the day off of work for this announcement?
And it's honestly been fun just looking at them going like, you know, now we have all these system changes, all these skills, and everything works like this. Just what would the perfect class be? Not like, how can we retrofit and band-aid a
I think
class to work?
I think a really big thing, as Mark was just hinting,
here's all the things we want. Yeah. So, when you only have now the life of
waiting, just like writing things down and waiting until
things don't work quite the same, but then now you have the charm system, and all of a sudden, if you did
wonder
that,
if Pathfinder would be cool with that.
Exactly.
About like stacking charms.
So it's just here are 12, eventually 36 classes. It's not really like here's the PoE 1 counterpart and they're identical kind of thing anymore, for sure. Too many things changed for that to even be possible anyway.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I think the weapon swapping is like...
we can skip over the flasks and trinkets as we did cover that
like, what
very
the
well.
Fuck?
So moving into skills, I realized I like had many pages of questions here, and then I was like, wait, we haven't even talked about like skills here. so much for us to discover over the course of this beta. How has the list of skills been shaping up overall?
I mean, it's certainly getting there.
You know, it'd be
I mean, look,
insane if
there
they
are
drop
even
patch
certain
notes.
skills that won't even make it, even just within the classes we have. Like, there are still
Imagine
gonna
if
be
this is
more-
like a
more skills
PoE 1
coming,
league release.
later on as well for these classes.
And they drop
because,
patch notes at
there
the
are
end of
more
this.
skills that we got just about there, and didn't quite
Oh,
make it.
that'd be so insane.
So yeah, and like getting a class finished in terms of the skills you need, like
how many
it
days
sort of
for the
seems
early
very easy
access?
when you,
Jonathan said
well,
like
okay,
at
we
least
need,
6
like,
months.
22, 23, 24, number of skills, something like that. And it seems like that's not so many, and you kind of design them. But when you actually come up with all of the things, you know, the way they interact together,
I'd have to read them all.
You know, the number of prototypes.
So
you have to
today's
do that
also
kind of don't
patch
really
day. Hold on,
work, and you know,
let me
like,
grab my phone. Today's also patch day
not
for
being fun.
Deadlock.
And then, of course, the
Crazy they
support
haven't
team
released
stuff.
it
Like,
yet.
you need to make sure that every skill has enough viable supports to that you can actually even recommend to people to be able to do. Then you need things like the you know, the passive tree support for all of them. You need to have all of the stuff with like the buff gems for each character class as well. You know, you need to be thinking about uniques for the type of you know, for the that can work with these things.
So
I'm
waiting
there's
for
so many
Deadlock
different
patches
elements
too.
to actually make skills work, and once again, it's another area I think that was underestimated to some degree before, and you know, like it does take a you know, like, to actually get that finished, it takes a lot. So yeah, that's been a total struggle, and we didn't think we would have to have only 6 character classes initially at the start of early access. We were thinking we would have 8 to begin with. But yeah, when it actually came down to actually getting to actually finish something, you know, like it just ended up being too much. So you know, now obviously we've got a bunch, we've got a bunch of work on more of the classes that we've done. You know, there's things there.
I don't want POB
but,
2
it's
for a
that
long time,
finishing work
man.
of, like making sure that all the systems
They're
in the
gonna work
game
on
come
it. It's gonna
together
come out.
to
But
support, you know,
as Mark was
how that
saying with
works,
experimentation
support that
discovery,
as well.
Doing all of that
POB,
as we're still
you know,
discovering how we want those systems
ruins
to
that,
work.
unfortunately.
You know, like the changes to support gems and all that.
I think a sick
as
thing
we're
would be
also
for them to
making
not
support
share
gems,
the
as we're making
JSON
character
for the passive
classes,
tree
just
for
can
like at
cause
least
things
early
to slow
access.
down quite a bit, and then we have to recalibrate and all. Yeah, like it was an extreme amount of work that we certainly predicted poorly, but that was also because we are making all these cool systems to all these changes to all these systems, which are having like immense benefits as well. So, yeah, I would say it's pretty safe to expect that, you know, as much as you can't play them on day 0, some of those other classes that we have shown in the past, and some of the skills and stuff.
I can't wait for Huntress.
There's a lot there, like just not to make it.
Yeah, they showed Flicker
seem
Strike.
like it's shallow or anything, but we
you know,
will
it's
be
not
adding
gonna.
those
I don't think
classes
it'll
in
ever
for
be
sure.
as fast as PoE1, at least for a while.
Keeps
but
like,
it's not going to be like
surprising me is,
slow.
Well, when you click that old gems tab when you're doing an uncut, there's quite a lot of skills in there, but you initially kind of box yourself away where you think, okay, so I'm playing the mercenary, so I'm just looking at the crossbow skills. And then I was like, well, what if I go look at the elemental skills? And then I find Flame Wall, and I'm like, oh, I can shoot my projectiles through that. Okay, cool. I like that, but that's like surface level, because you also have the weapon swap thing, and that you can actually viably do with the automated weapon swapping. It's not like Toxic where you have to push.
It's
the
not going to be
button
Ruthless
2.0.
2.0. It's not going to be
the trees
like that.
like customize whenever you do it automatically on the fly. So
No,
that's
there's
like,
a
all
lot-
of
Am I
sudden
going to make a
I'm
guild?
like, oh, well,
Yeah, we'll
why
make a guild.
can't I use a sword? On the other hand,
Hopefully the guild
You absolutely
That's
can.
actually
maximum
a
size
cool
is larger,
mercenary
so we
vibe
can
sword
get
and
away with
crossbow.
one.
So yeah, I mean that stuff is like is crazy. I mean, like in the you know, actually there was one in the community guys recorded where they were using a bell, the bell skill with the quarterstaff with the rapid shot mercenary skill. And when I saw it, I was like, oh man, you know, that's like that's like a whole other thing. Yeah, like that I didn't even know about that particular combo until I saw it in the some of the footage they recorded.
I started thinking about that too with like multiplayer. I was like, so I was throwing my gas grenades, which you can blow up with your explosive grenades, but then I was throwing it at a boss that was doing burning ground, and they were blowing up instantly. I'm like, oh wait, so it reacts to the environment. Well, it's obviously going to react to my friends doing burning ground then.
Oh yes,
so
and
my flame wall friend.
And this is the reason. Like this conversation here is the reason why there's going to be crazy builds that we don't anticipate, because like
Group play is
some
going
of
to
the
be
stuff that can happen between classes, I just
broken.
have no doubt we will not have.
Like we already saw that when me and
How much
Selchai
code
did the
have you really
playtest.
been able to test?
I mean,
in July.
I mean, like we do test party
Like
play all the
we
time.
did the
Mark's-
Ranger plus the
Mark's
belt. Like what they're talking about.
The support
We
character
did that in
play.
July. Where I was the Ranger doing poison arrows, shooting his bell, and we were clearing screens with it.
All of a sudden, I'm not just standing
in
there
Act
like
2.
I got buffs coming
So
out of
it's
me.
going to be.
You know, it's like you're
it's
like,
going to be really really
actually
insane
doing all
when
this
people do
active
like the
support
optimized
and
stuff.
like different conditions to synergize with the group and how it's like, oh, okay, you're doing that skill. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do this and enhance my armor breaking and go ballistic armor breaking, and you just spam your thing that consumes it. You know, so you get a lot of that stuff going on for sure. Where but you know, it's kind of honestly the terrifying part as well, where it's like, you know, what do we have? We had the whole like vulnerability curse with gas cloud ticks or something, and it was like literally applying armor break like every frame, and so you have the monsters going ting ting ting
And then
ting
you
ting
have
ting.
armor
ting.
explosion on there as well.
Yeah, and then you have
probably.
some other thing,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you have some other guy consuming it, and again, oh my god, Quill Rain! Just don't even how many bloody synergistic things with Quill Rain.
You can do a lot with that, eh?
All the lightning arrows on the ground, and because they can, you know, lightning things hit them and explode, and all of a sudden now everyone's running around with Quill Rain, spamming lightning rods everywhere, and
yeah.
And Frostwall. Somehow Frostwall had about 15 abuse cases, and
I mean, that's historically accurate.
yeah, true.
Kinetic blast, frost walls, and all that. It returns. Sounds like it's coming back.
It'll be fun.
Yeah.
It's cool. Even finding all the stuff so far has been really fun. But yeah, I generally play multiplayer. Most of the alpha I've done is being in multiplayer. Play with other people. It's good to get a lot of that testing in there as well, because not a lot of others do it.
That's really good.
And then yeah, try and see what we can break, just for good fun. Honestly, the thing that's like hard is to then like, because you get this thing which is quite interesting where you have a staff is both a player and a developer, and I'm of the like, don't you better not keep that you know, something that's I wouldn't say exploit, but you know, something that's OP, a secret, right? You better bloody tell me, because
It's the exact reaction you had earlier.
You were saying people weren't telling you about their good
like you get a
builds.
situation where someone doesn't want to tell you about their build, that's because they're like, oh, Mark will nerf it then. You know,
Like, you're supposed to be making game, not
Exactly.
hiding your good
I
builds.
legitimately had a Monday meeting, and you know, whatever. I was like, I swear, if I see any of you at the top of the ladder on day one, we're going to have a talk.
exactly.
I know you've hidden something from me.
Exactly.
No, I did tell you.
I think
about
Mark
that.
balances dev and player.
But maybe it's fine.
I mean,
I just wanted
the
to
right
check.
answer
Well,
is
that is the thing that is hard. No one knows if their
A
thing
good
is actually
dev
look, there's a line that gets
is
crossed,
optimizing
yes.
for
But
the player's
sometimes
fun,
you don't know.
right?
Is it just I've
That's
found
the
something
real
cool
answer,
and it's
is
powerful,
like the
or have I found something
the
cool
question
and
is
it's broken?
flawed.
You know, and those things. I mean, we have to make those decisions, of course. And a lot of the time, what is reported is just fine. And it's like, yeah,
Top of the ladder.
You've got a good weapon,
And
you've
PoE
got the
already
right-
has a
you've got
ladder,
this
right,
combat,
based on your level.
You're strong.
If it's supported by items, then it's like fine to be very powerful. But if you're just like, I just pick these skills, and no matter what weapons I'm wearing, I'm just like completely ridiculous, then that's a different situation. Because now it's just a thing that anyone can do at a moment's notice, rather than actually requiring like, you know, oh, I have to find this combo of items and things like that. So that's a much different story. Yeah.
But no, we've had a lot of good testing, a lot of good feedback, a lot of good people reporting that stuff, especially in the last like month. It's like coming in a lot because there's
Put
the
delve into
systems and
maps.
Everything's
It's
kind of
different.
stabilizing.
It's
You start to get a
infinitely
lot more
scrolling,
of
but
that and people are understanding.
it's
what
closer
the,
to a map system than
difficulties
not
meant
really
to
that
be,
delve
and what
related.
the power of characters is meant to be. As all of that came and started to stabilize, we got a lot more of this coming in, and we are kind of getting more understanding. But again, you'll never find them all. But you know, it's fun, good fun journey.
Support gems have changed a lot. How have you found the changes to them being now having no levels and the restriction of having only one support gem on your character of a type, but having a lot more of them?
I really like how this works. Like, I think that it adds so much more build diversity and interest to have to be making the decision of like, you know,
Am I happy
where is
about
this gonna go?
Expedition?
And the thing that's been
I wish they
important, though, with that
changed it
system is
more.
it requires a lot.
As far as I
more
can see,
support
it's
gems to exist.
identical
because you
to
need
PoE
because you
1.
only have one on your character. You need tons of them, and like you need a lot of different ways to increase damage and a lot of ways to support different mechanics. It's like if you're going to
Yeah,
have
it looks
something
identical.
like freeze, like, you know, if you're going to have a freezing skill, you need to be able to support that and augment that in like many different ways. And there needs to be more options than what you can even. Like, there needs to be, in order to have choice, you can't just have here's your 5 freeze things and that's all you do, right? There has to be more than that in order to be able to have it so you actually have some choices as well. So that kind of stuff has meant that you just need a lot of things going on there. But I think that the choices that you end up with as a player of like, you know, where do I put my model projectiles? Where do I put my PS? Where do I put, like, I think that leads to a lot more interesting decisions with how you build. And
you
you
have
know,
to pick up artifacts?
yeah, I think that to me is where a lot of why it just works so much better. And we were certainly hesitant about the whole, you know, you can only have one support per character thing, because it sounds bad if you just hear about it as a player without actually playing it. Like, your first reaction is you just hear that and you're like, oh, it's just a restriction. And it is arbitrary in some sense, right? There's no like we can't justify it thematically really. It just is what it is, and so that, I really don't like that kind of thing usually because I want the theme to match the mechanic as much as possible. But in this case, it just made the gameplay so much better that like it just had to happen. So it was
arguably, if you need to, like, if you end up in a situation where you like, I have to put the support on every slot.
Exactly, that is less choice, and that's the reason why the gameplay is
less
bad.
choice, less interest, and also you may as well just bake that now into the skills and or
100%. And so this is the thing. It is actually much worse to have that because it results in this outcome. But like that's a kind of more subtle argument that like you have to kind of make to people if you want to kind of convince them that this is actually the right way. Because when you tell people, oh, there's this restriction, it doesn't sound like what they're getting out of that is more choice. It sounds like they're getting less. But the reality is it is actually more choice because you no longer have like mandatory, like here's the 5 mandatory things you have to put on the skill. It's like there's actually much more going on.
I think it's much better helped realize my experience on the Mercenary that your vision of having like all of these skills available to you and them actually being worth using.
I don't even know if light tap's in the game.
If you had all the same support gems, I feel like you just pick
so an
one that
example
does
for
the most
me
damage and you
is
make it do
more
the most
like
damage, and that's the only
elemental
skill you
focus.
get.
And I mean the great thing is now
where
it's
it's just the
completely
highest
reasonable
damage
to have a
skill.
skill in your character
What
that
it does
you
is
just
it forces you to
occasionally, right?
specialize
Like
the skills
every
that
5 minutes
you
you might
use
have a
because you're going to
situation where
have
you need
multiple
use
skills
that.
no matter what.
That's actually
in PoE
fine
2.
and completely reasonable.
And
so I'm playing a Grenader, and I would
instead
be
of
like,
each skill
okay,
doing
I should
damage,
only
and then you
use
pick the
this
right
grenade
skill,
normally is what I
it
would be like
actually
in Path of Exile,
forces you
because
to
this is
combo.
the best grenade, or maybe this one
Because
that
instead
does,
of
like, interacts
judging
with it in some
skills
way,
only,
the
I
obvious
mean, yeah, we can
combo,
comment
but
on that.
now I'm
Instead of
actually
judging
like,
skills
there's a
only
reason
on
I could use those lightning ones to apply a shock because
how much
I have all
damage
these
they
shock
do,
support gems that I'm
then
not using
you
anywhere
combine
else, 'cause I'm
things
using
based on the
damage
utility
and the LMP
that they
on my big
provide,
damage
and you
dealers.
specialize based on those.
I can put the shock things on there, and I can actually have a shock setup. I can incorporate that into my build.
100%.
I can incorporate poison into
just
my build.
as a PoE1 player, it
to
feels kind of awkward
strip
initially,
their armor and whatnot.
but I do think it's
And
better.
then
And
actually
maybe
I
you
can
only
support
use that
and do.
occasionally when you face something that's got heavy armor, you know?
Yeah,
But it's like, you know,
exactly.
it's like that
They're
kind of stuff I really
situational.
want to be viable. And that situational stuff, I think, just makes the game way more interesting.
Exactly.
It's
Yeah,
really
you look
fitting
at your
into the
supports
flavor
instead
the
of just
Mercenary
damage.
is like this, like,
You look at
prepared
like
kind
what
of
does this
fighter who
provide
has
my
all these
build.
tools at their disposal
Yeah,
as well. Like you're like, oh, I have this grenade for if I get into this situation, and this grenade for this one. It's so good.
Yeah, nice.
I love it. I've a couple of questions here. People definitely have been asking about like Vile skills and transfigured gems and stuff and like that. I feel like this sort of thing doesn't make sense at launch. Exactly.
Yeah, because ultimately, if we were going to add something
There's
like
some
that,
really
it would make
cool
sense
support
to add
gems.
it, just as another skill.
Yeah.
So at this point, there's no
I
real reason
probably
to do
can't
that.
even
Like,
tell you.
That kind of stuff comes
Actually,
in when
it's
we want to have
probably
a
not
specific
embargoed
reward system
anymore. I
somewhere
think my
that wants
embargo
to be
is
able
my
to do
embargo
that.
over.
So
Hold on,
we don't
let me
really
check
do
my
it right
email.
now. But
Is
yeah,
today my
look, might
embargo?
decide to bring that
Hold
theme
on.
back and in a reward system
Yeah,
later.
I
something
actually
like
don't
that.
know which day it
skills
is.
Especially, it's a cool flavor.
Yeah, for sure.
People like that.
But I think the transfigured thing is also interesting. Like, you know, if you're looking
thought it was
to
the
be able to,
28th,
like,
but-
the reason why transfigured was nice is because it's like we got to sort of iterate on a bunch of different themes around the same skill, which obviously at this point we don't need to do that because we've got we're
2
already
p.m.
still
PST.
making
Oh,
adding new
embargo's up
skills, you know
41
what I mean?
minutes
So,
ago.
all the iterations.
Oh,
are
embargo's
like
up 41 minutes
necessary
ago.
thing. But
Okay.
yeah, I mean, I'm sure we'll be doing more stuff like
No,
that.
no. I mean,
Like we absolutely
it
will.
says
Do you know how many skills
November
roughly you
21st,
have
2 p.m.
Sasha going to end up
all
with?
right.
You know,
I mean, I don't know how
actually
much I can
the number off the top of my
spill.
head, but what I will say is that we initially, I think, when we announced like what the full game would have, we said
But
240.
one thing is
I'm
there
pretty
are
sure we're actually
really, really
nearing
cool
that.
support gems.
I feel-
There's one
Definitely
called
it's gonna be way higher
Fortress.
than
Yeah,
that.
yeah, because I think we're nearing that now when we've only
That
had half
makes,
the classes. So
yeah,
I think
242.
that means that there's going to be a lot
Like,
more.
There's
I
one
know
called
100
Fortress
or
that makes
whatever, like
any
some
wall
little
skill
utility
summon as a
whatever, but
circle.
there's- Even if you
And so you can do a flame wall.
Yeah,
you
no,
can basically
no,
do like
that's
surround
amazing.
everything.
Yeah, you got what? Like,
And
Because there's
it
20,
allows you
there's 20
to
to 25 for each of the, for each
dramatically
class.
changes
So just with
the
6 of those,
utility that
I'm
you get
terrible at
out
math
of
in my head.
like flame wall
But I feel like that's
or
120
frost wall or anything
well,
like that.
Let's say it's just a
It's
bit over.
like it's crazy how good like that support gem actually changes things. You can trap the enemy or you can trap yourself
there,
or protect yourself.
Like that. Around yeah, I think probably 120.
Yeah,
around
it's,
there,
it's like
that.
Crazy. You saw the
But then
circle
you've also
fire?
got all the
Yeah,
buff
there's a
gems as
support
well,
gem
like
called
each
Fortress
character
though that
class
does
has 9
that.
of those. So that then
Yeah,
adds up. And so you've already
Frostwall totems
reached
do it.
probably 200 just by the time you've got to there. And then it doesn't even count things that really are skills, but like are not. You don't get them via a skill gem.
Damn, I'm gonna. I
So,
thought the
like, we're talking
embargo
about
was
all
like the
these ascendancy
28th.
little skills, and there's,
I
like,
have to
units
edit
that
the
have little
footage
skill
and then I
things
can
as
show
well.
you. Like
Like
maybe that'll be the
walls,
stream tomorrow.
walls,
Because I'll
staffs,
edit the
wands,
footage. Hopefully I
hands.
can
Yeah,
get
the
it
staffs one
skill
exactly
baked
right. We're not even counting that,
authorized
right?
by
Like, the
tomorrow.
staffs one sept have
And whenever it's
skills
authorized, I'll
built
show you
in.
guys.
And then those are like that's another. How many of those? There's like 20 of those probably.
yeah, I mean, 1?
Like if you add them all up.
I don't know. Who remembers all these
Yeah,
things?
I know, but there's no one has counted recently.
Yeah, I have a hard drive.
But
Let me find it. I actually haven't even plugged it in yet.
Skills.
Ascendancy classes with skills.
Yeah, no,
true.
it's tons.
Yeah.
It's tons.
Yeah.
Someone
And
in chat
those skills, by the way, ascendancy class skills are fully supportable.
Yeah.
Yeah, That's wild, because I remember you did the thing with default attack where you can support.
Yeah,
that.
later killer, have a good one, man.
Default attack, and you can support any skill that comes with
This
something.
is a hard drive
one
that I
caught me by
have
surprise.
that
It's
they
like,
gave
oh, wow,
us.
you can actually link those
That
up.
has all my footage
It's,
on it.
yeah, so that you're
And
going
it's
to
like,
end up
I
with
don't know,
quite
3
a
or
lot
4 hours of
going on
gameplay.
there.
I was even surprised when I was like, oh, I can add,
Even
additional
I did some
accuracy
party
to
play
roll
with
dice, and it,
MP and
provides
Havoc.
a buff to my character. I can add buffs through support gems.
Well, you know why that is though, because those things like heralds are so hard to find like a good set of supports to recommend.
Yeah,
so like, damn, we have to come up with like tons of these now. They're like really
I like that
difficult.
idea though. You can like create a custom aura.
Yeah,
kind of.
absolutely.
Cool.
So yeah, it's that actually mean it's actually nice because part of the it means that you get the feeling of having more aura effects on your character without having to have the spam of actual auras that many characters had in PoE1. Like you get to kind of have all that stuff as well. So that's been really nice.
Thanks for the invisible aura MTX. Well, it does remind me though. So with all this is very off topic, but with all the very good teasers you've been doing for like new 3D art for uniques and stuff like that, have you had any thoughts about reworking the skin transfer MTX in some way, making it more permanent?
Honestly, it's not in our thing about stuff we're thinking about. You know, like it'll work the same way it works for now, at least. But obviously, skin transfer in PoE2, there's a lot more cool base art.
Yeah,
that's
going to make people actually want to use it now.
So yeah, you'll probably be using that a lot more.
So,
Will
yeah,
it be
cool
on
to see something
Mac?
for that in the future,
I do not know.
So
Check the website.
Onto the end game, which was I feel like a big bulk of the announcement
for sure.
Yeah. So just as like an overview, so we have the end game versions just for beta launch, by the way.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be a lot more later.
Yeah.
We have the
Party play
end
is
game
very
pinnacle
good.
versions of the two trials.
Yep.
So as like fully farmable content. They don't have trees though. Those ones.
They don't have trees, but they do have a progression system of some kind. So you've got the
like
relics,
relics,
in the Sanctum sequel, and then for the Trial of Chaos, you have the inscribed ultimatums get mods from the end. So when you kill the final the final boss of that.
I prefer keyboard and mouse, but controller is very viable. Totally fine. And if my wrist ends up hurting, there's a very good chance I end up playing a lot on controller.
Then have mods on them to make the trial itself harder. And there's also some pretty interesting ones on there that we actually were going to put in the video, but it was starting to get a bit long.
I can play so much of other games, but PoE just makes my wrist hurt.
Where you've got the bets that you can make of like, put up 13 exalts, and then you might get double that back if you're able to complete the thing. So those are some of the mods that can spawn on there, and as well as mods that make the actual trial harder as well.
PS4, I don't know if it's on PS4.
Well. So yeah, those two have those kind of like different outside the Atlas tree because they're not really part of the Atlas. Like you'll get keys for them while you're playing in game.
Yeah, both me and Sailkite like had never used a PlayStation controller.
They scale to in-game, but they're not like sort of part of the.
So we were both. It
Atlas,
was like really uncomfortable figuring it out, but eventually it's all
they have
fine.
their own distinct endgame too. Like, so there'll be 3 roguelike dungeon things that will be.
Sure.
Like
I wouldn't say 3 roguelike dungeons. I will say there will be 3 trials that have various mechanics that can be different.
Yeah.
But then of course you've got the 4 kind of what
website
I
only
guess
says
would say
PS5.
sort of, I don't know. We actually need a name for what are we calling the things that are icons on the
because they were called leagues.
Oh, technical difficulties.
Really it doesn't really make sense to call it a league exactly. That is what we call them internally. We just call refer to them as like there are 4.
Yeah, like I'm really comfortable with the Xbox controller
have that appear there.
Doesn't really work.
But the PlayStation controller was so uncomfortable for me.
Yeah, we need to come up with
probably have actually.
I might play a lot on the controller.
And then you've got the kind of boss hunting.
Just leaning back and playing. I think this could be really fun. Actually, I might do it a lot. We'll see.
Boss hunting thing is then you've got the cities with the lieutenants, and then the
big thing is only 2 flasks.
The pinnacle boss
that makes it so much better on controller.
Although I did show you a little bit about it just in private before, but that one's gonna be hard. Like I know you're cooking up some pretty difficult mechanics there.
It's fun. That's the
later, Darth, have a good one, man.
Yeah,
because now you don't need to worry about if people can't progress through. It's
the main problem is no auto switch.
You can just kill them
on the keyboard.
It's a progression block of 2.
And we asked them about it
though, because once you kill that, of course, then you get increase the difficulties, and then it's like, okay, now try it again.
They didn't have a plan yet.
But
no, Kiwi internet,
and then and then there's 4 levels of difficulty for each of those for each endgame system like that.
So yeah, like apart from the trials, the endgame trials, everything has like its
crazy
own
Q&A.
distinct passive tree, and progression through them is also by doing them.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So we really wanted to prevent the situation where you feel like you allocate points for a certain piece of content, and then you
They'll
feel like
get
you
to
can't
it? I
do
don't know.
the other content because you're
They're not
kind of
doing it in
wasting the
PoE1.
points that you've got.
Yeah, the lock-in.
And we kind of band-aided that in PoE1 by adding multiple Atlas trees as a way. But I think the solution is much better, where effectively you can progress all of them, and you can either do like just all in on one for a while, or you can just like do each of them as you come to them, and just add them kind of piecemeal. But either way, however you want to do it, you can make progress on your character. Well, I should say in your league for all of those, because the progress and all that stuff is of course for the whole
Issues
league,
the
not just for a
UI.
single character.
Yeah, but like,
Yeah, and previously we used the Atlas tree.
What's the
I would
reason
say
why it
very
doesn't
much so
auto-switch?
to
Like,
make sure that we were
let me
doing the
hit
type of
spacebar and
content
it
that we
goes
wanted
to
to do.
Yeah,
keyboard
so
one
now
eye.
it's not so much about finding the content because that's what the tablets are for.
Yeah.
Now it's more about improving your ability to sustain effectively. Like
I
you're
get
gonna
it. Like,
wanna
it's
have
probably
those
the
points
UI
to
is
sort of get
entirely
sustainability to next
instantiated
level
and
up.
loaded on
We want to make
character
sure that there
login,
is
but-
sustain if you're doing engaging with those mechanics well.
Yeah.
But effectively, you do have to actually like to get sustain at higher difficulties. You will need to be able to be making smart choices in terms of allocating and like using the tablets correctly and that kind of stuff. Like it is part of that sort of story of all of that. So yeah, that's kind of the main thing with that.
Yeah, this idea of like sustaining the content you want to do by doing it is a little different to how it's been in PoE1 a lot of the time, where it's like you had to fuel it by going back to maps. To,
Right.
Get your delve juice.
I mean,
or
you're
whatever.
still doing maps ultimately, in terms of like,
find
but yeah,
more.
but effectively, like, so long as you're doing the content that you that you want to do, you should, and as well, and making it harder. So your build has to be
I mean,
good
the thing
enough
is
to be
the
able to
UI
be able
doesn't
to
look
sustain
that
it as well.
different.
Then you will be able to.
PoE1
sustain
it
that
looks
stuff.
very different. PoE2 they're
like if you want
it's like
every
basically
single
the
map
same
to have a
UI.
breach in it, that's absolutely doable. By using the tablets correctly.
Yeah, so the Atlas passive trees and the trees for each of the distinct types of content is about scaling the reward and difficulty primarily.
Yeah,
now.
yeah. It's absolutely.
Man, still no deadlock patch.
And what
Crazy.
does I saw like on the
Oh man, can't
breach nodes, it said like increased difficulty.
Can't wait
what
until
does
this
that mean?
is. We could just sit and chat a
It's
little bit.
somewhat
when
arbitrary
this is
and
over.
asymmetric, but it will feel like, for example, some of the difficulties will actually change the boss's skills and how they work.
wow.
Generally,
But there's
that will
just
increase like the level of the area.
little
right? So you
tidbits
get
in
the
here that are
general,
worth listening
monster
to.
and life scaling, but arguably to a player that's arbitrary as well because they don't know how that scales. And in other contexts, it might be more of certain monster types, less of others, and stuff like that. It is generally, so the small nodes
it'd be
will
funny if
increase
there's just no
difficulty
patch notes
of
for the
meta
release.
content, whereas the notables will increase the
Maybe making
reward
sure
of
everyone
the
gets the
in-map
wings, yeah.
content. But when I say difficulty, that is reward as well. So an example of how this works is like, let's say the boss has 6 uniques it could drop, or 5 or 6 uniques. It can drop 3 at difficulty 0. Then at, say, difficulty 1, it can drop, maybe has increased level or higher item level,
I'm gonna
some
try to
rarity.
put together the puzzle box again.
Now also that
It's sitting in
when
a
I say
mess on my
rarity,
desk.
also do note rarity does increase the grade of items, not
Yeah,
just
that's wild.
making them yellow or orange. It does make them better yellows or
Try to put
better
this
or
together.
no, not
Affects
better
the
oranges.
modifiers, right?
But it does affect. Yeah, it affects other things about items than just the rarity.
Yes.
I can get
And
this.
so, when I talk about just getting rarity here, I don't want people to, and PoE1 players in particular, to think, they're just going to go from yellow to more yellow. So anyway, and maybe the next tier will add a unique to the pool,
I was on the other
more, what we hope will be more valuable unique, and then the next one can do a bit more rarity, something else maybe, introduce a different unique perhaps, and then the last difficulty introduces something ideally, without giving away exact specifics of them, more in the line of a modular unique item, say like Megalomaniac or like Forbidden Flesh and Flame from PoE1. So a unique item that is
Love
like
those.
ideally very powerful, very chase, but
See if I can put this back
has
together.
a lot of different combinations. Watcher's Eye is another good example,
Yeah.
right?
Those are
So
my
a
favorites.
new series of jewels is a good example. There are other uniques that are modular.
welcome
and
to
so
the
for that
crotch
comes
cam,
in at
boys.
the last tier. And so you want to really be getting to that hardest difficulty so you can be getting these like farming for these
Turn the light
extremely
on.
good, powerful, unique items. But of course, you have the thing if you're never ready for it, if you try it and you're like, oh, this is too hard, you can always just respec the nodes.
Yeah, you can unspec them away and then not, just effectively decide like I've got these points, but I'm not. Yeah, I want to go back and do this later. And so that ability to effectively configure the difficulty like that, I think. Is,
so if you're maybe target farming one of the uniques, the difficulty 0 drops, you might want to just be like,
So the main
I'll
thing,
do that. I'll do the difficulty stuff later, and I'll
this is
just farm
not
it
in
at this
enough.
difficulty. So
and I think that's a much better way than than some of the systems we've used to scale down in the past. And the nice thing is, of course, with difficulty is that we can effectively use whatever scaling levers we want to make that more difficult without necessarily having to, like because we could have been like, oh, you increase difficulty, it's like 200% life or something like that. But by effectively being a bit more vague about it, we can actually like specifically tailor the difficulties of the different tiers, like with more specific changes.
Yeah, this like multiple projectile thing you shoot has more projectiles.
Sure, and that kind of thing. So just whatever we feel works best for making this particular fight more difficult.
It seems like there's a lot more for players to kind of discover experimentally there as they progress.
For sure.
In what ways they're getting harder, and that is going to be different for different players too, where like a different build is affected by a difficulty change more so than others.
Potentially.
And that's an interesting question as well, I think, where how much are you guys pitching these sorts of distinct endgame pieces of content at being like completable by the same build, or by encouraging players to make a different build that's better at certain
So this
content?
is a very difficult one, and it's something that we've discussed a bit recently, is like the harder you make, the harder.
Come on, Twitch.
Content, the less builds will be considered viable by the players, because
effectively,
like a build
Jonathan,
will be
it would
viable
be
if it can
fewer
defeat,
builds,
like,
not less
the
builds.
pinnacle
Come on,
boss
man.
At difficulty 4,
Come
like,
on,
that would be
man.
kind of the general perception. So we have to be really like, I actually don't know necessarily what the right answer here is. Like we have the ability. I mean, maybe you feel like you do, but I don't think you do.
I wouldn't say I'm 100% confident on it, but I'll have a go at it.
Look, there's going to be iteration here, because what we'll see is like, if we find that like,
what did you skip
there's
from the
only like
beginning,
some
Beji?
particularly abusive, like
whole
only
thing,
the most
man. I don't know.
abusive stuff is possibly
I don't
able
know
to
what you want me
defeat
to
the hardest content, that we might have to dial it
recap
back a bit.
3 hours of
But it's
content?
going to be a bit of experimentation, and it's very
It's
hard
getting
at this
hot in
point to be
here.
able to pitch that, because we don't have the crazy history. PoE does not have the history of PoE 1 to be able to to know kind of what is the right life value to have on a difficulty.
I messed up my
4
shoulder
pinnacle boss.
really
Like,
bad.
how do we even know that at this point, really, without
Working out on Monday.
That being said, though, like the bosses are a lot more skill-based and tactical, right? Like at the end of the day, the gear is to some
do not
degree
know how to
necessary
get this to fit
because
back
no
in.
one can really make no mistake for some amount of time. So you do have that thing, and you do need to mitigate certain things. But like a lot of these are like very dodge roll tactical, or using certain skills or mitigation tactics or whatever. There's heaps of different things to bypass the things that make them hard, for sure. But I would say it is very much a lot of skill is involved.
Oh, maybe that was it. Maybe that was it.
Especially when it comes to some of these with
I just
dodge
gotta push
rolling.
it. No,
Like I'm
what the
trying to emphasize that quite a bit. Or blocking, if you want to do a different way about it. Not to say you must block, but yes, dodge roll is a pretty key mechanic here, and I'd say we're certainly upping the emphasis on using it and using it well as you get into these higher tiers. But gear is always a way, and combinations of uniques and passive tree and builds is always a way to go, I'm not good at dodge rolling,
VOD on
I'm
YouTube
going to
tomorrow?
gear around
It's,
that skill check.
So I streamed on
and
YouTube as well.
become strong enough to defeat the
So you
boss.
can just grab that,
or another
just
skill,
watch the
like
VOD right
some
now.
sort
You
of
can just
skill that helps
rewind.
you block, shield
using
block,
skills in the mix is fine, But I would say pretty generally you can take, I'd say any decent character, you get you gear up all the way, and as long as you're good enough, that is a way to defeat them. I would say there's no real hard requirement on doing something crazy niche or out there or complicated.
You're certainly not going the route of like, oh, this boss is fire immune or something.
Oh, no.
Thanks.
No.
We've been through that already.
Yeah.
Excellent. So this very cute atlas.
So it's 100%.
This infinitely expanding civilization map-esque atlas, which I know you're particularly fond of, Jonathan.
Yep.
What's kind of the idea here? Like, is the layout the same for everyone? Is it the same across the league?
So it's the
Procedurally
same for all
generated?
your characters in the league, but the layout is different for everyone. It is random.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to find stuff. Like, it works like Delve in this respect, which is obviously
Yeah.
a league that I was particularly a fan of.
Yeah.
I'm just a really what I really wanted is I wanted a feeling of exploration in the Atlas, and it's something that we sort of tried to do with the Atlas and PoE 1, with that feeling of kind of having the connected areas and exploring, but it didn't feel like exploration in quite the same way that this does.
Yeah.
That's the feeling I loved, and it's one of the reasons I love Delve. So that's kind of where this was coming from, and at the same time, it's sort of solving various other problems that we've always had, where one of the things that's really cool to do is to be able to have things like, okay, like in this area you've got like this item drops and like that kind of thing. You know, like I guess in PoE1 you had div cards, but yet there was always a problem where if you have differences between in-game areas in a system that works like PoE1 does, then effectively
I
that's the only
probably
map.
have
like,
to do
whatever the
light
best map
thing
is,
again
that's
to
the
get
one
that
everyone
back in
will run like,
there.
seriously forever. So
Okay.
effectively, we wanted to try and make sure that you actually like had an experience that had more variety while still retaining the whole like I get to play the content that I want. So ideally with the Atlas we kind of get that we've got in PoE2, we get to kind of have both of the best of both worlds. We get to make sure that there is some variety. You know, you feel like you're exploring. But because once you've run a map, that's run, and now you have to, you know, move on and do it and find another one. It's not just like the, you know, like just play one map again and again and again. But yet the content, you know, can be added to it. You can do
Guys,
things.
never forget.
If you like the, you know, particular maps, you know, because there are biomes and you
2
can see
plus
them
1
far
equals
away, you
4.
go, okay, I know there's a particular desert map that's great, so I'm going to go for deserts.
2
and
plus
that's fine.
1
You can do that kind of thing.
equals
So
3.
you know, like you've both
2
got
plus 1
controllability, but
does
also,
not equal 4.
you know,
See,
the
2
ability
plus
for
1
us to
equals
kind of
4.
make more
Crossed
You get
out because I'm a
lot more
genius.
very high satisfying
I'm a
spikes.
mathematical genius.
Well,
Someone
like, for
wrote
example,
2 plus
you get
1
more
equals
variables
4
where you
here.
just have- okay,
They were
there are, like,
wrong.
4 towers.
I
really-
crossed
you got
it
a
out
good
and I put
tower
in the correct
cluster,
answer, which is 3.
And you've got really good
Okay.
maps in that range.
Don't forget.
So like, you know, there are maps.
Unless
Perfect
it's
Top One, for
a high
example,
roll 2. Yeah, a high
you know,
roll 2, a little bit
the
more
range is
difficult.
effectively, say, how do I quantify this? Like, say, 350 monsters up to 700 monsters.
Okay, I think
Whereas
I'm
the
gonna
range
have to, like,
here is like 300 monsters up to like 1,500 monsters. You know, much more drastic range. Now those numbers are arbitrary, but it is approximately the
How do you know if your
representation
account
of
has
the
early
range.
access?
Obviously,
You
then
can go to your
modify it and
account
add more
details,
to it
but
and all of that.
it's
So
they're very
you
slow
will
to
have
roll it
some
out right
maps that are
now.
like extremely good with Delirium.
So I just wouldn't stress about it
and
today.
some maps that are
wait
like
till
way
tomorrow.
better with something more like Breach.
Yeah.
Because Delirium enhances the monsters of the map, whereas Breach entirely adds the monsters. And you will even have things where there are maps
Is it
that
an
are like way
increase or
more
a
magic
more
monsters, way
multiplier?
more rare monsters.
That's the question.
And so you probably want that with, you know,
Where did
pick your
I
league
write
of your
this?
choosing and whatnot. You have all these variables that are at play, and so you all of a sudden find a really good set of towers with some really good maps and
here we go.
radius, and then you'll get really good
So I wanna do
tablet
5, 6, 7,
modifiers,
8.
and then you'll get really good maps with really good prefixes, and you want to just combine all of this and you obviously instill them all, and you corrupt them all. And there's the corruption
didn't show that- we
influence.
didn't show that,
and so
did we?
then there's the corruption
Yeah.
influence on them. And it's like,
Yeah.
okay, like,
It is possible for there on one map to be many mechanics stacked to the point of craziness.
There we go.
So it sounds like the juicing is definitely there.
Well, yeah, I mean that's important, right? I mean, like that's part of the
PoE
PoE experience.
the juices.
Yeah, for 100%.
But how much control do you have as a player though over min-maxing your just exploration of the Atlas map?
So effectively,
can you do better in some way?
So effectively, what you're going to want to do is the towers are where you go to like see areas around, and then there's the structure of the connections is quite open. So like you can beeline for things pretty well. Like if you you can certainly see a lot more maps than what you play, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So because of that, like you know, choosing what you want
choices.
is easy to do.
And you can kind of see the towers in the fog.
Yeah, so you can see the towers in the fog
It's
from a
those
distance,
two.
which means that you know, like a lot of the time it's like you know, go to a tower, you'll see some maps you want to play, you go play those, then it's like the next tower is just a few other maps away. Go to that tower, see the next area, and so on.
I'm guessing that's like a certain range out you can see.
Yeah,
into the
exactly.
fog of war.
The fog kind of in 3D, kind of the fog's actually a 3D thing, and it rises slowly as he gets away from where the thing is. So that's how you kind of get the towers to.
Cool. So you might see a cluster of towers off somewhere. Right
Yeah,
now.
absolutely. You can see that.
It sounds like this is like potentially an infinitely expanding map that is going to be
this might
by the
be-
end of someone's league quite big.
Yes. So we actually need to add a search feature. I don't know if they've done it yet for finding specific maps that haven't been run yet.
Yeah,
we
some sort of
have
way
a
to-
few things.
Hey,
There's
I
a
did
button you
it.
can press and it like goes to your last map round, one that goes back to a home base, and one that goes to some of the special, you know, more iconic things you find. But this we certainly need more. 100%. So that is something we will be working on. Hopefully it's there. Who knows?
And so Waystones have a tier, but they don't have specific maps on them anymore,
Yes.
which obviously shrinks that whole map pool thing down substantially.
Yep,
What sort of impact does that have?
It'll make the map stash tab a little easier to manage. That's good.
Yeah, so have you thought about like what sort of, I don't know, economic consequences that have for like how players progress through maps? Is it easier to do when you don't have to collect all of these individual maps to get the completion bonuses and stuff like we do currently? Like we have that whole, you know, hunting down over 100 maps to get completion for. That's
I
not a
mean,
thing.
yeah, now you're hunting, you know, you're hunting certain valuable maps, you're hunting towers, you're hunting content, you're hunting.
This does not look like the right way to put it in.
The faction leaders to get the pinnacle.
Yeah.
You know, you're hunting unique maps, a very different thing for sure.
Okay.
As opposed to,
This is
and
not
then the
looking
item is
interesting.
all about, I've just got a key. I just want good modifiers. You know, there's not really all that whole other variable to it. So there's still a lot of interesting choice and access, but we've taken it from the item and put it on the actual world map. But it's cool. It also makes you just feel like you're traversing a world. You know, you're not instantly like finishing the campaign, very grounded, and now I'm in space. You know, like Path of Exile does have that.
I only literally just thought about that. I was going to ask about that. So, you know, the mapping system was always this like extra dimensional kind of unknown thing. It's pretty interesting, but it is a little
So
weird.
we wanted to start with to actually like at least. I mean, look, I'm sure we'll get to the extra dimensional beings eventually, but at least to start with, you know, we wanted to have a bit more grounded initially.
Yes, you're on the planet.
Yeah.
Right, you're in
You're
raid,
on the planet. That's
in
like a
raid
good
class.
thing. We have become a
bar we've
sci-fi
gotten
crazy, but yeah. You know, you haven't gone to the moon yet.
Yes, well, even then we were saying like, can we at least before we go to outer space, go to the moon first? Like, actually, how many moons are we don't? You know, there's a whole complicated thing we need to figure out there.
Wow. I feel like there's a delve but up league coming. All right. So we've got this 1 in 4 maps is boss maps, and then that means the other 3 are not boss maps.
Yes.
What does a non-boss map look like? How do you win it?
So effectively, what you need to do is kill the rares in the map to remove the corruption and finish it. Once you get down below 50 monsters, it will point out any rares that are remaining. That are like a marker, just so you know.
I was worried
but
about that.
honestly, I wouldn't expect that to even be necessary most of the time because the layouts are kind of designed so that you know, like you know, if you generally speaking, you want to clear the maps to find the rares anyway because those are the one you know those have good drops. And effectively, the only reason that you would need that marker thing is just occasionally you get some slightly weird degenerate layout where there's some side bit you didn't notice or something like that, and then that's where you have to go. So generally speaking, you'll be able to make your way around and kill them all.
The goal of the player is you're cleansing corruption from the world, you're bringing order back, you know, stuff like that. So you even get the thing on the map where you're like, you know, if there's some corruption-y looking stuff around the map, when you complete the map, that gets purged away. You know, so you feel like you're reverse painting the map a little bit. And you're
you guys were lying to me yesterday.
It can actually be quite satisfying as you're like changing all the nodes from one color to another, and you're like, yeah, this is fun. I'm like, you know.
But ultimately, what we wanted to do is we wanted boss combat in PoE 2 to matter when we have it.
Yeah.
And so in order, like if you have a map boss every area, then if we made it so the boss combat mattered enough, like in order to actually balance it that way,
stressful.
It's too much. Like it actually is like, you know, you spend too much of your time fighting bosses.
Yeah.
So effectively, if that's what you want to do now, you can do it because there's bosses there. You know, like when I say 1 in 4 maps is a map boss, that doesn't mean that 1 in 4 maps you play is one. Because, you know, obviously you can pick what content you're doing by exploring
you
around.
can chain them
I'm trying to get the box
exactly.
put
So
back
effectively,
together.
if you want to hunt the bosses, then that is the thing you can do. If you want
There's
to
just like a
do
couple-
some mindless grinding for a while, you can do
don't
that too.
know. Oh, this fell back out
And,
again.
what it
Yeah, I
means is
think
we can
that
actually make the
goes in
bosses
there. And
way
they-
more rewarding.
I think it needs to
They
slide
can
back
drop
down
way
to get
more
this back
items
in
than they
there,
were
and I
going
don't
to
know how to
because
do
of the fact
that.
there's not one at the end of every area, right? Like we can actually, and the fight is substantial. You get a lot of drops. So that actually is something that.
And these things keep falling out.
And what? Oh yeah, no, right. You mean the boss killing tree? Yes, there's a
He's
tree
in the
for
right
boss
order.
hunting. Sorry, I thought you meant every boss had its own tree. And I was like, geez, did you do some design while I wasn't looking?
Not yet.
Josh was like, wait, no, wait, stop.
Yeah.
It's too much.
Jeez.
That's like a year 3 feature.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's actually like I do love that there's a boss hunting because I'm super into that. There's a boss hunting tree that you can fill out as well. So how do you get points on that? Like,
Yeah, so effectively, I mean, well, you can.
Yeah, I don't know what to
you
do.
get a lot of points for the core tree. There's a core tree that affects all mapping.
I don't know how to get
that-
these pieces
all
back
things
in.
like pack size, quant rarity, and you've got multiple
put 'em on the top for
keystones
looks.
that all can work together, and all can. So I think there's 3 of them. One plays on like corrupted maps. One plays.
Just gonna
on,
put it back in the box,
Like,
the box in the
prefixes
box.
and
Actually, I'm gonna put it-
suffixes, and I can't remember what the other
gonna
one.
go in the
The other one
background,
does
right?
right in this very moment. But you obviously get that core tree, and then you have a boss tree, and then obviously all the different league and pinnacle content trees. So you get those points by just completing maps. It just has a you effectively get a quest, and effectively it's like you complete 10 maps, you get your first 2 points, and then like complete X maps and one, goes up the chain.
But of certain tiers, like
Yeah.
basically,
Yeah, at least
this is
tier
the-
1,
this
at
is the-
least tier 2, at
so
least
this is the
tier
tier
3.
climb
Yep.
effectively, where it's like as you get up the higher tiers and clear maps of certain tiers, that's when you start getting points
And
for
then
the Atlas.
at like say the third one, I can't remember the exact specifics. It's like
complete this and defeat a boss, and then later it's defeat at least 5 bosses at something, and so killing bosses get generated.
It sounds way better for fresh starts. I'm not having to like go and get that estuary map that I missed or something. It's
yeah, for sure.
I'm just doing content. I'm
But
just
it
doing
is,
good
but
content.
it is kind of the analog of that in a way, because like it's that feeling of like I've got a system to progress through. Like I need to meet these objectives, and
definitely got a lot
and
of
I'm getting
progression.
and I'm getting from that you're getting the the Atlas passive points and so on.
Cool.
So yeah, that's kind of the idea.
Yeah, so you can really like focus in on map blasting with the bossless maps and or on bossing content if you want to, or on breaches, or on
and you can always put a
ritual.
breach on a map with a boss, right? You can do both.
Yeah,
It's
like
not
they can have all. You can have every type of content in one map if you want.
Yeah, is like a boss map a kind of like a distinct thing from like a regular map in terms of like the layout or the thing you've done?
Technically, they are separate, but generally speaking.
They'll be like similar.
Yeah, they're basically the same.
They're pretty similar.
They're pretty similar.
So there'll be like a boss estuary and a non-boss estuary.
Yeah, there are some cases at the moment where there are some maps that can't have a boss, and because we haven't done the one that would go here is not in early access yet, and that kind of thing. But effectively, as I said, generally speaking, it'll be 1 and 4 that you'll find.
Okay, excellent. So I think that covers. Did I miss some things from? You've got like all the smaller contents, like the strong boxes and essences. And things like
So
that coming back as
initially,
well.
we actually had a design where everything, like even all the smaller content, there was still going to be icons for it.
Yeah,
on the
I got a
tree.
burrito
on the Atlas.
coming.
Yeah,
but we actually found that it meant that when you were actually exploring, it didn't kind of. It felt
Plan
like there was
ahead, I
something
got a
random
burrito
to
coming
find.
today.
So we wanted to make sure we also have kind of just completely random stuff that like doesn't have a progression system that you just run into randomly, because that's fun
Probably
too.
gonna be like
and we'll probably be adding
2
more
more
of
hours
that
though.
as well over time. That's just like I randomly encountered this, and that was like not expected. So
is that sort of stuff on the core Atlas tree?
Burrito back to back. I actually didn't end up getting a burrito last night.
Yep.
I just made rice and eggs.
And
I was
often
I was
mods
actually
on the
way too
items as
tired
well.
after the stream yesterday.
On keep waystones.
Yeah, cool. Yep.
Lots of different names. Maps, waystones, same thing.
Yes, I've had to keep kind of correcting myself about that. I was like, I don't know.
I mean,
guess
look,
these aren't really called
internally,
maps anymore.
Rice and eggs is
definitely call
goated.
them maps all the
Little
time.
soy sauce
the thing
and
is, the only reason
sriracha.
why it doesn't make sense thematically is because a map
Ooh,
doesn't
and I
apply
actually
to
had
a
some,
specific
broccoli,
location,
too.
whereas a waystone can take you to anywhere.
It's such a, like,
that's the reason
easy
why
meal.
the name change had to happen.
Just
but
frozen
I think
broccoli,
probably even
put it
players
in the
would probably just
microwave.
call them maps, I bet, just because that's
Rice and eggs.
So we've got
That puzzle
the
was a lot. It
Breach,
killed me, man.
Delirium, Ritual Expedition.
Yeah.
Those like leagues that maybe need a new name.
It was cool, but really challenging.
Is there another one that you're just both personally really keen to bring back in the future?
Oh, I mean, like I've always wanted to have Delve
Synthesis?
again, but I kind of got a bit of that wish with this system.
Yeah.
It's also a very like content heavy league to make, because you need to make tons of encounters, and like doing
there's
it
a lot
properly is
there.
a huge thing. But I mean, look, I love Incursion as well. It's one of my favorites. Like I'm keen for that. I don't know if there's anything other than that you're really keen for.
There's a lot, especially because there's a lot we can do with all this new art, new monsters, right? Like, for example, if you just take Legion had all those 5 civilizations. We've now got an entire new array of Vile monsters, Vile bosses, etc. that we can use as a baseline. We've got way better consistent direction on what's going on there, heaps of stuff, new animation, and the capacities are just like out of control. But then you've got Incursion, we've got awesome Vile artwork we can use there and make that all awesome and nice. New corruption mechanics that we can extrapolate on.
You don't want to have a roof as the boss anymore?
Nah, you're not just gonna have a floating roof. The Omnitex is just a small floating roof.
Oh, you're keeping with the theme of vacuum cleaners.
Well, look,
standing and then
mistakes
the
were
Roomba.
made. Now we have minimum. That's a world where
Minimum
you had
vacuum
super
cleaners?
uniques with 1 or 2 skills.
Yeah.
Right. There's only so much you can do with a floating roof. So anyway, and then I don't know, even like
Interesting, you called it a
Bestiary
super
coming back
unique.
with something,
It's a
because we've got
different
all
term.
these awesome bosses, way grander in scale, and you can do these more grand hunts for them, as opposed to just like,
that's so
I'm like
good
in a
in this.
city and there's a rare spider. You can just get way more epic and way more involved and with all the new art and so much stuff to like.
A Bestiary 2 that's like hunting big beasts and preparing for them and tracking them. That'd be pretty cool.
Exactly.
I'd definitely take some mercenary action into that. Be a good fit, I feel. All right.
Oh,
Well, there's lots for us to look
Didn't
forward
think
to
about
there. And
Bestiary.
you have some kind of like penned already for adding to the beta.
I mean, all plans can change, but
Yeah.
there are absolutely. I mean, look, that we've done things like commissioning art assets and so on. Like
Oh, yeah.
we've got
So there's stuff coming
there's
already.
stuff coming along. It's just
Wow.
a question of like when we actually get
That's
there,
committed.
what's it going to look like?
Yep. All right. Let's talk about crafting a little bit because you've done a lot there, and it's pretty fundamental to the game, I think. So, what's the core of what you're trying to do with crafting in Path of Exile 2 compared to Path of Exile 1? Kind of noting that you've really kind of stepped back from the idea of like reforging an item many times or scouring it.
So we really want to make it so that you're finding crafting items all the time. You're using those crafting items way more often than you were in PoE1.
Yeah.
That you like the game of like picking something up, like seeing what I could modify it to, like, then actually equipping those items is just happening way more often. And there's so many subtle changes around this, like in terms.
Yeah,
of,
I'm guessing early access just means you just get
like
it
the way
immediately.
the way that
Key is giftable.
The base mod scale and items and the like things like that, like all the stuff to kind of make it so that as you find new base types and new things, like you've got a reason to craft them. Part of that is making sure that you've got enough of that currency. It actually took us a long time to even get comfortable with the idea of making something like an Exalt drop that often, because there's just this thing you're cemented in your mind of like, this is rare, right? Like it's an Exalt.
How was
can
the
it possibly
crafting?
drop like multiple times?
I mean, it's the same as it was last time.
Like it just
I just got an
seems
email for a
crazy.
price drop on a monitor I've been looking
but,
at.
with the way like removing scouring,
do I bite the bullet? Do I do it?
Affected so much of the way that we can craft. Like I know that you noted earlier that you can. There's so many more things you're allowed
interesting.
to craft now.
It's
that you're allowed to craft.
definitely
Yes, and the reason why that's allowed is
a more
because without
methodical,
scouring,
simple way to do it,
like
and it
those
feels
crafts become one.
It feels like
things,
nearly
which
as much
means that
randomness,
it's actually okay
but it
to allow
feels like
that
you have
stuff.
more
And I think
control.
that's opened up a huge amount of stuff. There's just
What
there's so
monitor?
many more
It is
types
the
of
so much more value to the drop.
MSI. It's a 27-inch OLED.
That stuff has just, I think, opened up a huge amount there.
480 hertz. It's an MSI monitor.
It also has, and this wasn't necessarily an explicit goal right at the beginning, but it's also meant that
and it just had a big price drop today, probably for
I'm
Black
just
Friday.
going to click again and again as my crafting session is no longer really the meta.
Just spam re-rolling.
Yeah, exactly. Like everything kind of is
480
something
hertz for
you want
Deadlock,
to be able to use.
You are
a few
still
times.
reforging
What
and
resolution?
metacrafting things.
Yeah,
You've
I've got stuff
1440p.
like that, right?
I mean,
We've
you
got
don't want
goals,
okay.
but that stuff is higher up. Like that's
Yeah.
kind of more of a later game
It's
thing.
not
Yeah, exactly. Because you have to think about it after each time. Like,
You
will
want
I improve
4K?
this?
I
Will
mean,
make it
you
worse?
can't play 40. If you're going 40 hertz,
yeah,
then
there's
4K
stuff
is
to do
pointless,
there.
right?
Like the meta crafting that Omens can do is also very interesting. Like there's some pretty powerful stuff there. But once again, we introduced that stuff later on, and so effectively we want to, I guess for lack of a better word, democratize crafting at early levels.
How can you
make
check if
sure
you get the
that,
drop? In
everyone's
the upper
able to
right
do that
corner, you
stuff,
click your account.
while having the more advanced stuff be kind of a little bit later.
We certainly had a goal at one point where we're talking with Rishi, and I'm like, if every single time we're doing alpha wipes or getting the staff to play, I'm like, if I am not seeing and hearing about people using exalts during Act 1, then we have failed, and we need to drop more of them. And so we ended up, like, I would say honestly, in the last month, we have like over like 8
Ultra
to
rides are
10
great.
times
Yeah,
the
I mean,
amount
if
of
you're
currency
playing
dropping.
games that support it.
And there's the cool things about it as well, which are the subtle things, like a boss is way more likely to drop
Really
the
good for
higher
PoE,
tier
of course.
currencies and stuff, because again, rarity affects
rarity
that as well
matters, yeah.
now. So
But I
you're
mostly
like
wanna
way more
upgrade for
incentivized to
Deadlock.
go and kill bosses to get them, and there's heaps of awesome stuff around there. But we're actually now finding people are exalting gear during the campaign, throwing it on weapons and
Some
building
want resolution,
weapons
some
from
want rise
scratch.
schemes, some
You
want
find a very
refresh
good
rate. I mean,
transmute, org, regal.
it's more about the
exalt.
purpose, right?
That process is like.
Transmute, org, regal, exalt is like a thing that you're doing often.
Yeah.
And like enjoy. And,
How do you
like,
check how much
find
you
good
spent? I
bases
think I
and you
still
do
have
stuff like
the.
that.
I can speak to that experience.
there.
I've played probably 6-ish hours. I'm most of the way through Act 2 on my mercenary, and I've found maybe 6 or 7 exalts. I took a ring from like a 1 blue stat ring that
Thanks,
had a nice
accuracy.
roll, maybe a nice life roll or something, and crafted it up to 6 property rare. And I crafted a crossbow that I found with good sockets that had a good damage roll in it, and I took that to 6 properties with multiple damage mods. And I'm like, each time that power was going up, and so I was doing that.
It feels good.
I felt like the bottleneck was regals, which was actually kind of interesting because I don't know if that's intentional or just luck, because I did really have to think about which blue items were good enough to take to a rare,
Yep.
so that I could then put my exalts on them.
So you get more of those by disenchanting rares.
Yeah, they
so
are
effectively-
farmable.
So they are farmable, which
Yeah.
is completely intentional.
Yeah.
We want to make sure that like if you don't have enough of those, like so generally speaking, it's like you're going to want to keep like I feel like once you get like more than like 5 or 6 transmutes, then you stop disenchanting blues and start
Yes.
selling them instead.
Yep.
And the same thing
That's
can be
right.
true also for regals, where it's like okay, once you've got more than a certain amount, then you're like okay, I can stop having to disenchant the stuff and kind of switch over.
Yeah,
But
like, I'm
the nice
interested
thing
in
is,
hearing
like,
the
when you
answers,
don't
but
have
this
enough,
has just
there's
been
a way
going
to
on.
get them, which I think is really
It's
important.
over an hour.
The same is true with the socket currency as well.
It's
where
over
like,
an hour
when you
for
don't
this
have enough,
Q&A,
you can
man.
start salvaging. I know you were telling me you were buying stuff from the vendor with sockets in order to
I
salvage
surprised
it.
them with my
with
my methods, my degenerate ways.
So that stuff, it's just really nice to have for people to have the ability to, to get that stuff when they need it. And so it's nice that like all that really basic stuff.
If I
of
were a
just,
better
like, getting
content
items
creator,
to better
I'd be
tiers
writing down everything they
is
said
now
and
way
answered.
easier to get, and that solved a problem that we had.
All I can think about
through
right
quite
now is
a lot of the
burrito.
betas. Where people were saying they didn't feel like they had enough control, like they didn't feel like they had a way to advance their character when they needed to be able to solve specific problems. And I think the socket thing really has helped a lot with that now, because now we have a way finally to be like, okay, if I need a bunch of fire resist, there is a way to get that, and I've got the tools to do it, and I've got items I can use to do this stuff. So that has helped a huge amount, I think, of solving those issues that come up with your character.
And this is to confirm how you've solved bench crafting. The question of
So
that.
we went through so many iterations of bench stuff. It was like a huge thing. We implemented tons of UI. Like there was tons of wasted time there implementing crafting bench things. The problem that we had was that the systems that we were making, it's like we could balance them in the ways the players were happy with, and then the designers were very unhappy. Or we could balance them the way the designers were happy with and the players were unhappy. And it's like when you've got a system where like you're fighting the players for how the balance should be, like you can tell that means you have a system that is bad. But I think we were very I myself honestly was too slow to recognize the fact that a complete overhaul was needed. Then at some point the socket stuff originally came from
when the designers are fighting the players,
there.
you know it's a bad
and
system.
then at some point, I don't know who came up with it, I think it might have just been you, who said like, why don't we just
Rishi.
Rishi thought of that. Okay,
That's a quote.
So Rishi thought of the idea of like, hey, what if we just put sockets, in early game? What if you got them in Act 1? What if you had runes that would let you get the basic boss as the way of solving the remedial crafting problem? And so then suddenly, as soon as we do that, it's like, oh, like I'm happy, players are happy, everyone's happy. So that means we have a good system that is working and gets those good feelings. So that I think was a real win. I love how that system is.
Most of Mark's tenure.
Yeah, so
I mean,
the bench was achieving
the last three leagues
in its
are
way,
three of the most successful leagues of all time, right?
Maybe even three. Gear customization for one, like you take an item and you can do something more to it, firstly. And then you've got the problem fixing of like, I need more fire resistance.
Yes.
And then the third thing was like the meta crafts. So you've handled those each in different ways.
Exactly.
You've got the runes, which do the first two things.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, I think
problem fixing.
Mark.
So
I think Mark
I think
is
for the customization, it's
revitalized
the,
PoE1. To be honest.
So what do you call them? The soul cores. Like the runes are more about the kind of like I need to fix resistances, whereas the soul cores are more about like I want to customize my items in different ways than what I would otherwise normally be able to do. And then of course you've got the omens to solve the metacrafting problem. So we effectively moved all that stuff around. And essences, of course, yes, of course. So essences, what they allow you to do is get 2 deterministic mods. So because you can upgrade to blue, but you can also upgrade from blue to rare with an essence as well. So that lets you kind of get some of that stuff.
The rest
plus
drop
some
to
of
the
omen
lower
things
5
you can-
to 8.
Yeah, there's stuff you can do there.
I mean, there's all the PoE2 stuff that's like,
I think going to be pretty interesting.
the latest
that's
stuff, the
just
PoE2
at the
stuff,
start of
really.
release.
Yeah, because obviously there's going to be
conflicted
more,
with it,
of
right?
course, as we
Feed more
add
stuff into that,
more
yeah.
things.
Settlers.
So yeah.
Settlers like
So I was
killed
like,
it,
I was
numbers-wise.
worried that some of the changes we're making might move us away from some of the
Absolutely killed it.
like deep impactful crafting that we have.
like
but
fine after
it
6
sounds
weeks
like
maybe a
you are
drop
still
lower,
allowing,
but like if the first 6
powerful
weeks are
meta
literally like
crafting
number 1 league of all
and
time.
the ability to make like a
mean,
really good item
for sure.
But
You
you're
can't check
also
for-
making sure
you can't-
that like
you
the
can't cherry
physical
pick,
item itself that you find
like
matters
the
more.
whole time.
And
Settlers
like,
bottom
the
5 is
more
percent player base
there-
drop off. Who cares though?
There's
We're like
so
8 weeks
much
in.
more going on. I think
First
just,
6 weeks it was like number 1 league of all time.
Clever things we've done with the
So
item
it's
system
like,
as well. Like
you
one
can't
of the things I
cherry pick like
love that we did is we've made it so that so we've got blue and yellow chests you can find now, and we've changed the world generation so that if a dead end is generated, the chance that you get a rare chest there is way higher. So effectively, if a rare chest will spawn in the area, then it will choose dead ends first to go there.
You feel better about the dead ends
yeah,
when that
effectively. So
happens.
like that means that we effectively mean that like when like it makes the world feel like as far as item drops go, that like it feels intentional, right? Like I went down this into this dead end room, but look, there was a rare chest there, so I feel happy
sometimes
about it. Like that kind of thing
quick
is,
Twitch
is,
drops
is,
can take
is
a while
really
to show
cool.
up.
There's
It's
things like
usually
that.
not
There's also the
instant.
way that so we've alluded to it a few times, but the way that rarity now works, where the mods get better as rarity increases, and also things like the you get better currency rather than just that means we don't have to have like the spam of items that's like crazy. Like you actually feel like that you kill a boss.
I actually I'm a big believer in
as opposed
Steam
to just
charts.
lots of shit. So
is one of the worst
websites. That's I'm a big fan of how this feels. I think it's a lot.
Like that website needs to go away,
if you're
man.
a PoE 1 player,
It's so unhealthy for
a boss kill. Like
conversation
the number of
about
the
things.
expectation of because a PoE 1 player sees
You just get like the
looks
nonstop.
at
Like
the
I'm
amount of
seeing this
spam
with
on the
Deadlock right
screen,
now.
in
People
some
talking
to
about
some
Dead Game.
level as the way of knowing how good the drops were. Now, of course, you got item filters and everything.
We
kind
have
of
quantity
improve that.
brain rot.
Yeah, exactly. So exactly, that is a good way of putting it. It really is more about are the items actually good? Like, ideally, you kill a boss and you pick every item it drops up. That is to me is a win, and I think we're basically getting it at that point.
I quite like how the exploration systems and that as well, with the chests down dead ends and things like that, acts as a player leveler in some ways. Where like a player is struggling.
The more you explore, the more stuff you'll find, and that's true as well for the optional encounters around the place as well. If you're struggling,
they
go
don't
fight some
feel
optional
optional
stuff
though.
there that can drop and
feels like mandatory passive points that
you
you
will
get in the
definitely
campaign.
find more things and
lots of guaranteed rare items here and there,
Exactly.
and certain like that.
So
This little boss here will drop a rare caster item, and heaps of stuff.
And the funny thing about that is that stuff came about a little bit from the fact that we actually had a problem where people were just face tanking bosses.
Lab looks hard.
and dying
Yeah,
over
I
and
did
over
want to
again.
talk about
They
that.
keep on respawning, and they would never be like, "Oh, I'm going to go away and actually find some other stuff." And so I was thinking for a long time about why is it that in other games that
frame by
people
frame
don't do that.
rewatch.
If I'm playing
I mean,
Elden
as soon
Ring,
as the
I die
burrito
to a
gets
boss
here.
10 times. I'm not just gonna just continue doing that. I'm gonna be like, oh, maybe I'll go do something else for a while. So we realized that the map, the idea of just there's lots of stuff to find, is actually a really important part of that. So in PoE 2 now, one of the recent things, and it's taken a lot of work from people to get this working, but now all of that you can see all the sort of weird side encounters that have specific drops on the map. And that means that if you're having trouble with the boss, you're like, oh, you know what, I'm just gonna go do some other stuff, and then you'll come back and you will be powerful enough to kill the boss much more easily because you do absolutely find the rewarding things.
There's a little chest on there or a little campsite.
There's lots of little hard-coded drops from specific bosses. The hard-coded drops, they only drop one time, so you can't just farm them endlessly.
that
But effectively,
they
if you go
haven't
do all
patched
that side
Deadlock yet.
content and you check it all off, you'll get.
Granted, they're West Coast, but
very rewarding stuff.
Wow.
Yeah, you got some pretty clever systems there, and I definitely noted I was using the map thing.
Time freeze class for the no hit run. Ooh, that's a good point.
To be completionist.
Usually, the
about it.
hardest thing about a no hit run is.
But also, just being
the
aware
traps,
of
though.
cool, there's some good stuff.
Am I
going to
get the new top supporter pack?
And
I think we could do
figured out that
sub goal
some of that stuff
for
reveals
it.
after you find the waypoint in a zone.
I think
for
that's how it
example.
works.
But if I don't get the
there's
subs
a few
for it, I'm
features.
not
So
going to
it's
spend that money. That's
Either
so much
because
money.
an NPC told you about an area, in which case it just happens to be revealed, or at the very least, yes, when you get there. Generally, it's just when you get there you see everything.
Dr. C.
But there's a few different conditions that
All
will
right,
reveal
thanks for the
everything.
10 gifted, man.
Kind
1/4.
of depends. Like a lot of people just click through the dialogue, so they'll never know the NPC told them, but they maybe
I was
did.
checking my
Well,
map. Kinda like when I
remind
went
me,
into a
Dr.
zone,
C,
and then
if we
afterwards
set
to
that
see
up.
if there was anything
But like
interesting
you
I
never
missed.
get to
I mean,
an
it's gonna be
area
like
and don't
250
see some,
subs,
unless
right,
they are like
to get
very
there.
obviously hidden intentional secrets.
Yeah.
that
10% of the way.
They
there.
they might be there, they might not
Yes,
be.
I found
That's-
half of your key for your secret quest.
Oh yeah, don't worry about that.
So,
The new hideout's
pivoting
crazy.
into
I mostly
economy
want
and
the
trading,
that armor
the exchange
and the
from
kiwi.
Path of Exile's one experiment.
I love
recently.
glowy,
We got
flashy
the
things
chance
like
to
that.
Actually, try that live in the field, and it seems from the player's perspective, it was a smash hit.
Yeah, definitely for us as well.
Yeah, okay.
Solved a lot. We're 100% on board with that. It's very good.
Was the least stressful league I ever played.
I have an art book.
What
I
normally
don't know
caused
if
almost
that's
all
one
the
and a half,
aggro
though.
friction for me was
yes,
especially bulk trading. It was
Incredible.
horrible, and I
So
was just
good.
like, oh,
I have an
this
art
is like
book
a dream
somewhere.
come true.
Myself and so many other players, I feel like were more engaged in endgame. We were able to do the thing we wanted to do more, and we're just less aggravated on a moment-to-moment basis. It's good. So, do you take that then as like, as
Am
a
I
big
hyped
positive
you out
for
right?
it going into Path of Exile
Yeah,
2?
yeah.
100%.
And
I'm mostly
how
that
do you feel like it
Chronomancer
adapts to the
class.
game being quite different in the end, because
It's
they are pretty different
literally
games. Like the economy
that
works
I actually
pretty
wanted to
differently.
design.
honestly, I think
it's
it will- I
really
think it will just work.
crazy.
I
I
mean,
wanted
we don't- we
if I
have
got
no
the
idea
unique.
what the trade
I thought I
values
was
will
going to get
settle
it
on
design
and how
unique.
that'll end
I was
up,
already
but
thinking
yeah,
about
like,
it. That's why I was
It's
super
gonna be
disappointed
chaos.
yesterday
I mean,
because I
yeah,
already
yeah,
was thinking about the unique I was going to make.
ultimately,
I wanted
think
it
that
to
the
be
trades-
like temporal
effectively,
rift,
Settlers
time
was a
freezy
test of
related.
what the trade-
That was my
what
plan.
the economy will be like in PoE 2.
But now
to
that
some
there's a
extent,
Chronomancer
just the way
class,
that,
maybe
you know,
my
the
div
gold and
card can
everything.
be related.
So I'm pretty confident that that's going to be okay. But obviously, you never know, right? Like when
Also, I think it's
lots
like
of
kind
people
of
hit the
fucked up
economy,
that
what can happen?
some people get div
Hopefully
cards,
we
some
don't
people
cause,
get
like,
design
horrible
unique.
hyperinflation or have some horrible issue like that. But
It's like a
I guess,
crazy
you know,
difference.
partly this is what an early access is to find out, right? Like whether there's any issues like that.
Was there any
economy testing?
Was there any surprises with that or with gold in terms of how things panned out?
Thankfully not, honestly. Like we were worried, but thankfully none of the like horrible situations came to pass with that.
Dot
ended up
related
working
too?
just fine. So yeah, like
that's
went
pretty
great.
cool.
Who'd have thought 10 years later we'd be back here saying, you know what? Gold was a good idea.
Yeah,
We just had to do it
exactly,
right.
exactly.
Because I remember 10 years ago,
it's
we're
funny,
like,
but it's
this
funny.
game's brilliant. It has no gold. Stupid gold.
But the funny thing is I don't think we would have arrived at the way gold is now if we had had it in the first place.
Yeah.
Like the non-tradability of it, like using it as a sort of marker for how much play you've done.
yeah.
I don't think that we would have ever had that way if we hadn't arrived from here. So
Yeah.
I think that path dependency kind of did matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The paths we weave.
Mm-hmm.
So, how likely then, based on just how successful it is, are you to want to expand the like exchanges capabilities to like other things like maps or waystones or even gear?
Well, I mean, look, I'm interested in this, but I don't think it's necessary right now. So we're not going in early access, at least. We're not going to launch with any expanded stuff in that way. But I guess I do want to sort of see how it works, and I'm interested in potentially trying something like that in the future. I just don't like the currency exchange was like 90% of the problem.
Yeah.
And so fixing that like fixed a lot of the like it seemed like we would need to do more initially, and then maybe now it's seeming like maybe we don't. But I still want to experiment with it potentially. So I'm interested to see how it goes. But the currency exchange definitely helped a vast amount.
Those were the annoying drains.
Yeah,
most
they
of
were
the
for
time.
sure. They were.
Yeah.
Yep, definitely.
Great. So we've had some. So this is a tricky question to answer, especially if we could just scroll down. Okay.
Yeah.
So what are you aiming for in terms of Path of Exile 2's kind of like personal player economy and progression? So how much resources you're acquiring, how you're using them, but also how much are you getting from trade versus from yourself?
I mean,
Solo
this is a tricky
self-out.
question, but I mean, I think that really the feeling of like being able to trade is super important. So being able to get that stuff, I think, is good. Like not everyone wants to do that. You need to be able to progress through the game well without having to do much trade. But I do think that like look, it's definitely going to be the case that if you're playing in a trade league, you're going to have the ability to
It accelerates
accelerates you
everything,
very significantly, and that's the case, and it will continue to be the case. And
Yeah.
like we are a game that embraces trade.
Yeah,
right?
well,
like
I think the DNA of Path of Exile 1 is very much that like it is a game about economy and trade.
100%.
And
So, yeah.
for some people, getting rich is their main motivator.
100%. So effectively, yeah. So I mean, that will absolutely be a factor. And look, like I think that the feeling of that will probably end up feeling quite similar to PoE1 in that regard.
Yeah.
I think that's what that's the type of game we're making.
Yeah. Do you think it's that said though? Do you think it is in some ways better for a solo self-found sort of experience?
I mean, I simply because, again, as we talked about, we're dropping a lot more currency that we expect you to use on
Right,
gear,
exactly.
as opposed
Yeah.
to save till end game for
Exactly.
one, and then by end game, like we don't have Kirak mods costing, that kind of stuff that all costs chaos, and you don't
Trade
have
is
like the
mandatory
meta
after
mods costing
Scabry work?
divines and all that, right? They're all different items. You're like, I want meta mod crafting. There's a ritual. I'm
know
gonna
where
go
to get
it
them as well.
right?
So
you're not
I
just,
would
like,
argue that
having to,
SSF is even
blocked
stronger
behind this thing
today in
because
Settlers
I
League
need
than
so
ever
many
before.
divines, and I can't get that because
If
I'm
you actually
solo
play SSF,
self-found,
it's
and
insane
farming
right
divines
now.
is not exactly beyond trivial. So there's a
You're
number
just
of ways
you're
there
just
where I
putting
say it is
trade
honestly a
style
much
play
better solo self-found
and trying to
experience.
directly correlate
But
that to
each
SSF
to their own.
play.
That to be seen, and
I think SSF is
know,
stronger than
There'll
it's
be a
possibly
separate
ever
solo
been.
self-found mode, presumably, even
Minus
to
maybe
beta
Affliction
launch or
League.
in the future.
it is our
Which was just
intention to have
broken.
hardcore and solo
We'll have,
self-found.
we'll have both of them.
Right, cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't play hardcore for your first round, honestly, because you're likely to die. Like once you
Oh,
learn
yeah.
the boss mechanics, it should be fine. But
Someone's gonna.
First time, it's gonna be tricky.
Couch co-op hardcore, and you get to see your friend die right next to you. That's the true dream.
Actually,
And you're like,
actually, hang on, wait. In Couch Co-op Hardcore, do we still lock the camera so you can't walk away from your friend?
No, we put you back
You
to
put you
solo.
back to solo.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
great,
that's
good. That's good. Good to know.
They got that solved.
It's like the other.
But you just-
You have to have
yeah.
a mourning period of about 30 seconds.
Right.
before you
But
move.
you're just like, all right, you can go home now. We're like, go.
Yeah.
See ya.
What do you do?
Got to power
Yeah,
level your
that
friend
is,
back up.
That's a devastating moment. I did lose my place there. Yeah, I think we mentioned the co-op support and everything. And we'll scroll down and take some of the additional
SSF
questions
without
here.
the boats feels awful. I mean, If you delete the current league mechanic,
will there be a penalty for
then
an
it's not the
individual
game that you're playing,
party member
right?
dying when
Sure, maybe
grouping up the
SSF
bosses on that
standard
map,
feels
then?
worse.
It seems
but
weird that the boss straight up resets
standard
when
everything
playing
is just a
solo,
different
but when playing in
conversation.
a group, nothing happens. If a party
But you
member
have the
dies.
boats,
Tell
right?
us
And the
about
boats are
rules.
insane.
Yeah,
Now
how
that we
does that
have, because
work?
I know you've changed them recently.
I would say
so
how difficult it is to
bosses
get
are
power
obviously
rooms
harder
does feel
for
bad.
having more people.
Yep.
For SSF.
Less crowd controls. Things like obviously more life, and I'm not just saying double life, more than double life, right? It does.
I mean, if you look at the
more than
SSF
twice as
races
hard,
this
or
league,
more than in
they were
players
like
as hard,
insane, right? Insanely strong.
So yes, you could argue, okay, we have reviving
A guy
as
got
an
all his
advantage. Well,
played
yes, it does
SSF,
take time to revive,
hardcore,
and if your friend
SRS
dies early
Guardian,
and you're
and got
unable
all
to
4 void
revive them
stones in
because
like
you're
40
constantly
hours,
being interrupted,
which is
well,
insane.
From what I saw, it's pretty hard to
You're
pull
not
off unless
having
you,
a fun time.
Get a big stun or something.
Another change that we made recently is, of course, for each revived. Between each set of checkpoints, every time you have to revive them, the revive takes longer subsequent times.
So that's important because it just means that if you're like, you can't revive spam anymore because it's going to take longer and longer each time. But then when you go to a checkpoint, that resets. So like you're back to normal
Now,
again. So
in in-game maps, you cannot revive each other. Death is a consequence.
Pewee Twitter has a 30 post thread.
I was going to ask actually about like endgame maps and what is the rule for dying in endgame map? Is it 1 portal deal now, not 6 portals?
Well, you still have 6 portals, so you can have your party members, but death.
And you can leave and come back as
Yeah,
long
yeah.
as you don't die.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you can take items out, but a death will end that map for you.
Yeah. And to remind people, the if you like log out or the server crashes or something like that.
Did they add damage numbers? The numbers have been there for a while.
The game
Yeah, the numbers have been there
so
since at
when
least
you log-
July.
When you boot the game back up and log back in, you'll be still in your map, right?
And also, even we've also now have it so that when if you just Alt F4 the game at a random time, you'll actually, even if you come back like the next day, because for example you might have
There's no logout macro anymore. It pauses, it just pauses the game.
You will appear back at the checkpoint you were at. So if you are like fighting a boss, you die a bunch of times, you're like, crap, Alt F4, you come back, you're going to be right there at the boss checkpoint again.
That part is campaign specific because there are no checkpoints in maps.
Delve is not confirmed for Pewee 2 yet.
For the campaign though, and that honestly,
but it's Jonathan's favorite
helped
mechanic.
a lot. Like there were so many. I think it really did cause new players to have problems in PoE 1 where they felt like they just lost track of where the hell they even were when they came back after a session. If like they might have not got waypoints for certain times or things like that. Like you now can't have the situation where you log back in and you're like, oh, I forgot like 3 waypoints in a row and now I'm like freaking miles away from where I was, which I think happened to new players fairly frequently.
I'm glad in a world where everyone's becoming a Souls-like that you guys didn't do the running back to the boss. Segment of gameplay,
right.
And you just kind of jump back in,
yeah,
and have another crack.
So effectively, like that's nice to just have the save checkpoints to your character, which I think is a nice one.
Were there any other mechanics around there? Reviving? Well, obviously in hardcore, you're dead. That's the drill.
It's irrelevant at that point.
So your maps almost embraces a kind of semi-hardcore mentality there, where there is actual cost. Like we went through so many iterations.
Yeah, that's
here,
actually the main question.
Where
here.
it's like, okay,
they're finally talking about one of our questions.
The moment that you have to spend something of economic value to do the attempt, hence a map item, and especially if it's got breaches and all this content that's coming from precursor tablets, all of this stuff is worth stuff. So you all of a sudden have heaps of stuff on the line, and then you don't want to be in a position where you're like, I need to bring in some people to do this because I'm not going to risk that value. So that's why we just were like in maps, no reviving. It's just like, yeah, sure. You still can always bring in any context someone way more powerful
Elden Ring has
than
almost
you to
no
carry
boss ring
things,
anymore.
right? That's the benefit of multiplayer. But feeling
Even
like
Dark Souls
you have
3
to
didn't
do
have
this
much.
thing because then they can just keep reviving
It's really
you,
just a Dark
so
Souls
you
1
can
and
get
2
all the
thing.
rewards. Like we're trying to get away from all of that. Otherwise, you get this weird thing where like you're often always too scared to do the thing.
Yeah.
Now you're scared, but everyone's scared and it's fine, and you don't feel.
I
like
am
you,
scared.
You're like, okay, you have to go in with a sense of confidence to like, I can definitely do this thing. And so it's just a little bit less fear when it comes to all of a sudden doing that.
That's much better in the context of the fact that you can pause the game if your cat's on fire or if the
100%.
server crashes or something
100%.
that you just paused and you can jump back in as well. You're failing because of your own faults.
Yep.
In
Now,
theory,
server
too.
crashes, that's a good question.
Multiplayer, we do have a thing, of course, with respawn at checkpoints as an option. So if a player dies and you don't want to die, you don't want to finish the fight out, you can both choose to respawn at checkpoint, and then it will just create a new instance.
Cool.
You don't have to die to do it. And
bought
you don't
the
have to log
500?
out and do any shenanigans like that. You
You
can
got
just
4 keys?
press
Oh,
escape,
damn.
hit respawn at checkpoint.
Share 'em with your
it'll
friends.
ask other players to confirm, and then it moves you all to the new area.
Cool.
Oh,
Excellent.
there's gonna be server
I
issues.
didn't want to go super into this. We've definitely talked about it before, but click
December
move versus
6th is gonna
WASD,
be-
It's definitely been asked about a bit. So there's been plenty of reports about WSD being amazing. Personally, I've
Maybe they
been
talk
using it a
until
ton
December
and really
6th.
enjoying it. I know you've said a lot of people around the office have like given it a try and adapted to that, but it has raised the point for people that feel like they're still very much against that for whatever reason, or maybe that they literally only have one hand and and want to use click to move still. How does it stack up? How does click to move still stack up now?
I think honestly it's fine. Like it's not been a problem.
There was a time where every time I go to sit down at a developer's computer, there'd be in WSD, and just because it's a little bit easier to move around again or whatever. But lately, I'd say now it's back to almost every designer's computer I sit back down at to go play. They're back and click to move.
Interesting.
Yep. It's gone full tilt the other way.
Octavian at the demo
and
a
I'm
couple
always
weeks
like,
ago used click to
wonder why
move.
that is.
But even watching Octavian play on click to move,
He's a
like,
click to move player, yeah.
He's
You have a
100%
few
click to move. And he
purists
is
there.
very proficient with that.
Yeah.
With it, like,
That'll be reassuring for, I think, some of the people that are worried about being forced into WASD. Even though it is obviously playing so well by all accounts.
Your Steam account doesn't update. I wouldn't worry about it.
And Octavian's often doing the demonstrations
Yes.
for your live things too, so
You'll
be
get
able to
figured
see
out.
that.
Worst case, email
I have to
support.
force them to play WSD sometimes because I'm like, I think the Mercenary looks so much better with WSD just visually.
Yeah.
I'll tell them to.
It does feel very good on the Mercenary.
Yeah,
You've got
yeah.
that kind of like stalking through, especially with that kind of like preparational
Yeah,
technical
yeah.
play
Studied the New
style.
Zealand accent for your lock horse?
Loving it so far.
What?
We
Why would they
did
do
already
that?
talk about skin transfers. Could we scroll down to any additional questions that we have? I feel like I don't even know how long we've been going for, but
I mean,
I'm feeling
it's
the
a
physical
while. We're
fatigue
getting
creep in at this point.
Yeah, exactly. We've been going.
Everyone's hungry. Yo, what's up,
Yeah.
Dumbo? How's it going, man?
People asking if there's going to be anything like challenges.
Dodge
or
mechanic is
challenge
not hard
rewards in the
to get used to. Don't worry about
early
it.
access or
not at
beta.
first, no.
It's really smooth.
Did I ask about races, events?
You spent
and private
last
leagues?
fewer than 50
I
bucks,
think
huh?
not
And,
initially,
I'm
but we will
jealous.
do it later for sure.
I'd love to get my $4,500 back.
I think the issue was that the private league interface was like on the PoE1 site, and we had to do some work and something like that. It wouldn't be far away though. Like it won't take us that long before we get to it. Like,
I can't
Yeah,
exactly
insane
remember
reveal,
either,
huh?
but yeah, it wouldn't be private leagues in particular wouldn't be far away.
Yeah. So I mean, we'll have them, just not like right initially potentially.
And I think I did miss this actually. So cluster jewels are a thing or not a thing? Are they've been kind of replaced by those
Yeah,
radius?
we replaced them with that almost like rollable timeless jewel kind of thing.
Yeah, that's cool.
At least for now, there's like so much passive tree there, and the jewels accomplish the kind of off-build thing anyway.
You
Like,
hardly need to add the extra passive trees on your passive trees
yes,
yet.
yes, we do. Yeah,
That's after launch.
We made the passive tree implicitly bigger, so you know.
The cluster
But
jewels are in the tree already.
That's again, I talk about like year 3 features. That's around a like year 3 to year 5 feature as well. So
Yeah. We got another decade of what we had with Path of Exile 1 to look forward to for Path of Exile 2, hopefully.
Witch
before
Hunter
we
looks sick.
Start worrying about Path
I mean,
of Exile
Gemling
3,
Legionnaire looks
Jeez.
might
You go,
almost definitely
start
be the
thinking-
most
just start
broken.
thinking
give
about
us a little while.
Gemling Legionnaire looks
so
insane.
I guess to just finish us off for today then, do you guys have a recommendation or of what is the best class to play in the beta?
I mean, that's a very hard one. Honestly, like so.
There's so many choices now.
There are. So let me. Well, okay. If we're going by the numbers, if we go by player satisfaction reports on per class,
built-in
we break
explosion.
it down
Yeah,
to
I
mean,
betas,
this is good technical information here.
Then that means the monk is very interesting because the monk is the class that dies the most often. But it's
Yeah.
also the class that when people play it, they have the highest satisfaction
That's
level by a very,
fascinating.
very tiny margin that compares to the others.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, it is like glass cannon, you know, like it's very fast, but you have to,
Yeah.
you
I
have
mean,
to retreat and move in and out. So,
I fell in love with the monk playing.
uh,
it.
Monk
Looks like
flies
a little
around.
bit,
yeah, that's
so-
interesting. But I think if you're a new player, then the mercenary, if you're like used to shooters and stuff, I think playing the mercenary could be a good win. Like I really love that class. It's
I don't
really
know.
cool.
I've been loving the mercenary,
Yeah.
but to me it feels like you need to really be considering each engagement a lot more. It's a bit more
Maybe.
tactical.
Maybe,
and
I don't know. Like
considered.
I like it. I
You don't have that
really
ability
like
to
that.
correct if you
But
make a mistake.
honestly, like I mean, I go through favorite classes all the time. Whenever I change to play a different class, it becomes my favorite.
That's my current favorite.
So
Bloodblade.
you know, yes, it's whatever
Nice.
whatever I'm playing tends to be the thing. So yeah, right now I'm doing a mercenary playthrough, so that's probably why I'm into that. But yeah, it's, I'm not sure if you've got a similar thing.
No, you were talking about the numbers as well. It was interesting that monk and then warrior had the highest
Yes,
satisfaction
warrior.
levels. And I
Warrior's
was
next,
like,
by the way, technically, if you're looking for.
that's pretty good. That's
Yeah.
2 melee classes.
Exactly.
right now.
Exactly.
That's a win.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, that's something going on. I mean, they were dying a lot more at the time, but
yeah, yeah.
It's such a change from like, especially early Path of Exile 1. Like, it's gone a little better in modern days, but still.
I mean,
melee.
I just have a like.
Heist,
real
Elven Betrayal
desire
have
to
not been
freeze
talked
time,
about,
so
no.
I just want to be sorceress and just go. I don't know what
It's good
skills
to get some
I'll play.
sorceress love. I feel like she's not been getting enough
I
attention.
don't know what I don't know what skills I'll play, but I definitely just want to be able to freeze time. So
Yep.
it just feels cool.
Yep. Mark
Right.
Mark
So you could
knows.
be playing- you could
Mark
be playing
knows he's got
crossbow
good
building.
taste.
Yeah, I might be a crossbow time freezer.
He's got good taste.
We'll see what's going on.
Yeah, all right. I noted. I liked that. I noted that our mercenaries were very different as well. I was playing full Grenadier. You were.
I was doing
combo.
the freeze shotgun.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah.
I don't know what. Yeah, some sort of monk trigger build. Obviously, is always just going to be fun to
Yeah,
play
they
around
have so many
with
of
and,
those like stacking effects, the wind
Yeah.
and the ice coming off it, and the ascendancies showed some more as well. Oof.
just see how far that can be pushed and how many
This is
spells
sharing
can
his
I
mods
get to
with
trigger
Path
per
of
second.
Exile, huh?
Monk does seem good for that. Alrighty. Well, thank you very
You
much.
missed to reveal
for
what
your
league
time,
mechanics?
both of you, for- I don't even
Breach
know how long.
That was a
Expedition.
mammoth session. I think we're coming up to 1 o'clock here, so
There's
Strong
still,
box,
there's still lots
Shrine.
to talk about, but I think we just need some time to
Ultimatum?
digest
For
and-
sure,
Sanctum.
for sure. Well, thankfully we didn't have everyone
Bosses.
saying patch notes when this time.
So good.
So that means
So
we can actually
good.
have a conversation.
There's no pressure on us to like wrap it up,
Yeah,
boys.
exactly. That's good.
Fantastic. All right.
Ritual.
Thank you very much for watching,
Ritual
everybody.
Essence. Yeah.
I hope you enjoyed
There you
the
go.
Q&A.
Ritual and Essence.
Ziggy D.
They want patch notes now.
Oh, patch notes.
Well done.
Patch notes?
Thank you.
Exactly.
Patch
Where's
notes?
the launch notes?
Patch notes.
Okay.
Patch notes. Patch notes. I can't.
No, thanks heaps. Appreciate it. It's been an
the
epic
patch
journey. It's
notes.
kind of surreal. And it's only the start of another journey, really. So
That's it.
yeah,
Can't wait to play.
it's cool.
I mean, I'm going to go play more now, but
Yeah, it's true.
sorry.
I got to go fix bosses going up elevators and
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just pre-bug testing. So.
Just give us our
I
most
assume
recent
we'll
Git
fade
commit.
it
That'd
out
be
and cut,
insane.
you never know.
Reverse engineering everything. Thanks for watching. We did it. Congratulations. Congratulations, guys. We did it. Holy frickin' smokes, man. That was 4 hours and 41 minutes. 4 hours and 41 minutes. Well, that's when they started theirs. My stream is 4 hours and 20 minutes. That's when they started theirs. Oh my god. Hey, look, everybody is live. Literally everybody is live. You need the recap? We can look at this quickly. I was going to I got this notepad of stuff we could talk about. These are the things that I think are some interesting topics that we can mention. I'm mostly just waiting for my burrito, but we can talk about stuff a little bit. Hold on, we need like a non one of these. Okay, this is the whole thread. Okay. 1 hour for pre-show? For them, I mean, for me, I did like 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Okay. Early access, you get 6 classes: Monk, Warrior, Ranger, Merc, Witch, and Sork. 100 active skill gems and hundreds of support gems. Flask system is you only get 1 life and 1 mana flask, as well as charms. Actually, hold on. Let me restart this. All right, full recap based on their Twitter here. 6 classes. It's launching. All right, we're just gonna start off with it's launching on December 6th. You can spend $30. The most important stuff to people right now. You can spend $30 to get a supporter pack that has no MTX, but you get 300 points and you get a key. And then there's other ones that you can spend a lot more money. You can get multiple keys and get crazy supporter packs. You get Monk, Warrior, Ranger, Merc, Witch, and Sork. Each one will have 2 ascendancies as well. There are 100 support gems. There are 100 skill gems, hundreds of support gems. Flask system is now new: 1 mana, 1 life flask. And then there's also a charm system. So you now get these charms as well, which are like passive node. They're basically replacing utility flasks with passive effects for getting your ailment immunity and whatever. They are replacing mana with, or you still have your mana, but for reservation, it's all against spirit, which is a new resource. So it's just independent. Support gems. If you ever played PoE1, support gems. There you go. Passive tree is back. It's huge. Everyone starts in the middle now. and you now start, instead of being spread out with the Scion in the middle, everyone starts exactly in the middle, pretty close to each other, actually. So if you start here as the monk, and I believe witch is right here, it only takes you a handful of nodes to get to the witch start. They're not that far apart right now. And so I think that's going to make like the idea of like multi-classing or whatever much more interesting. Not to mention the fact that there are multiple weapons, there's automatic weapon swapping and all that. I think that's going to be this crazy powerful thing, especially with the multiple skill gems and weapon sets and everything. One certain skill gem per build, one certain support gem. Yes, you can only have one elemental focus or one life tap or whatever. Yo, thanks, Tyrex. Hell yeah, dude. You can choose your passive tree change to switch between weapons. So you can have like literally when you're switching weapons. So you can have, hey, here's my shield charge tree. It's going to switch to a shield and sword and board. You get a fast shield charge, and then you can cast Fireball. It'll switch to your staff when you're casting Fireball, and it's automatic as you're casting those skills, which is really, really interesting. And I think this is where the early build variety and build diversity will really start to be discovered, is when people are like, hey, I got my shield charge. So it's like you can have basically two different characters. You know, you only get X number of points for swapping between the trees. But once we know how many total points you have access to for swapping between the weapons, there might be a like insane variety. And then if there's ways to get more of those points, whatever, that's the thing they can expand to really, build diversity explodes exponentially when you can basically remix multiple builds together. So this is what I'm thinking in my head is, the simple thing is, I got a shield charge build, or I got a flicker strike build I got my two-handed sword out. I flicker strike all of the monsters, which applies bleed or something. And then I bring out my staff and I do like a blade fall thing that will proc off of bleeds that are already on the monster. So I can flicker strike around and then cast a blade fall with my staff, and it'll do like a physical bleed explosion. There's like crazy stuff with like totally different trees, and like, because you're remixing multiple builds. And that's where we're going to see incredible build diversity and builds that people are going to make. They changed what sockets are. So your skill and support gems are now just like these passive sockets that you have when you're supporting them. But sockets in gear now are these new things where you get runes. They're adding runes. They're not like rune words like in Diablo, but they are these runes that just give you extra stats on your gear. And then there's something called like a soul spirit or something. Soul shard or whatever, I forget what it's called, and that it, instead of just adding regular stats, it'll add like a unique ability or something that's like really different and transform it. Elva is now the Faustus, so we can trade with Elva. Whole new thing right there. Ascendancies, these are new. This is my ascendancy that I'm league starting. It is everything that I could have asked for. It's insane that they read my mind. GGG, whatever you're doing to read my mind. It would have been nice if you asked permission, but if you give me a fucking Chronomancer Sorcerer, I'm not going to complain. All right. So the new ascendancies look incredible. Like the Chronomancer can time freeze and teleport around based on rewinding time. And it's the coolest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. It's literally what I was talking about on stream a couple days ago about like my favorite thing is like Temporal Rift and PoE1. Unfortunately, it sucks in most cases, but like Temporal Rift and PoE1, the Arcane Bubble in Diablo 3, even though the way it's implemented sucks, but the concept, the idea, I love time manipulation magic. It's what I like the most about, the sorcerer thing, time and space manipulation. And the fact that they gave me a Chronomancer is just fucking insane. They are replacing Lab, the way that you ascend. Currently, there will be 2 ways to do it. Later on 3, they're adding a third one later. But the way that you get your ascendancies is by doing these new things. Lab is gone. You can either do Trial of the Sekima, which is basically Sanctum 2.0, or you can do this new Ultimatum 2.0, which is a very different ultimatum with like these quests and everything that you do. Oh, Yana knows. 3 years, man. 3 years for PoE2 coming out. Let's go, dude. This is the other one. This is Ultimatum. I believe this one's the Ultimatum. They're calling it the Trial of Ascension. Trial of Chaos. Here we go. This is the Ultimatum one. And yeah, basically you do these trials individual. It's not just ultimatum in a circle. You actually do these specific trials. And then the end game is going to be, it looks like Civilization. Someone in chat said that earlier. It looks exactly like Civilization. It is this infinitely expanding map like Delve, but like you can up the difficulty in ways, and you can put things into these towers that will affect all the ones around it, kind of like Sextants and in old Sextants and PoE 1, kind of like Monos in Last Epoch, in that you can do things over again to increase the difficulty, to do boss fights, to get passive points that you unlock for that encounter. And it's this remix of like, Saleskite put it really well. It's like Last Epoch Monos plus old Sextants plus Delve, kind of all of that put together, and it's really cool. It's beautiful. It's cool looking. It's infinitely expanding. It's random for every player. Really interesting stuff. They showed some hints of like how it works, but until we play it, we don't know exactly how it's going to feel. Then the Atlas passive tree, of course, there's a passive tree for everything. So there's the core Atlas passive tree, and then each core mechanic has its own additional tree. So you can do that content. Thanks, Nick. You can do as you do those endgame boss fights, you actually can just target leveling up that content for its passive tree. So unlike PoE 1, where your tree, you get the multiple Atlas trees, you're like, oh, here's my Breach Atlas tree, here's my Blight Atlas tree. In this one, you can just do that content to expand that tree, and you're not taking away from the other content. So you don't have this like choice paralysis. And like that was a band-aid in PoE 1 by just giving you multiple atlases. Why not just let me, because the way that in PoE 2 it looks like that you're going to target that content is by putting in the tablets in the towers. I don't think this is the tower that I'm thinking of. I think this is where you start. There's these other things that look like towers that you put the tablets in, and then it will affect all the maps around it. And then that's how you push that content. That's how you target that content. Much like Sextants or the old Watchstones in PoE 1, not the current Watchstones that do nothing or almost nothing. And then, you can see these are breach zones. This is a ritual zone, and it's really pretty. I think it's pretty neat. We're going to see how it plays out. Breaches, everything got like a little bit of a touch up and a rework. So breach hands are now super extra. The new breach boss is Zesht, lots of gross hands. And the way that you level up that content is you do the boss fights kind of similar to World of Warcraft Mythic Keys, it seems like. So you can keep upgrading the difficulty, and that's how you get more passive trees, or more passive points for the tree, is you can just keep doing that boss fight at harder difficulties, gets more moves, more life, more damage, etc. Ritual's coming back, has King of the Mists. They didn't show the boss fight. They didn't want to tease it. Delirium is back as well. Simulacrum looks gorgeous. They reworked Simulacrum, at least the visuals. It looks really, really pretty. It's no longer just a gray fog. It's no longer just a gray fog. It is it's got this cool shimmery shiny effect, and there will be new really interesting pinnacle boss fights to everything. So they showed Omniphobia and all that, but I assume maybe we can fight Tang Mizzou, which is this guy, which would be really sick. Expedition is back. Expedition, for as much as they've shown, looks identical. So I don't have any comments on that. It looks exactly identical. Logbooks are coming back, all of that. So I would have liked them to touch it up, like give it a 2.0 treatment, but it might just be something that they brought back, and they brought back the way it was. So Trial of the Sekimas. So all of the two things that you could do, the Ultimatum 2.0 and Sanctum 2.0, those are also endgame things that you can do. It's not just your lab trials. It's also endgame content that you can do for, finding better loot. So that's also just an endgame grind. Same thing here, Trials of the Chaos, the Ultimatum 2.0. This fortress is apparently the pinnacle boss that you have to get 3 different keys by doing different bosses and like finding different mini bosses and then finding their boss, and then you can fight the boss of the boss of the boss. So they didn't want to tease what that was, or they teased it. They didn't show what it was. And then, okay, that is the overview of everything that they showed. And that's like the quick overview, and that's what they're sharing on their tweet, the little tweet storm right there. Whew. Okay, so they cooked. It is so much stuff. It's crazy. Holy cow. And then there are some things that I had some questions about, that these are some things that people have brought up or that I was thinking about. Endgame, the Infinite Atlas. If you fail one of those map nodes, I'll write talk. Thanks to the 5 gifted, man. The Infinite Atlas, currently the way that they said it works is if you fail a node, you can't redo that node. So we had this beautiful MS Paint illustration where, let's say, this is your terminus node. You have no other nodes that you can do, and you fail every node that's connected to it. What can you do? I assume there's some way to reset or something, but what is the answer to that? I'm sure that, of course that's something that they solved, but it is a question. Noobs in general. So I do have some comments. I am very lucky in that I played 2 weeks ago. So I have played a relatively recent version of the build. And so I guess you guys could kind of ask me some questions. I got to the end of Act 2, and I actually teamed up with both MP and Havoc. And we did some party play and stuff. Unfortunately, I can't show you the gameplay. I have it on this hard drive. I can't show it to you until I get it authorized by GGG. I have to edit it down. But yeah, an interesting thing is that Jonathan is currently saying that the campaign takes 50 hours total. But you should be able to, an experienced player should be able to complete the campaign in about 10 hours. And that was very, very obvious from what I saw at the playtest that I was at 2 weeks ago. Havoc was ahead of everyone. Havoc was doing Havoc things. He apparently even did a VOD review of the previous playtest so he could do the most recent playtest even faster. He was in his hotel room doing VOD reviews and everything. And so he was ahead of everyone. He got to, I don't know how far he got, but me and MP left early, kind of early, because we just got hungry. But me and MP got to the end of Act 2, early Act 3. I actually don't know if I crossed over to Act 3, but I know I got to at least the end of Act 2. And when I was walking around in the venue, many of the not experienced ARPG players were not even halfway through Act 1. Me and MP were kind of cruising. We partied up at the end, halfway through Act 2, and we were just cruising. I was sitting there putting down Flame Wall, and then he was playing the Mercenary. So I put down Flame Wall, and then he was playing the Mercenary, and he was shooting his assault rifle and his grenades through my Flame Wall and making them do bonus fire damage. And I was doing these spherical flame walls that was just covering the entire screen. And then I had this thing called Sun Orb or something that it was a fire-based void sphere. I forget exactly what it was called, but it was a fire-based void sphere almost that was burning the entire screen. And it was sick. Anyway, we were cruising, and I walking around the venue. There were people maybe 30 to 50% through Act 1, barely wandering around. I saw people dying over and over again. I saw some guy wandering through the graveyard, which is halfway through Act 1. The graveyard is just a hub zone where you use to do a couple other encounters. He was wandering around it. I went to the bathroom. I talked to Octavian for 15 minutes. And I grabbed, I think I grabbed a Coke Zero or something, and then I grabbed a sandwich, and then I came back. The dude was still wandering around the graveyard. The graveyard's not even a core zone. You're just supposed to use that to get to other zones. He was still wandering around and dying in the graveyard. This guy that was towards the front of the, he's towards the front of the venue. So I was walking past him every time. Every time I went to the bathroom or anything. But anyway, these are, I don't know, games journalists or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what they were. I mean, there's exploring the mood, and then there's spending 45 minutes in a single zone. a single zone that's there's not that much in that zone. If he was in the connecting zones, doing stuff, that'd be fine. But being stuck in that graveyard for nearly an hour is crazy. So yeah, and I noticed that with a lot of the people that I didn't recognize. So the only people I recognized was me, MP Havoc. I don't know if there's any Darth Microtransaction was there. I don't know who else even was there that I knew, right? There's a lot of non-ARPG players. and they just a lot of Diablo people, and yeah, they just a lot of people were not getting very far. So I would when Jonathan says 50-hour campaign, I think that's very much non-ARPG players. So yeah, new people, they have to tune it, they have to say the numbers and tune it for the newer players. Did I meet Moxie there? Yeah, Moxie was there. Yeah, I talked to Moxie. He was sitting right behind me when we were doing the during the announcement. Is Couch Co-op available in early access? Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, we knew that when me and Sailkite played. So yeah, I mean, people saying 9 to 10 hours is too long for the campaign. I think that's like for an experienced player that isn't going, like, that's trying to go a little bit fast. Your first playthrough, that's fine, right? And then you can refine that. Like, you probably weren't doing 5-hour campaigns in PoE 1 for a very long time. Like, it takes practice to get to a 5-hour campaign. And did you mind the first couple of times that you did the campaign? Did you mind that much? Like, it's fun the first time, right? I think that's fine. 7 hours is too long. Do you want a video game? 7 hours is too long for the campaign? The first time you play? That's crazy. You want to enjoy the campaign the first time you do it. You want to like listen to the voice lines, watch the cinematics. I mean, come on. I strongly recommend not putting PoE 2 expectation or PoE 1 expectations on the PoE 2. I think that's it's the wrong way to approach it. I think that's just like the total. Yeah, but I mean, don't pretend like it's PoE again, right? It's PoE 2, but it's not PoE again. I think that's really, really important. PoE 1 will still be there. I want it to be different. Will I be able to purchase a unique or div card design? Oh, you can purchase unique design. Oh, interesting. Okay. And also, how many people complain about the campaign but still do 10-hour campaigns? Huh? If you're still doing 10-hour campaigns and you complain about it, and you've been playing for 5 years plus, that is a you problem. I'm just saying, that's a skill issue you problem. If you complain about it. I mean, if you don't complain about it, that's fine. But if you whine and you don't solve that problem, that is a you problem. Like, I've been putting in practice the past couple of years. And my campaign, I get my campaign down to, I think I did like a 350. Which is not even incredible, right? I did a 350 when I was practicing with SPL, and I'm happy with that. And I've done even faster with like Twinks, but when I start rocking with the Twink, I go even faster. What is this? An FAQ? Oh, okay. We'll launch early access on all platforms, including Xbox and PS5. Not macOS, but they're adding macOS later. Purchasing a key gets you access. You can visit the website to know if you get a key automatically. If you merge your accounts, can you purchase supporter packs on console? You can on Xbox. PlayStation does not become available until December 6th. PlayStation 4, look at this. But it doesn't say PS4 here. So PS4, I assume, is PS1, PoE 1 only. So, Sir Gog, thanks for the raid, man. Welcome, everybody. We're just going over the information. I just did like a quick overview and everything. You excited, man? Dude. Yo, Sir Gog's in a Discord with me. Like, when we were I wanted to like share so many things with you guys. It's exciting, right? It is really exciting. Yo, howdy, y'all. Grab yourself a drink. Let's fucking go. Yo, I love my boy Sir Gog. He's a goat. Jamal, thanks for the prime, dude. I know. I wish Gog got a Valdo's. 100%. Hold on. How do I do this? Shout out Sir Gog. There you go. Yeah. If you're not following Sir Gog already, I don't know if this is actually your YouTube, but hopefully that works. Show him a lot of love. He is, I mean, if you're not already following him, you're fucking up. Honestly, you're fucking up. You're fucking up. Let's see. We're just gonna. Is there anything else in here? How to redeem a key? Anonymous gifting the tier 3. Anonymous always hitting big. Early access is a big game. 50 bosses, 400 monster types, couch co-op. Will there be wipes? There will not be a wipe during early access, but it will be a different league. So everything that you get in early access will not go to standard, which is a very, very good thing. I'm just kind of sad that standard still exists, but whatever. Make a new account, sure. Yes, you will get PoE1 microtransactions. Everyone with your Razor footprints, rise up. I want to see all the Razor footprints in PoE2. Stash tab purchases are available in PoE2 where relevant. Oh, we'll be updating applicable stash tabs in PoE2. Okay, good to know. Can I buy more microtransactions? Why would the answer ever be no? Is Path of Exile in early access under NDA? No NDA for early access. Okay, well, can I purchase? Yeah, and then you can purchase unique and div card designs. All right. Sick. Standard doesn't exist and you can't make me believe it exists. The problem is what standard does to league economies, right? The game looks better than expected. I played it. So here, how about this? I played it 2 weeks ago and it looks even better than I expected. That's how much they're cooking. They let me play it 2 weeks ago. I was there. They showed me the cinematic. I saw all that. And there was even more. There was way more in this presentation than I saw 2 weeks ago. Standard is the best place for 20% of the player base. It should be promoted more. I think the FOMO with League definitely, like, yeah. The FOMO with League does not match the playing habits of a lot of people. I agree. I just wish... So I'm totally fine with Standard existing. I'm not fine with Standard affecting the League economy. I think that's... The game looks worse than expected. You had low expectations. I don't know what you would be looking for, man. Did you want it to be like a visual novel? Did you want it to be like a booba visual novel? I assume Bezzy is I assume you're memeing. Are you not memeing? Campaign's too long. You'll play it like PoE1. If this will suck to play this way, then you're gonna drop it. I mean, PoE1 still exists, but I mean, I want it to be, you know, have the DNA of PoE1, but I want it to be a different game. Right? If it's just a coat of paint on PoE1, you know, being like conservative and just wanting the world to never change is, we would just still be living in hovels. We would all still be a bunch of serfs with like 3 kings, and we'd have no free healthcare for everybody. We'd have no universal income like we all have. Like, you know, the economy, everyone would still have to have jobs working 40, 60 hours, and we'd still have to worry about inflation and international wars and, you know, trade and all that. And like, you know, since we solved that, and we can just think about going to the stars and pushing the final frontier, like, you've seen how much humanity has progressed in the past 100 years or so, where we don't worry about those things. Like, you know, politics is basically a thing of the past. And unfortunately, you know, if we stuck to our conservative ways and we didn't go for progress and push society to the future, you know, where would we be, right? But luckily, you know, we're very close to Star Trek, and the future is here. And you can't convince me otherwise. You cannot convince me otherwise that that's not reality. Let's see. So yeah, we talked about the campaign length. So game approachability with noobs. Yeah, you want the culture? I know the culture still has like, there's incredible things in the culture. Like anyone who hasn't read, is it Master of Games? I hate that I'm forgetting the name. Hold on. Everyone should read this book. The culture series. Is it Master of Games? Anyone who's a gamer should read this book. Player of Games. The Player of Games. Yeah. If you are a gamer and you like the future and sci-fi, everyone should read this book. Mr. Goozle, thanks for the Prime, man. If you haven't read this book, you are fucking up. That is, I am sticking by that. You are fucking up if you have not read this book. Read it tonight. Buy it right now. It is one of the best books ever written. And then read the whole series. Anyway. This is going to be a very long 14 days, I know. So game approachability for noobs. This is another thing that a lot of people, right? We have the issue of PoE 1. A lot of people won't play it because it's just so hard. Like it's 10 years old. It's really complex. And, you know, there's a lot of people that just don't like the gameplay. Like, they actually don't want just the one-button zoom gameplay, right? And I totally get that. They were hoping that PoE 2 would be very simple. Now, and a lot of people are already worried that PoE 2 is going to be a big turnoff because it's not, they didn't super simplify. With that said, they do have recommended gems. I think that it will feel more approachable as a beginner than PoE 1 is. I think it does teach things better. There's in-game tutorials. There's a really cool thing that they didn't highlight that I think they should have highlighted is when you mouse over anything, it actually has like an in-game glossary of things where you can context clue click on any hoverable like keyword and it'll like in-game wiki kind of, and it'll tell you how it works. Like it doesn't go into extreme detail, but it'll tell you like, oh, this will cause chance to bleed, and you can click on that and it'll tell you. Yeah, it has the history. Like PoE 1 has the history of being ultra hardcore. And PoE 2, I think they put a lot of time into teaching you things. Like when you mouse over a skill gem, it'll actually like play a video with a voiceover that tells you how it works, gives you the basics. But they don't want to simplify the game and turn it into Diablo 3. And I do, you know, that's still going to turn people off, but I think it wouldn't have the DNA of PoE 1 if they went the Diablo 3 direction. And you know, people will be turned off. People will be disappointed that the game is not for them because they wanted a Diablo 3 version of Path of Exile. They're not getting that. That is you know, I think they did not the best that they could do, but the best that they could have done so far, right? And I hope it's a thing that they keep working on because I do think that a game like PoE, if you put the time in, is very rewarding if you learn it and you subscribe to Sir Gog and you subscribe to me and Sir Gog and you get all that knowledge about, you know, learning the basics and learning how things work and how people make discoveries. And, you know, once you get hooked, you're hooked, right? And then you get these crazy, like, you know, then people get crazy degen addicts, but that's not a whole, that's the dark side of it. And I think so a lot of people we saw in chat as they were showing the end game, as they're showing the skill trees upon skill trees, they were turned off. But I think if you're turned off by complexity at all, I don't know, you can play Mario games, right? That's fine. That's fine, right? There's games for you. And I'm glad that they're not like super dumbing things down. Now, in terms of ascendancies, let's see. Ascendancies just look awesome. Chronomancer makes my pants very tight. We'll just say that. Gemling Legionnaire looks giga broken. I actually don't know how it's not the most broken ascendancy ever in the history of the game. It's the ascendancy for Mercenary, I believe. I think that was for Merc, and it gives you like quality for your gems. The more gems that it gives you, max res for equipping more gems. You get more things for equipping more gems, and you get more gems that you can equip. It looks insane. It looks absolutely insane and broken. And then Chronomancer just is what I love more than anything in life, and I'm so happy. Yeah, a time and space manipulating Sork is beautiful. Merc is Witch Hunter and Gemling Legionnaire. Yeah. Based on what we saw so far, like we don't know the actual balance, but based on what we saw, I was just like, this is broken. This looks so broken. I don't know how this isn't broken. Yeah, and that was the other one. Yeah, you can just get strength or int or dex, and that will satisfy all attribute requirements. So like if you have 100 strength, it's as if you have 100 strength, int, and dex for all attribute requirements, which allows you to do crazy things like make a strength stacking build that only stacks strength, and it also takes care of your strength and int requirements. So you don't care about gear requirements at all. They're all solved. Any attribute stacker has all their gear requirements taken care of on the Gemling. Do we have the skill tree? We don't. They moused over certain things, but yeah, time to go strength stacker of the Zenith. Yeah, it's kind of like it's got the Omni thing. Weapon switching looks, I talked about this a few minutes ago. Weapon switching looks insane. I think the potential, the build variety, the attribute thing was only for, is it only for skills? Okay. All right. Good clarification. That's not as good as I hoped. Still good, but yeah, not as good. And then the weapon switching, I think, is going to be, this is where the build variety is going to come from. This is, like I was saying earlier, you can remix multiple builds. So like depending if they're close enough, right? So you have certain passive points that can go to tree 1 or tree 2. Based on the weapon set that you have equipped, it'll switch between the passive trees. And the passive trees, it'll automatically switch based on the skill that you use. So you can press shield charge and it'll switch to your sword and board. That is your passive tree that's all sword and shield based. You'll do your shield charge, and then you can press fireball and it'll equip your staff and go to your passive tree that has all fireball nodes. And so you can play these really, it entirely depends on how many points that you have access to, but you could do these really interesting things. Or at the very least, you could do like a two-handed build for like a slam and then bring out your shield for shield charging around, then switch out your shield, your mace, and then do a big slam. There's no cooldown on weapon swapping. Nope. So it's seamless. It's entirely seamless. So yeah, it's pretty sick. And then the last thing that I had written down as a topic to talk about that I just wanted to mention, did they remove the animation frames? At least when you're pressing the skill to do it, it was instant or nearly instant. I actually didn't do it that much. I did it like a little bit in one of the zones, but I didn't use it like a lot. Yeah, it's not like it was at ExileCon. Yeah, at ExileCon, it was ass. At ExileCon, you had to press your like X to animation swap, and it would do this whole long animation of like, bring out the sword, put the staff away. Okay, now I have it. But now it's like you press the skill and it just does it. Yeah. Now it's just like press it and it just does it. I don't know if there's like a little bit of animation, but it felt pretty fast. What I think about the Sork Ascendancy with the time freeze, I mean, it's right here. Chronomancer makes my pants very tight. That's what I want, man. That's what I want. It's beautiful. It's perfect. And then the last thing, there is a locked single support. So what I mean there is for each support gem, I just want to make the argument for why this is good. Each support gem you can only have once. So the example is like elemental focus. So you can have one elemental focus total across all of your skills. And as a PoE1 player, that immediately feels kind of bad. You're like, hey, I have all these different skills. Elemental focus is the highest damage support gem. I want to put elemental focus in flame wall and fireball and spark, and I want to put elemental focus in all of them. And that's what you would do in PoE1, right? Like you would have three different sets of gems that have the exact same, like almost the exact same supports. And you can't do that anymore. And you like that feels bad from a PoE1 perspective, but supposedly there's going to be way more supports. And the argument for why this is good is by being forced to make the choice, you now have to be creative and have intent around the use of your skills. So you're no longer, it gives skills identity, because instead of just saying, hey, what does more damage? Spark, fireball, flame blast, frostbolt, ice nova, whatever. Like in PoE1, that's like what you do is like, I open up POB and I look at my, my total damage here. I'm like, oh, my carrion golem does 19,000 DPS or whatever. But then I can go over to my my SRS does 2 million DPS, so I'm just gonna, it doesn't work like that. Now you're gonna think, how do I make these skills synergize with each other, or at least how do I make them give utility to my build, right? And because so many skills have these compounding effects that have utility with each other, yes, if you want to be a PoE one button Andy, there are trigger skills, there are things to do, but even in the context of trigger skills, you're going to be thinking, how does this skill that I trigger synergize with my other thing? Like, hey, maybe this one has GMP, but maybe this one, maybe this other one forks based on the number of projectiles that I cast it on. And so you actually want to, like, hey, maybe Ice Nova can, it's a fake example, right? Pretend Ice Nova can fork and Ice Nova casts on Frostbolt. You want to put your GMP on your Frostbolt, and then you put your fork support on your Ice Nova, because Ice Nova doesn't care about the GMP. But if you could GMP the Ice Nova, like, then you would be GMP and fork on the Ice Nova. But because you can only have one, you make that choice. And that's where now you're making these intentful decisions around, how you make your things synergize with each other. And there's so much more design space by having supports that very specifically just do utility-based things that, they don't have to contribute damage, because you're not casting that skill for damage. You're casting that skill to do things. And that it just makes combat and everything so much more interesting. And you can, we've seen examples of things going around pretty quickly, blowing things up. We know there's built-in explodey on the Witch Hunter. We know there's going to be, things can feel really good. I don't think it's ever, I don't know, there's a world where it feels like PoE 1 again at like later on, but I would really go into it with the intent and the thought that this is going to play differently. It's going to have the DNA of PoE 1, but don't try to like put all just your PoE 1 requirements on it. And I think there's going to be so much variety and interesting things that you can do to discover, and it's going to be cool. Any number-based game becomes PoE 1 eventually. No. I mean, it depends, right? I mean, they could just put hard limits on things, which you don't want to do, and they generally don't do. But there are examples of just like, hey, we just don't let things get out of control. And it's really hard for them with their design space, but you can make things like positioning and timing matter through certain mechanics in ways that kind of limit that. And yeah, you don't have to optimize the fun out of a game, right? Like that's eventually it'll happen, right? People will optimize things as much as they can. And no matter what, as soon as there's a POB2, as soon as we have Craft of Exile, as soon as we have like AI large language models running across all potential permutations of everything that we can think of, fine. No matter what, yes, then it's like it'll be, but like because the design space is so combo heavy, has these requirements, it's just harder to do. Like it's going to take longer for them to optimize it quite to the level that PoE 1 is. Yeah, there's so much mechanic. Like, yeah, I think that mounts are gone. Yeah, they showed mounts in July, and I think mounts are gone as far as I can tell. I think that was like a silly experiment, and then they decided not to do it. Don't let machine learning ruin theory crafting too. Oh, they're on top of it. Yeah, I saw the row on the character screen, but who knows? Maybe the Pathfinder can ride a mount or something. Yeah, I'm really excited about the mechanical skill expression, particularly with something like the Chronomancer. I think it's going to be like seeing people, I love my Invoker and my Tracer and, characters like that you can do just really cool skill expression and have your style of play. And that's something that you just don't have that much in PoE 1. Mounts will come later. I don't know if mounts are a good thing. Like, what do mounts add? That you can already, like, yes, faster attacking while moving, I guess. But, like, what else? I guess, I don't know. Maybe they have a bigger inventory? Maybe they can do some cool things like that. Have I tried the new Dota hero? I haven't played Dota in years. Years. Oh, no, that's a lie. I played, like, 5 games of Venge, like, I don't know, a few months ago. I played like 5 games with my friend and then I stopped playing again because I was like, I don't want to go down this path. June 27th. Oh yeah, not that long ago. In June, I played like 5 games, but that's it. A rideable minion that attacks while you're dismounted. It was something like that. It was like a 30-second preview. Auction house mount. Oh man, you could actually. Oh yeah, using the auction house from within your map on your mount. Yeah, that mobile base hideout looks absolutely cracked. Looks insane. Do the multiple skills in PoE2 feel better, bad, keybind wise? At least, you know, I've only played till the end of Act 2. At least through that, I will say they had to do the 2 flask thing. Doing flask piano with all of the skills was a miserable experience. When they added WASD but still had 5 flasks, think about that. You're controlling with WASD, and you have 5 flasks, and you are using minimum 4 skills. Think about where you're like, duh, bruh, bop, 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 bruh, walking around, and then you're like, oh, flask. Like you're like walking around, and then you have to use your pinky finger, like press 1 for your flask, and then like 5 for your mana flask, and like that was the skill issue. It was the worst. That was the least fun I've ever had playing an ARPG. I think it was bad, man. You prefer 5 flasks than WASD? I mean, when was the last time you played 5 flasks in PoE without instilling flasks or a flask macro? Yeah. Oh, maybe. Yeah, that's actually the answer. Tell Mark that leveling up dexterity gives you more fingers. I like it. So click to move is fine. Like, if anything, click to move is actually the problem for walking and attacking is you kind of go really slow anyway. Yeah, the number of people that would just randomly have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in their text chats because they had their flask macro. Flask macro was miserable, man. You don't like Mage Blood? Yeah, I mean, Mage Blood is just power creep, right? It's all just power creep. Mage Blood feels good, but it's a direct power creep that simplifies the game and how you play it. Which is, it's just fine. That's like the PoE way, but multiple flasks were really good with the flask nodes on the tree. Probably. The Pathfinder looks weird. PoE 2 Pathfinder that throws like explosive concoction and poisonous concoction as like additional skills. It's kind of weird. Yes, I did mouse 4 and 5. Like when I played 2 weeks ago, I used mouse 4 and mouse 5 for my flasks. Let's see. All right. All right, boys and girls. With all that said, I am I don't know when my food's gonna get here. I am starving as hell. I don't know when my food's gonna get here, but I'm just gonna send you guys over to Darth. Show him a lot of. It looks like Darth got raided by GGG, so good for him. Showed Darth a lot of love. He's a great guy, and yeah, we'll be back. I'm gonna try to get this. Edited down and authorized by GGG so I can show you guys the footage ASAP. And yeah, I gotta eat my food. So you guys, yeah, show them a lot of love. Oh, sorry, I gotta switch over to this. Switch over to this so I can finally click it. Come on, raid. So I don't care about drops right now. Dismiss this message. All right, come on, 3, 2, 1. All right, Love you guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. See you soon. Bye-bye. All right. Sorry. And YouTube too. Bye, YouTube. Have a good one, guys. Thanks.